Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We are almost all the way through our first full week, our first hard week in Judge Bev's court here in the Karen Reed trial. And it's going to be some cross of old Trooper Bukhenik. Took some time to go through my notes from the last trial last night to just kind of get a sense of where we might be going. So far, we seem to be pretty on track with the same general topics and stuff that came up last time. The exception to that being that cornering Mr. Bukhenik, Sergeant Bukhenik, into that claim that Michael Proctor, he's perfectly honorable. His integrity. Oops! What? Oh my gosh! Did I put on my face there? Something going on this morning, guys. I don't know. I'll sort it out. Anyway, that cornering him into claiming that Trooper Bukhenik acted with honesty and integrity. Yeah, that was new. But Mr. Brennan avoided some of the pitfalls of the trial one. He didn't try to get that sallyport inverted video in, try to pretend that it was something that it's not. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think I got a little something on my finger or whatever. Anyway, oh well. It's Friday, things happen. I did notice one opportunity that I think Trooper Bukhenik has given them, and I want to see if they capitalize on it. Sometimes, you have your plan for cross, you have your plan for how you're going to handle a witness and what you're going to do. But you also got to be responsive to what they did on direct. And if they shift things up, or if they, offer you something on direct, you got to have the flexibility to be able to modify your approach. And that's something that can sometimes be a way to spot the difference between a seasoned attorney and somebody with a little bit less experience. Less experience, you're going to be less comfortable going off script. More experienced, hey, you just gave me a gift. I'm going to go ahead and use that. And so the gift that I saw was it arose out of Trooper Bukhenik's disagreeableness with Mr. Jackson. Not going to authenticate your document. Don't know that. Not going to use your word. There was a moment during that cross-examination where they were talking about, had you heard that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz are close personal friends? And Bukhenik gave him what I think could potentially be a great little gift, which is, if it's in a police report somewhere, if it's in a report somewhere, it's a fact. I'd take it as a fact. If it's in a report somewhere, I'd take it as a fact. This is a gift you can use because you can use it to elicit, obviously. Not that you did write reports all the time. That's been part of the focus of this cross too, all the reports you didn't write. But when you do write them, you're getting it right. Here's the reasons why. And we can use that to flip him against Jen McCabe. Not to his face, not over the course of this cross, but just to establish the counterpoint. Jen McCabe says all the reports are wrong. Yuri Bukhenik, if it's in the report, I'll take it as fact. So it's just a good way to potentially set up a counterpoint and then have that in mind as we're addressing some of those reports. The impeachment through for Jen McCabe and her prior inconsistent statements, that's been laid. The statements she made to Lank, statements she made to Good, etc. But also there's that Julie Albert one. Forget who she told exactly. I think it might have been Michael Lank. But that Jen McCabe called me at 5 a.m, and that's how I found out John died. Hey, if it's in the report, it's a fact. That's what Bukhenik said. So it's just a potential tool that they might be able to use. Possibly worth hammering that down in the course of just emphasizing, why do you have reports in the first place? And we're already questioning his failure to have made reports. So, flesh that out, emphasize that point. That's part of why, right? It's part of why you need to write reports, so that because it's a team, everybody needs to share information and work together. They need to know what the other people are doing. And so when you write something in a report, it's part of how you share it with the team. So it needs to be fact. Everybody needs to be able to take it as fact. So you're very careful what you put in there. Make sure you get it right. That's it's not extraordinary cross-examination to tie police officer to his report, but to tie them to the reports in general in this particular case could potentially be helpful. What else do we have? The drink count. The drink count is something that there may be some room to impeach on. I went also back and checked from during the first trial. We have this receipt from the waterfall. The receipt from the waterfall shows 1 Tito's. Look at that, 1 Tito's. And then she did also acknowledge, though, having the shot, the fireball shot that somebody else took. Somebody else bought. I think it was Chris that bought the round, even though they're on the weight loss challenge. Remember all this from last year. But we didn't hear. We didn't see the receipt from CF McCarthy's, which was, I thought, a little odd. It was a little odd. They did talk about the receipt from CF McCarthy's, and what we got was that John and Karen split the tab. They both paid $59 something, $52.80, and that Karen reads tabs. They were making a list, and it was 1 Tito's, 1 Coors Light. So the receipts, I'm very curious about the receipts. Of course, they should have collected the receipts, and so they should have both. I don't know why we didn't get them admitted from the first trial. But that's a piece of evidence. If that doesn't support the drink count that Bukhenik is claiming, total of 9 drinks between CF McCarthy's and the waterfall that he says he saw on video, the receipts don't support that, well, then that's impeachment. And that goes to your eyes and probably, again, just the targeted nature of your investigation. He's making a point to emphasize the evidence led us well, but the evidence didn't lead you to make up drinks that she didn't have. That was all you. Maybe the receipts don't back it up. Maybe the receipts do show total of 9 drinks. That's possible. But then why wouldn't the Commonwealth put them in? It's just a little bit bizarre. So I'm curious to see if we'll get a little bit more clarity on that, perhaps. I did not see a lot of drinking in that video. Yuri Bukhenik, once again, is telling me stuff is happening on there. I'm not seeing it with my eyes. I'm seeing things that are happening that are obstructed by, for example, John's body. And you're telling me it's something, but that's not what we see. Not what I see. So just a little curious how all that is going to pan out. Might ask too, did they not get, I think they did. They did get everybody else's tab. Kind of vaguely remember that coming out through Caitlin's tab or something like that. Because surely you would collect the tabs of everybody that was at the bar that night hanging out with them, because somebody else could have bought Karen's drinks, right? Somebody else could have bought a round. So surely you got everybody's. Oh. What else is going on, guys? What else is going on? Anything else going on? I did see that little clip going around looking like somebody who I'm not gonna bother to name, but who was in the press box yesterday doing a little sketchy looking stuff with their phone, potentially in the direction of the jury. I don't know if that's what it looks like or not, but would expect that to be a problem if that happened. There's photographing or videoing of the members of the jury happening. That would very much violate the courtroom decorum order. So if that's the case, I would expect that to be followed up on. Yeah, guys, it's Friday, man. I'm so amped for this cross exam and to see where we go. I'm not even like really able to think about anything else. I'm so on edge. What do we got? We got the deleted sallyport video, right? We got the inverted sallyport video and how he testified about it last trial. That could be tricky. That could be kind of tricky to set up and bring in. The first trial, it was easy because they own gold. They own gold. That bringing it in, presenting it as not inverted, as showing things the way that they were supposed to be seen, and then trying to argue that see, you can see Trooper Proctor's nowhere near that right rear tail light. He's on the other side of the car. But then it turns out when you invert the video so that it shows the way it is in real life, he is in fact right there by the right rear tail light. Also not clear why somebody then is sitting in, getting out of the passenger side. I don't know. It's going to be a little bit tricky to set that up because, they didn't bring it in. Last time it was easy. This is what you did. This is what you claimed. This is what you based it off of. And it turns out that's all really misleading and dishonest. Here, they didn't do that. So you have to go into establishing that you did it last trial, what you said about it last trial, and, the fact that it's not accurate. You were misleading in the last trial. It's just a little bit trickier to do that when they have been very careful this time to not repeat that mistake, not fall into that trap. Judge isn't even letting him say Trooper Proctor didn't touch the car. She's not even letting him say that. I'm still very intrigued by this. Her decision to strike those claims that he makes. Does she have some proof that Michael Proctor touched the car? I don't know, but it's just a little bit out of the norm. A little bit out of the norm for the rulings, definitely out of the norm from the last trial. The last trial, when they arrived at Dighton. He says that they see the large black SUV in front of the garage. They see the damaged right rear tail light. He told Proctor to go and examine it closer. The snow was compacted and caked onto the tail light casing. There were pieces missing. The left tail light was intact. Nobody touched it. That's what he said last time, and that was fine. This time he's not allowed to do that. Very intrigued by this. So is there more sallyport video? I mean, we've heard the story of the drips and drabs of the sallyport video, and that they seemingly had it all from very early on. I don't know. Very curious where this could go, because this is an area that has evolved quite a bit from the first trial. Remember, in the first trial, the inverted sallyport video, it was only turned over very shortly before trial. It was like a surprise that they had it at all. They weren't supposed to have any. And then we got all these competing stories in the post-trial motions. where the defense is seeking access to it, trying to get the metadata, trying to be able to go in and extract the DVR machine, get some data from that. Their forensic analyst shows up at CPD after being told, no problem, come get it. Then is told, oh, there's nothing on it. It's on an overwrite. Why didn't you tell me that before? I don't know if we'll get into all of this with Bukhenik. I don't know if we'll get into all of it with Bukhenik because he doesn't know anything. He's just a guy on the team. It's not like he was the lead or something. Not like he was the lead or something. It's funny, somebody in the chat pointed out yesterday that the Canton audit didn't have any trouble referring to Michael Proctor as the lead investigator. Neither did Judge Cannoni. It's in the motion to the order on the motion to dismiss. Proctor's the lead investigator. Only person that has a problem with this idea is Trooper Bukhenik. So I don't know how far into this, if at all, they'll go with him. And it may just depend what they have. He's clearly not cooperative. He's not going to help you. He's not going to authenticate anything that he thinks might help you make a point. He'll not remember. He'll not recognize. He's not sure. He's never seen it before. Doesn't know if it's been altered in any way. He knows all the slippery ways to not help the defense get anything in. So I'm not sure that anything he hasn't previously been pinned down to, like, for example, the inverted sallyport video, I'm not sure that anything else he's going to be the guy to be able to get it in, but they may plant some seeds if they know some stuff. There's new video. What about the 43 minutes? The missing 43 minutes? Has that been recovered? Is that in the bulk download that apparently somebody did at some point and then kept it somewhere in explanations that continued to evolve over time, and then selectively piecemeal little dribs and drabs of it in discovery rather than providing the whole bulk file, the whole raw data unedited. I don't know. I don't know that we're going to get a lot of that in through Bukhenik because of how uncooperative he is. But if the defense does have some new stuff, then yeah, they might plant some seeds with him. We might get a preview. Might get a preview of what's coming. So that's something I'll be looking out for. Are there hints in here? Are there hints in here about that sallyport video? Perhaps there's more. Is there anything helpful? I don't know, but that'll be interesting to see. And that is a possible explanation, isn't it? For you can't say nobody touched the vehicle. There's some new evidence. We know there's a lot of new sallyport video. Just a possibility. Just a possibility. One thing that also came out in the last trial through Bukhenik, none of this stuff was booked into evidence as plastic, the clothing, et cetera, et cetera. None of it was booked into evidence until March the 14th when they sent it to the lab. That was according to AJ. I'm not sure that's actually correct because I think we've seen evidence labels on the bags. We've seen some indications of, I think it's February 4th is the first time it shows up in an evidence system, but we don't have a log. Trooper Bukhenik's mom has never seen a log like that before. There should be a log. There should be a log if it's in it's in a computer-based evidence management system. Yeah, there should be a log. That's why you have an evidence clerk. That's why you have this management system. These management systems used to be on paper. The guy would sit there in a little, locked in area with all of the evidence. You want access to a piece, you need to go look at it, do something with it. He writes it down on his pieces of paper, who you are, when it is, what you're getting, etc. It's all the same thing now. It's just done digitally. So he puts it in the computer. So there should be a log. They should be able to produce a log. Why is there no log? I don't know. If there's a label, there should be a log. Maybe they've just never printed one out, and that's why Bukhenik's never seen one. But there should be a log if there's a label, at least one that you can access. Looks like that early start Judge Cannoni gave us yesterday is not going to happen today. Camera guy's getting a little excited in the courtroom. Haven't brought it up yet, but I'll go ahead and get it ready. But we're not going to sit and stare at that fan. No need for that. No need for that. A lot of people watching this trial, guys. A lot of people watching this trial. A lot of people watching a lot of different commentators, different sources. Appreciate all of you that are here watching it with me. But you got to wonder if there's any reflection now. Looks like they're getting going. How things are going, given the number of people that are watching.
Council. Good morning,
Ms. Looks like.
Good morning, jurors.
Oh, look at that big smile. Good morning, jurors.
Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing?
And Ukraine from discussing.
Yes. Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last yesterday? Everyone said no or should be. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Ready. Okay.
Is he ready? Is he ready? We get that targeted focused cross like we did with Jen McCabe.
Sergeant, remind you're still in the room. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian HIggins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian HIggins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
They cannot because he's died. Berkowitz died.
May I look up the code you're on?
Yes.
Anybody? Anybody want to set it?
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report.
I'll say 11 minutes. Over or under 11 minutes to sidebar. That'll be 6:22 a.m. my time. See a lot of people taking the under so far on 11, one over on 25, less than 15. Quick under.
May I approach you on it?
Alyssa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alyssa. Under.
So did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So you've given a general description.
Other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10.
Quite a bit
general
bigger
area.
than that, isn't it?
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit.
Quite a bit bigger
Would you
than that,
agree with
isn't
me? I'm
it?
not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you
What he
agree I'm
described.
about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
No, he won't agree.
I would,
I don't know what you mean by broad.
again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting.
And nobody
And
documented that.
all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You didn't have that when you seized the
You weren't
car.
there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested.
You do get the
And
evidence to suggest what
Then
happened,
it's
don't
all
you?
put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion. And then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory
This isn't necessary, Alan.
is an assumption or presumption, correct?
You don't have to get in the word
I
battle
guess
with
in
them.
some respect you can say that.
Okay.
But I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
You are arguing about
Well,
semantics.
You agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial
That's
hours of the
new.
investigation, we had those
When did
statements.
he learn I hit him?
We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer
But you already knew you were looking for the car before you found any taillights.
You were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's
He used the
Dictionary
word theory.
to define a word that you
But he's
used
not
in
gonna
an
argue
answer about
semantics?
20 seconds ago. We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained, let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You
2
didn't
minutes left
photograph
on the
it?
under, guys.
Is that
No, I
right?
did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
That's not what plotting cross
2 points
coordinates
that are
is.
stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular.
Like a
to
fire
that.
hydrant.
Pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross. That's exactly
You
where
could
that item's found.
triangulate
That's cross
everything
coordinates.
from those 2 points.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question.
Was
I'm
there a
waiting.
report?
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is
Yes,
there
there was.
a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And The bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
Yes, that's a question.
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
Hand him report
If there was
83.
a need to
Show me where.
document a different location,
Hand him the
it
evidence
would have
bags.
happened.
Ask him where.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
We, guys, those of you that took the under, well over 11 minutes, the
Photograph.
first sidebar.
Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
Show it to
No,
him.
no objection.
Exhibit 111.
One of the photos we saw yesterday looking through trial 1. Is that what it is? Let's publish it.
May I approach John?
Yes.
They all say 34 Fairview Road. That's all the bags say.
The evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, John?
Okay.
Now he's backing away from there would be a further description. Might be on the bag, might be in the report. Now we're
Does this look like the photograph that you were
back
just
to general.
reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
Now we're back to general.
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
Not a
That's all
further
it says about the
description.
description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Several lines.
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
No further
And
description.
you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is
Why is
that?
Your handwriting.
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
You don't
So we're
remember
just
who
in a
that
circle
is?
here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
Yeah. So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
You gave it over to somebody completely unidentified and unknown, and they filled it out.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since
No,
this
you
is
agree
part
it's
of
very
every piece of
important.
evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Yeah, he's the one that's looking
Have you ever seen
ridiculous right now.
Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years,
sure.
on evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Guys, they can't put it in Proctor's hands because they have to keep these independent from Proctor in different hands to corroborate this idea that multiple people would have to be involved in the conspiracy. Because multiple people found plastic, so they can't all be part of the frame up. But if you gave it all to Proctor, and then Proctor hangs on to it and books it all into evidence when he feels like, then it
You can
could.
look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
All evidence is important, but you don't know who you gave it to. It's not that important.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes, fine.
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. You might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see
But you didn't see me label it.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, in terms of the first tab, this is a purple tab.
But it was labeled in discovery by the
Some
prosecutor.
of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. The
Do you
D.
highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
First sidebar at 6:37. It took 26 minutes. We started at 6:11. 26. So anybody who took the over on anything over 25, you guys are the winners. You guys are the winners. You think this combative attitude is working for Bukhenik? You think he's the one? Think he's making Mr. Jackson look ridiculous? Because he says so? That would be ridiculous. Is it any more ridiculous than giving this very important evidence to somebody you don't know who filled out the bag? You don't remember who you told it to. You sealed it. Then who booked it into evidence? They did. You just wrote it on the bag. This very, very careful handling, documentation, critical steps. Everything's important. The switching back and forth from general to specific. He's the one that said, because we went through what the report 83 says, and it doesn't have a location. He said, he's the one that said, well, there is a further description. It might not be in the report. It might be on the bag. It says the bag just says 34 Fairview Road. So don't think we're getting more specific than that. The same general area seems to be a bit of a problem, doesn't it? Because the CERT search has now migrated to the road. The CERT only searched the road now, but you found everything on the grass. So the area that was previously excavated is in the road, and everything you looked at was up on the grass. So it's not the same general area. What does the same general area even mean? That's the problem with saying the same general area, is that is vague. What's the general area? The general area could be within a half mile. The general area could be within the town of Canton. We don't know, because it depends on what is it relative to. Mr. Jackson's making the point. It would need to be relative to the point of impact. If we're just saying it's in the same general area of what? The same general area of what? Of where the other excavation was done. That's what he's given us so far. Would have been so easy. It would have. Tag those items, each one of them, stick your little flag up there, your little evidence marker flag as you find them, and cross-coordinate them off of the fixed points of the flagpole and the fire hydrant. Since you're saying those kind of define the boundaries of your search area anyway, they're perfect. It's ideal for that. You couldn't ask for a cleaner way to be able to triangulate these, and that will give you exact locations, because you can triangulate. You can place a boat like very precisely in a specific spot on the ocean by triangulating through the stars, like it works really well. You could find this taillight plastic very specifically.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
It went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on it.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit
I don't have a
here?
memory of it.
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
And it's not documented or logged. Who had it? Who touched it? Suddenly we're back to it being detailed and not
You're
general.
aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant
That's not the
Bukhenik, do you know
question.
the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence.
Very Jim McCabe there.
the,
Show
the
me.
actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
See if we get any of Jim McCabe's documents are wrong.
Okay.
Yesterday, if it's in a report, it's the truth. I'd take it as the truth. Yes, this is chain of custody 101, documenting who has access to every piece of evidence at what time? Chain of custody 101. You've never seen an evidence log, though, have you? Not one like that. Never seen one like that. It is a catch-22, isn't it? Rather self-serving, perhaps. Whether a report is a good thing or not depends on the needs of the moment.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
Exactly this. Schrodinger's
You can
locations,
take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
general and specific at the same time. Exactly right, Tay-Tay. Good point. They got a whole recess and break, didn't they? Take as much time as you need to sort that out. Figure out what you have. Is it even the right thing that you said it was?
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
He's going to look through the whole thing, and then somehow it's going to be Mr. Jackson's fault. No, I need to look at the whole thing.
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure.
Nothing that you wouldn't expect, Moon Goddess. Nothing you wouldn't expect. Word games while declaring that we're not here to debate words. Confusing general and specific depending on the needs. Claiming that details are provided on the bag, but they weren't. Not knowing who filled out the bag that has his name on it. And he Doesn't know who he gave it to, doesn't remember the conversation, but he's sure that it's right. Nothing you wouldn't expect.
That refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Bukhenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
You can redirect
Do you
him.
understand my question? I'm asking, can you
Reorient
point to a
him.
single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they
Make
remain?
him answer the question.
Specifically between
If you don't want the
February 10th, when you
reorientation.
lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them.
Objection.
Sustained.
It shouldn't be sustained.
Yes.
Now we're having a sidebar.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Rather than arguing with him, remember yesterday, he got that
As the
he got that
supervisor,
rebuke to answer the
you're generally
question.
aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but
depends.
very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
He'll reflect on it. Now he won't take it as fact anymore. He'll just reflect on the document.
Yes.
Take a look at that. And tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
I'll reflect on it.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
And 2 weeks later, taillights still appearing,
There was
revealing itself.
precipitation
Speak to you.
when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
Peas in a
The
pod.
day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Is that the inside joke? That family joke that they have, the Alberts, McCabe's.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Raining taillight everywhere. See, this isn't law, though. This is justice. That's how it's different. If there were true justice in the world,
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you finish?
were or are? Were or are?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with some,
Tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that.
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the?
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Where are we going with this?
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
He hasn't authenticated it. You gonna let it go or you gonna wriggle?
No objection.
Gonna just let it go. Because you know it's the piece from that bag.
Exhibits 112A and B.
You want to request to publish?
Okay.
Excellent. You should do that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
Huh, look at that handwriting. Weird.
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the
Block
full
all
screen,
caps.
Mr. Wilk? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
Ashley Valier,
That's
AMV.
what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at the, first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item? The item number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is
A
one.
massive item.
It's how the crime lab keeps them separate.
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers.
By six piece.
I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part.
About 6 inches by 6 inches. Why don't you ask your mom?
At the
You would
widest
know.
part, it appears
Never seen anything like
there's
that.
no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the
Very next day.
by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document.
Now we need the over-under on how long to get a mom joke.
Thank you.
I did previously.
We love our moms. Don't forget your mom this Sunday. Those of you in the U.S., it's Mother's Day here. I know Mother's Day is different in other parts of the world, but here in the U.S., don't forget about
Are you familiar
Sunday.
with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It's all from the crime lab, so he knows they can tie it together. So he's not objecting, even though Bukhenik's not going to authenticate any of this. But he's wishing there would be an objection.
A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Now there's some cursive on it.
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion.
Several
appears to be by
pieces,
ruler.
that's all it says
Do
on
you
the
see
bag,
a-
and somebody's
the
writing.
same- I think you called it a lens number.
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes,
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do
Oh,
you see it, first of all, on the bottom?
look how big that is.
Same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted
More
in
than
this
6
photograph?
inches. It's like 8 inches.
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay.
Thank you,
Is
Jeremiah.
that a similar 6-inch ruler?
You
that's being
understood the
photographed with
assignment.
that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe
Okay. And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a
Or maybe
challenge,
8.
but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
4 to 5.
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up here with the court's permission.
All this stuff just magically
Again, the
appeared.
last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When you
Yes.
collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on
He
February
wants to suggest they were in the
18th,
piles
later,
of
correct?
what was excavated.
Those items were not observed by me, or
Sir
else I would have
carefully
collected
sifted all that.
them.
Sir carefully
this down.
sifted all that, didn't they? So it wouldn't be there. How would you miss 6x8 pieces of plastic.
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that
What's the
John
Higgins
O'Keefe
clip?
and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of
He
your
did. He
investigation?
received them.
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was an extraction.
It was
Self-selected.
extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
It's hearsay.
Sustained.
That's why it's being objected
What
to.
was your understanding about what the items were, the
Offer
pages of
for-
text messages
to
that you
his
received? What was
knowledge.
your understanding about where they came from?
It's to what he knew at the time of the
From
investigation.
his device and his communications
Not
with the
the truth.
defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail,
Fresh.
I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. There were communications between acquaintances or
You're
people that
hot.
know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Just get
Do you
him
remember
in.
any text
You can get
message,
him in through him. This is what Brian Higgins
between the
provided
two
to
of
you.
them
It's a true and
that
correct copy
suggested
of
a
it.
romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
Just get him in. You can get him in through him. True and correct copy of what Brian Higgins provided to you. And it's offered for the purpose of what he knew when he was conducting his investigation. It's not whether it's true or not. It's did he have a reason to suspect there was a romantic connection of some kind between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. So it's not offered for hearsay purpose. That's how I'd be going at it. He doesn't want to put the whole text chain in. Why not? Just lean into it. Just lean into it. If we're going to say that's the motive, then let's lean into it. Get the whole thing in. Put it all in. Let the jury see it. They already know the relationship was falling apart. The relationship with John. So, but it seems maybe like he doesn't want to. Wants to try to avoid that if possible. But I think he's got the foundation to get those text chains admitted if he's inclined to do that. Remember things about a kiss we shared? Yeah. You're hot. Yeah, we remember old Brian Higgins having to read those out in the first trial. It's the cringiest stuff ever. Absolutely no game on that guy. No game. Zero text game. So we're at the waterfall. So I see how Ellen is trying to set this up. You knew that Higgins had a romantic interest in Karen. Why? Because of the text messages, not because they're true, but just because of what that would have signaled to you about the nature of their relationship. So you would have had information that there was a romantic connection there. And then reviewing the waterfall video, you might have noticed certain behaviors that Higgins engaged in. And then there was that text to Karen midway through. Well, and you knew all that. This is all about the investigation. Not offered for the truth. This was available to you, but you discarded it. The evidence could have led you in this direction, right? The evidence is leading the investigation. It could have led you towards Higgins might have a motive. Could have led you towards Higgins might have a motive. But you didn't go there, even though you had all of the pieces provided to you for you to be able to draw that inference. Develop that theory. Do you need a dictionary? Do you need a dictionary to know what a theory is? It was his word. I can't believe he did that. He literally did say we develop theories, and then he says I need a dictionary to know what theory means. Oh man. It's just this. Imagine having this little shame. What would it be like to go through life with this little shame? I can't imagine. I really can't. Are you really that oblivious? Are you so used to just saying something and it being true that it's never occurred to you that you say ridiculous things? Or is it that you do know and that's why you have to do the confession by rejection thing or by projection thing where you're like, Mr. Jackson, you're being ridiculous. Oh, is he? Is he? Is he indeed? I think whoever pointed out that those taillight pieces When they are out there that morning with that tiny amount of snow on the ground and everybody is walking around, nobody stepped on this. This isn't visible. Nobody comes across it. Pretty hard to believe, isn't it? Pretty hard to believe. But instead, at that point, when there was virtually no snow yet, there's nothing on the grass, nothing on the ground. CERT comes out that evening, can't even excavate the grass. They're only in the street. And it's all in a little one square foot area that they find stuff. And then the same general area, but not the same general area at all, because not in the street now, up on the grass. In this whole area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant and all the way to the curb, which he's trying to say is 10 foot by 5 foot. Maybe the perspective on the yard really is that distorted, and maybe it really is that small, but that's small. That's smaller than an average, bedroom. Certainly looks bigger than that. If only there were a way to go out and perhaps measure and document the size of that area. If only there were some tools with which that could be accomplished. I don't know how big it is. If I were gonna spitball it, it looks, way closer to 100 square feet than 50 square feet to me. 10 by 10, 12 by 8, something like that. But if only somebody could have taken care of that. I don't know how you didn't find that tail light that morning. Those pieces, I think it's a very effective visual. These massive pieces are only now revealing themselves after the snow is already gone. Remarkable. The pre-filled out bag. Did that look like a pre-filled out bag? Because we got Trooper Proctor's block handwriting on it.
Make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a couple hours break.
What? All right, please. Jury, everything, just fold your notebooks and leave them. Just step right. Thank you.
Morning break, huh? All right. Are we going to come back and have an argument in court, or are we going to do this all at Sidebar? We'll see. But that should be legit. Goes to his investigation, not offered for the truth, but to the effect on the listener. What did you do with this information that was provided to you? What conclusions did you draw from it? What theories did you develop? Oh, none, you say? So this was irrelevant, and you didn't, in fact, participate in a proceeding from last year where, in fact, this was presented as part of Karen's motive to kill John. You wouldn't be able to do that.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and access.
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Michael. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Half an hour. We're going to take some time. Half an hour. So 8 o'clock my time will be coming back. That's 11 o'clock over there, 2 hours until lunch. All right. Well, we know. How's this going so far, you guys? How do you feel like this is going? Oh, I like how he got to revive old Trooper Paul's talking point from the last trial about the evidence was speaking to us. The evidence was speaking to us. What language? In which of your many languages was the evidence speaking to you? Was it in a high tone of voice like Jessica Hyde? Did the evidence uptalk you? Of course. Of course it was a vehicle collision. He theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview based on the I hit him statements. We had those statements with the broken cocktail glass, so he might have come into contact. The glass might have come in contact with the victim. That's what he communicated to the medical examiner. But they had to go see Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to see what they could corroborate. You knew before you went to Karen's you were looking for the car. You knew before that. So the theory transitioned at some point, didn't it? You knew before you went to Dighton you were looking for the car because you called ahead to them to tell them to get the tow ready. So you already knew. Worked out a rough timeline from the testimony yesterday. They arrived there at 2:30 approximately. It was a 45-minute to 1 hour drive. So by about 1:30, 1:45 in the afternoon when they left the hospital, they already knew they were looking for a vehicle. They want us to think, that it was John's body? That chewed up arm is what made you think, oh, must have been a car. All of our training and experience, our many investigations where the cars have chewed up the arms of the individual who was impacted, that just nailed it down to us. We knew it was a car at that point. No, so at some point that theory shifted. How'd you rule out that she was not saying I hit him with a broken cocktail glass and that she hit him with a car? Is it just the taillight? Is that what it was? Because you hadn't found any taillight yet, had you? Hadn't found any yet? You say you saw that dash cam video from 8:30 in the morning, but he didn't know it was significant at the time. How quickly did you look at that? How soon did you know that was significant? Why'd you look at it in the first place? The chain of information here, the way that it traveled, could be significant. The shifting between the general area and the specific designation, dude. Schrodinger's locations. Knowing that it's at 34 Fairview Road on Canton is as specific as they need to get for an accident reconstruction. How many accident reconstructions do you think Sergeant Bukhenik has been involved in? In, what did he say, 20-some years as a state trooper? No, from the last trial he testified he's been involved in about 500 unattended death investigations. I'll bet he's done a lot of accident reconstructions. And how many of those do you think they carefully document, coordinate? Evidence like this? Pieces of taillight, debris from the collision on the road? I think it might often tell you a lot about where the collision took place, how it took place, the speed with which it took place. I suspect they'll be able to get a lot of that in through crash reconstruction experts. We know Bukhenik is going to minimize and be uncooperative and argue about everything. Mr. Jackson, I think, is giving into the temptation a little bit to get down and wrestle with him, and I think that isn't helping. I don't know if it's helping with the jury. Of course, I can't see how the jury is taking it. It's not helping him with the judge, and just from the standpoint of getting her on side to help him. right? She's now looking at him as the problem again. You're argumentative, so I'm not going to let you ask these questions. Instead of, he's not answering the question, which he didn't. His answers are non-responsive. He's answering questions that aren't asked. So the only thing that's inappropriate about Mr. Jackson saying that is that he's saying it out loud in front of the jury. If he had just gone to sidebar, pointed that out, he might have gotten that advisement, that same advisement that he got yesterday. Remind you need to answer the question that's been asked. So I think he's giving into the temptation a little bit to get into the struggle. Maybe it's for the benefit of the jury. He's in a much better position to gauge that than I am. But in terms of getting his work done, getting the points elicited, getting the questions answered, the witness pinned down, it's not. It is less effective than what he was doing yesterday. So I don't think he's going to get much from Trooper Bukhenik about, I'm sure you've investigated tons of traffic collisions. You're a frickin' trooper. It's like all you deal with is the highways. It's like your main function. Oh, I guess when you get specially detailed to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, you get to do unattended deaths too. But by and large, that's the general. You have troopers do the highways, places inside the local jurisdiction, inside the town of Canton or whatever, the county of Norfolk, whatever. It's those folks, then those law enforcement agencies that are investigating crimes in general. So we know he's done a billion traffic reconstructions, but he's never going to admit it. But I'm sure you could get that in through the crash reconstructionists, because they've surely worked. People who do crash reconstruction professionally, they draw off of the materials in the investigation that is conducted by law enforcement, even if they're doing it after the fact. A situation where, we're in a civil case and we're trying to sort out who's responsible, and somebody sued somebody, and we hire an accident reconstructionist to prove our theory. They're relying on the crash reports. They're relying on the police reports. So they've seen tons of these too, and they're going to know what the norm is and what the standard is, and why it's so important to document stuff like where the debris is, because it's important to be able to recreate what speeds are we talking about, what area are we talking about, and from that understand exactly how the collision took place. Brennan not fighting him on these little packets he's put together of the evidence bag and the item in it. That's smart on Brennan. You could, because Bukhenik's not going to authenticate it. That's kind of his little signal of I don't want to talk about this. But Brennan knows it'll come in anyway. It'll just come in through the lab people. They'll be able to square the circle with that. So finding it probably looks worse. Doesn't remember who he gave it to, doesn't know who filled out the bag. He's so eager to distance himself and the evidence from Michael Proctor that he'll just make his own practice look worse. You gave it to somebody you don't even remember who. You don't know. And then you don't know what happened to it. You just handed it to them. To them. So eager to distance Michael Proctor and try to provide that cover of, no, this wasn't all Proctor. It was a team effort. Therefore, we would all have to be involved in the conspiracy. That couldn't be, could it? I don't know. Are we going to hear about Trooper DeChico's notes about the ring camera video? Give us a little clue as to who else might be in on it? I wonder if we will. Those of you who were with us the last trial may remember what I'm talking about. Ring camera video that was deleted, not available. Except there's a note about some of that unavailable video. there's a note. Huh, weird. Wonder who deleted it. Wonder who deleted that video. They have no record of an evidence log, any kind of formal documentation of the evidence until it shows up at the lab on March 14th when Proctor took it over. I really like how Alan kept the burden of proof where it was. You can't point to documentation between those time frames, between when it was collected on February the 10th until it was booked into the lab. He knows the difference between collecting and booking, but of course that doesn't mean it wasn't properly handled. Well, it's your burden to prove it was properly handled, wasn't it? It's your burden of proof to prove that. But it's fine. It was all there in the Norfolk County District Attorney's office. It was in their possession. Doesn't matter if it wasn't in evidence in the secure evidence room where access is carefully monitored. Hardly anybody can get in. If you need to go look at the evidence, you log in and out. So there's a chain of custody. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean it was improperly handled because it sat in the Norfolk County District Attorney's office for over a month. That doesn't mean it wasn't properly handled. Is that inviting reconsideration of Michael Easter right there? Kind of suspect it might. That might call for some rebuttal. Is that proper evidence handling? Leave it sitting in the Norfolk County District Attorney's office, somewhere you don't even know where, for over a month, till it finally shows up in the lab? One second. Don't know if you were hearing that. I'm trying to save you guys. Dog is not allowed to lick. It's just gross. They can go somewhere else and do that. Go somewhere else and do your dog thing. I love dogs. Dogs are so gross. They're so gross. He doesn't know exactly how many pieces of taillight. He doesn't know how many. He hasn't heard that 46, 47 pieces of taillight reiterated multiple times. Then we got that visual of the stuff that Proctor discovered after he was there on February the 10th. And bearing in mind that it started raining on February the 4th, what does that do? Rain melts snow super fast. Rain melts snow super fast. So by February the 4th, almost all the snow is gone, except there's probably still some mounds from where they did the excavation. But remember, CERT told us those were mounds of snow that they had sifted. They removed it carefully, layer by layer, and sifted it. And once they were sure they had found there was anything in there that could be found, then they dumped it and they created their piles. So nothing in those piles. Nothing in those piles. And yet somehow these pieces of plastic that are larger than anything your mother has ever seen or imagined are showing up weeks after February the 18th, 2 weeks after the snow is nearly all gone and we're suddenly discovering massive pieces of plastic. So now the waterfall, they clearly went through quite a bit of their preliminary plan, I guess, of what they're going to do in this area, with the judge at the bench. So all we know, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be provided to Mr. Bukhenik to review. So he doesn't have to pretend I need to see it all. I wouldn't want to characterize it. I'd need to see the entire video from the waterfall. So we already know that, Judge Bev won't let them do that. You should. If that's going to be his position. Great. Let's watch the entire video then. That's how you want it. It's his fault. He's the one that's making that necessary. But, she's not. She's blaming the defense for the witness being unreasonable and resistant and combative and uncooperative. So make him review it over the break. Provide it ahead of time, make him review it over the break, and then ask him questions about it. So that should mean that things will go a little bit more smoothly and perhaps, less opportunity for him to wiggle about. Well, we got about 15 minutes left in this break still, assuming that they go on time. So let's turn to some of your questions and comments. Charlie Eckert, good morning from Bremerton. I appreciate you covering the trial. I was watching it with Nick Rakita, and he highly recommended you. Thank you so much for coming over from Nick's stream. Had some very good times on Nick's stream back during the old Debt Fee Heard days. Said many times, Nick Rakita is probably one of the main reasons I'm on YouTube at all. When I first was on his channel, I wasn't on YouTube, didn't aspire to be on YouTube, but got a lot of encouragement to do so, in part because of him bringing me on. So always had good times. More than happy to welcome you degenerates here to our chat. So thanks for being here, Charlie. Ben Togel, Nose Gang into house. Welcome, Nose Gang. Welcome, Nose Gang. Are you feeling particularly unbreaded this morning? Hope you are. Dawn on me. I'm concerned that Bukhenik comment about Proctor being honorable was decided to say by him and Brennan. Well, maybe it was. Maybe it was. Does it matter? I mean, does it matter? The problem is that the strength, the weight of that comment is going to stand or fall on its own. And if that was Brennan's idea, it seems like a bad one to me, because it's just so unlikely to age well. Now, granted, anything could happen. Trooper Proctor could, vanish to Bali. I don't know if Bali has an extradition treaty with the U.S., but just hypothetically, he could vanish somewhere, fall off a cliff, slip into a crevasse. This could happen, and then you don't get Proctor in. But if he's unavailable for trial, then you have an exception to the hearsay rule, which is prior sworn testimony. And unfortunately, Trooper Proctor has already been thoroughly cross-examined about much of this stuff in the first trial. So it's coming in. The text messages are coming in, period. I can't think that this suggestion came from Brennan. I can't think it came from Brennan because he knows it's coming in. I think this was probably a Bukhenik soloing. This was a solo he thought he was going to do, and didn't quite hit the right notes, perhaps. But we'll see. Brandy Rose, the butt dial trial part 2. It's actually Trooper B's report that Julie says that. No way. Is it really? That is perfect. That is perfect. So we can't bring it up yet. We can't bring it up yet because Julie hasn't testified. We haven't laid the foundation. But we could certainly lay some groundwork to do that if we were going to do that, by just establishing you did these things and you took a report about it, you did the interview, and if it's in a report, it's true. You certainly wouldn't put wrong facts in your report. You could lay some groundwork for that if they want to go in that direction. I don't know if they do. They'll have their own theory and their own facts that they think are important to emphasize. To me, if we're trying to highlight, there's information available to law enforcement that should have raised their suspicions. He just told us yesterday what it was. Conflicting stories, trying to create alibis, et cetera, et cetera. Well, this, you would think, is exactly the type of thing that you should be alerted to, because it kind of blows the timeline, doesn't it? If Jen McCabe called Julie Albert at 5 o'clock, or Julie Albert, and that's how Julie found out that John was dead. Well, now we have a guilty knowledge problem, because Jen McCabe doesn't get to the property at 34 Fairview and find John dead until an hour later. So it creates a big timeline problem. And, normally police are going to be alert to that type of thing. The evidence will lead them in that direction. So to me, that's a pretty important fact. But that's my theory. I'm not running this trial. They might have other priorities. But that is a great fact, Brandy. Thank you for sharing that. I did not remember whose report it was. That it's Trooper Bukhenik's is freaking hilarious. Sandra M. Can the defense revisit the motion to have the ex-FBI guy testify to procedure after yesterday's shit show? I expect that they're going to. And I think the only question is going to be whether Bev is going to be a stickler. If she's going to double down, well, you didn't present them with any policies. You didn't ask them about policies. You didn't cross-examine them about what their policies were. The problem is, from my perspective, kind of watching how this trials unfold, that would be asking them about stuff that's not in evidence, and she's not allowing that to happen. I mean, we're seeing that just now with Higgins's text. We can't ask you. They're objecting because it's not in evidence. We can't ask you about it. So it's really a catch-22 situation. You need Michael Easter to get it into evidence. Well, she might say, no, you could try with these people and you didn't try. I don't know. Me, if it were, me doing it in an abundance of caution, yes, I would be doing that. I would have all of those policies. I'd have the training guides, anything that Michael Easter had that he relied on, that would be my goal. I would have presented it to Gallagher for Canton Police Department, be giving it to Yuri right here. He's the supervisor. It's his job to make sure that these policies are followed. So here's a policy. Do you recognize it? Just get him on record. He may not be helpful. I don't know. I haven't seen this before. It's you say it's this, but I'm not sure what it is. Okay. Great. You've been uncooperative. Now we've laid the foundation to get it in through Michael Easter. So me, in an abundance of caution, I would be trying to do that. I'm not seeing them do that. I don't know if it's going to be necessary or not, but we'll just have to see how that unfolds. I do expect them to ask to reconsider it. Definitely expect them to ask to reconsider it. Stormy, did Brennan open a door to bringing in Sandra B when Yuri Bukhenik said he investigates suicide by hanging? I doubt it because he wasn't, I don't recall that he was involved. Was Bukhenik involved in Sandra Birchmore? I don't think he was. The ones I remember being involved in Sandra Birchmore, real specifically, Guarino, Fanning, Lank. It's the only ones I remember real clearly off the top of my head. Let me know. Let me know if I don't think so, just because it would be very collateral, okay, he investigates death by suicide by hanging. That was a suicide by hanging. It doesn't necessarily correlate to what he did in this case. I would think they could use this in Sandra Birchmore's case, if he was involved in that investigation, but I don't think that this is going to be enough to open the door to saying, well, then let's talk about this investigation of suicide by hanging. It hasn't closed the circle to what does that have to do with this case. Avec gas. I asked Grok what color the taillight would shine if the outer polycarbonate is missing. It said red because the LEDs in the assembly are red. White only if backing up. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, LED lights, this is a new era. This is not the era of the old incandescent bulb, and you need a colored plastic piece over it to get it to shine that color. LEDs can be in any color you want. They can change color. They can be in multiple colors. Got lights in the pool. You can run any color you want them to, like do designs of colors and things like that if you want. It's all LED lights. I mean, it's a new era of lighting. So this doesn't surprise me whatsoever. And I would expect, Accident reconstructionist, maybe ARCA, hopefully has taken a little closer look at this. Starry Dust, can the defense insist on a highly transparent process for selecting the jury foreperson and alternates? They can ask, but can they insist? No, it's up to the judge to decide how it's going to be done. And the check on that is that if they think it's done wrong, they can appeal it. They can appeal it. I kind of recall us looking into this last time, and that it is fairly customary. I don't remember if it was out of a statute or a rule or something like that. The foreperson often is the first juror. But then the alternates are typically, they need to be selected at random. You can't decide, I want this person to be an alternate, I want that person to be an alternate. It's normally selected at random. So it was just that trial. The doctor I didn't watch the whole trial, but I did see people were calling out the process of selecting the alternates because that's the normal process. It's the one that you often see in different places. They have like a little bingo roller or something like that, or a hat with the numbers in it. They have a blind selection process, and they do it right there in open court. So you can see, oh, this number came out of the bingo roller. It's juror number 6, so that person is an alternate. You can see that happen. So normally that would be your process. You'd go through, you would select your alternates randomly in front of everybody so we can all be assured that that's what happened. And then the first person that would be, the first juror that's still remaining after the alternates are selected is going to be the foreperson. So the defense can ask and they can say, hey, there's a lot of concern about the integrity of this process. That's how you did it in this other trial. Might be helpful to do that here. Wouldn't hurt anything, would it? But it's ultimately going to be up to her. We'll see how that goes. Bachelor Junior, Andrea, if I send you an Andrew Jackson mug, will you use it instead of Thomas's? The character between those two men is as wide as the Pacific. Well, indeed it is. I'm not a fan of any particular presidents. And the reason why it says Thomas Jefferson on my mug is because that's the law school I went to. You can't read this. It's there you go. And it's all reversed anyway. Thomas Jefferson School of Law, Moot Court Society. That's my mug. So I don't endorse, frankly, the character of either of those people. I find them both rather problematic in different ways. Both admirable in different ways. People are complex. Generally not a good idea to put people on pedestals. People are complex. Casey Cat, curious why Trooper B was so willing to throw himself under the bus for Proctor. Does Proctor have ished on him too? Bet so. Oh, this whole thing. Of course they do. Of course they do. If this is a corrupt agency where everybody kind of knows what your role is and, you protect each other, you make sure that the other cops don't get any shit, then of course they do. That's part of what makes the system work. And it's part of what keeps everybody in line. The mutually assured destruction. I can blow you up with what I know unless you do what you're supposed to do for me. Now, Proctor's the one on the outs. Proctor's the one, he's been scapegoated in all of this. He's the one that didn't get the benefit of that protection. I took care of you and you didn't take care of me. So he's the one that seems to have the clearest incentive to blow it all up. But is he going to? I tend to doubt it, but we'll see. And things like this, maybe it's just an effort to make sure he's still on side, even though they didn't have his back. It wasn't their fault. It was IA. It was the brass at the top. We'll see. Alyssa Ramirez, have you ever misrepresented evidence in a trial before to get the inverted video in? That's a good approach. That's a way to do it. Now we know he's going to argue with it. And he's going to argue with the characterization, and probably Bev would take issue with that characterization too. So you might have to do it a little bit more. Just the language, you might have to walk it up a little bit more carefully. When you're testifying, it's your job to be as clear for the jury as possible. You're here to help the jury understand the evidence that you're testifying about. And so it's important to you to make sure you present it in a way that wouldn't give them a false impression. And you would correct it right away if you did that. But you didn't do that in the last proceeding, did you? Something like that. I don't know. Maybe I just implied that the last proceeding involved a jury, so I wouldn't be allowed to do that. Not sure. Not sure, but yeah, I think this is the general direction. It's the general way to do it. We just might have to, clean up and de-argument the approach. It's the misrepresented. Have you ever misrepresented? That gives him something to quibble about, and that gives Bev something to be like, well, you're characterizing it, and so he's going to argue about that. And that's your fault, Mr. Jackson, not the fault of the witness who isn't acknowledging things that should be pretty fundamental. Miriam, I love you, Queen. Oh, you're awesome, Miriam. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm just a person, but I appreciate your support. Thanks for being here. Katie Kane, can't wait for Cross. Never been so eager. FKR, love you, A. Yeah, this is. I'm feeling pretty good about this so far. It's not impeccable. There's a little bit of bumps to it, but still plenty of time. This has taken time. So the first time that they dealt with Trooper Bukhenik, it was not a full day thing. They brought him in fairly close to the beginning of day 24, or no, day 22, and they got all the way through Nicholas Barros. They got into Michael Proctor's entire direct, and they started Michael Proctor's cross-exam all in that same day. So Bukhenik was not given a lot of time. This is going to take some time. They're going to take their time with it. He's, he's trying to throw the hook, trying to not let him set the hook. He's squirrely. But rather than letting him get off, they're working on pinning him down. And so he's got some time to think about how it's working, adjust his strategy. If he's using his outrage tool, Mr. Jackson, to kind of convey the emotion to the jury, he may continue to do that. That may be what's working, even if it's not, maybe working from the standpoint of technique, cornering the witness, getting the answer, getting the judge on side, and so forth. He's got time. He's going to have time to think about this. So far, it seems like we barely touched a lot of what there is to be able to work with. Maggie Beth, Bukhenik's body language and attitude is very dismissive and contemptuous of the court and jury, in my opinion. So insulting to us, insist they don't know what a thumbs up means. They think we're idiots. Pointed this out yesterday. They treat us like we're stupid, like we have no choice but to just accept their word as what they say. And then they get all outraged. How dare you, if you suggest this obviously ridiculous thing that you're saying is obviously ridiculous, so you're probably lying, probably making it up, probably giving some cover to your corrupt guy that's no longer with your department. That's just how they do it. They say what they want to say, and then they try to emotionally abuse you into not daring to disagree with it. And these guys are, out there with badges and guns and the full authority to use those tricks on the populace as a whole. Keep them in line. Very contemptuous of everybody, and not just the body language, the actual actual spoken language that he's using, I think is communicating much of the same. E-Ray, if that smugness is not the flex you think it is, was a person. That smugness is not the flex you think it is. Smugness is almost never a good look. I don't know how they don't know that. Smugness is almost never a good look. It just it makes you look like you're compensating. It just rarely comes off well. Victoria Grochola, the crime scene spoke to him. It did indeed. Yes, the evidence spoke. The evidence spoke. Thank God we got that reprise from trial part 1. That was Trooper Paul last time. The evidence spoke to him. The crime scene spoke to him. That's how we knew. That's how we knew what happened and how John had gotten hit and pirouetted through the air, after getting hit on the elbow, landing some. Oh, wait, didn't we say it was already like 30 some feet where this would happen? Does that narrow? Does that give us a better idea of exactly how large an area we're dealing with? 30 feet point of impact, John's final resting place. For that to be a 50 square foot area, then that means if it's 30 feet long, it would be less than 1.5 feet wide. Don't think that's the size that we're dealing with. Anyway. Oh yeah, the evidence is speaking this time, not just the crime scene, the evidence as a whole. It's speaking in Ukrainian, perhaps? Russian? Yeah, люблю тебя, something like that. Говорю немного по-русски. Only just a very little. I did take Russian in high school, but I don't remember very much. A cool breeze. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. A wise man once said. Wise man once said. Yes. Very well caught. Appreciate that. This is of course Hamlet. Vlad Dracul. So did KR put a cocktail glass on her light? Yeah, when did they switch and why? How exactly did this theory of the case develop from, I'd like to know the time when they contacted the ME. They clearly have it in the document. So what time did you contact the ME to tell them you thought it appeared he had been hit in the face by a cocktail glass? And then when did that change? I'd love to be able to flesh out this timeline of the investigation. I think that would be helpful, particularly if the basic defense here is the Bowden defense, impeaching the investigation. Be helpful to really break down that timeline because, if that, just saying, hypothetically, if that message to the ME was sent at 9 o'clock, it says something a lot different than if that message to the ME was sent at 1. It's just in the early stages when they're getting information, talking to the folks at Canton Police Department, Good in particular. That tells us one thing. But if it's after they went to the hospital, after they've done all these other interviews, that would tell us something else, wouldn't it? So I don't know what the timeline of that communication was, but that could be helpful. Samantha Teresa, I'm sorry, is this the dumbest cop of all time? If Stifler from American Pie became a cop, we have Yuri B. See, I don't get dumb from him. He's quite sharp, quite canny. He sees the traps. He understands the game very, very well. It's a particular type of smart that he has. It's like the courtroom equivalent of street smart. That's how I see him. He's not smart enough to, none of them are smart enough to create a perfect frame job. And in part because I think, they're lazy. That's in the group chat. Gave it away. She just pleads out. And that's what 99% of defendants around the country do. Just plead out. And there she is saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She's considering it's possible. They're putting out stories in the news media saying it's on Ring. It's on Ring video. They expected her to just plead out. So they were able to be sloppy with the investigation. Still picking up plastic well after Karen Reed has been arrested. Weeks later, they had to keep building it. So I don't know that I can go with dumb for him. I mean, Trooper Paul was way dumber than this guy. Way dumber than this guy. And Trooper Paul was painfully dumb. This guy just has a certain kind of smartness, but the problem is maybe he's just he's been in this world too long. You know, he's been behind the thin blue line a little too long. He's maybe not able to relate to how it appears, how it comes off to people who are not part of the club. People who are not there to just accept your words on faith. Mistress Meg, could this case of laziness cause problems to past investigations? Guess it depends on whose courtroom you're in, doesn't it? Because they're messing up Sandra Birchmore doesn't seem to matter in this case. Doesn't seem to be something they can bring up. Weird how there's a pattern of inexplicable incompetence in investigations involving law enforcement officers. Weird. When there's a potential suspect that's a law enforcement officer, body on the lawn, a girlfriend mysteriously suicided, there's this strange pattern of incompetence. Don't get to bring that up in Bev's courtroom, so, should it? Yes. Yes, it should. It's highly relevant to bias. Highly relevant to bias. You do things correctly when it doesn't involve law enforcement. When it involves law enforcement, suddenly the manual, the process, the protocols, they're thrown out. Things are overlooked. I guess those 30,000 text messages between Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore didn't speak loudly enough. Guess they just didn't speak loudly enough. So, I mean, yeah, it should, but will it? Not under this standard we're seeing from Bev in her courtroom. In Wings, might have missed this, but please tell me, are all of these officers are testifying to great investigation brings in Mike Easter? It might. If I was being really cautious, I would like to see more effort to get into the specifics of what the policies are. And I haven't seen that. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be enough for Judge Bev, because she might be able to say, no, you didn't try to cross them on what the policy is. So you didn't exhaust your ability to get the information to the jury that this was inconsistent with the policies of Canton Police Department and Massachusetts State Police. You didn't exhaust your possibility of getting that information in front of the jury by cross. Now, it's a bad ruling in the first place. They're not required to use it through cross. They're allowed to put in any evidence that is relevant, meaning it has the tendency to make the existence or non-existence of any fact, more likely to be true or not true. Basic relevant standard, as long as it is not the probative value is not substantially outweighed by these other considerations, undue prejudice, etc. And then the Bowden defense itself contemplates they get to introduce evidence of failings in the police investigation. So none of that says you can only do it through cross. It's a bad ruling to begin with, and but in terms of trying to deal with it and rectify it, that kind of legal realism situation of this is the judge we're dealing with, we're in the process, this is, even if it's the wrong rule that's being applied, here's how to navigate within that framework. I mean, we know Bev, she doesn't want to let it in, so I would be exhaustive. try with all of these witnesses, get the policies in. If they won't do it for me, then, then I have a good basis to go and argue. We need Easter because you said we'd be able to get this all through cross. Clearly we can't because they're uncooperative. So the best answer I can give you on this is a maybe. It's going to depend on the judge. It was a bad ruling to begin with. So are they doing enough to overcome the bad ruling? We'll see. I still don't know how to pronounce this. I'm very sorry. I should look it up. I don't know what language it is. Dejan Luhic. Isn't the report a gospel to him? That is what he said. That's what he said. If it's in a report, it's true. But now he might need to reflect on the report. That's what he said. I would love to nail that down because it does. That's a potential gift to you. That's a weapon you can use against Jen McCabe now because the reports were all wrong with her. You can triangulate these witnesses against each other, and that's part of what you do, right? You look for contradictions and stuff like that. They might be coming back, but not quite yet. Michelle, the Commonwealth's trial strategy seems to be forcing the defense to argue with stupid. We all know you can't win when arguing with stupid. Well, yeah, the problem is they're falling into the trap. No, you can't win arguing with stupid. So you don't argue with stupid. You have your points, your facts that you're there to establish on cross. You have your pathway for how you're going to get it in, just like Alessi did with Jessica Hyde. It was brilliant, textbook, clean, crisp. It was fast. He's able to just go through all that because he's already roadmapped the whole thing out. You can play and stunt and argue a little bit if you're finding that that's helpful with the jury. It's getting you responses that you like. But if you always have that structure to fall back on, then you don't have to argue with stupid and you don't fall in that trap. And then it works even better because I'm just up here being very reasonable with evidence, documents, facts, and so forth. You're the one that's arguing and looking unreasonable and, looking stupid. You don't recognize a report. You don't recognize an evidence bag. You're gonna play dumb. When you keep it high and you keep it factual, its contrast is set. And so then the wiggling looks a lot more stupid. Rob Ensign, Bukhenik handed the evidence back to Liberace. Who knows? Can't rule it out, can we? The party with the burden of proof has not proven that Bukhenik did not provide the evidence to Liberace. They haven't proven it. They're the ones with the burden. Great point. Truth be told, hit the like button. Andrea is amazing. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate your support. Maggie Beth, generally worried for people of Massachusetts. Massachusetts, big part of the site of our original revolution, throwing off a tyrannical government. And yet here we are. I can understand the local dissatisfaction with the service that is being provided by these public officials, these representatives, these folks that are entrusted with core functions of government. I can understand real clearly. Because if my local law enforcement is made up of a bunch of these guys, we're going to have a problem. And I can understand absolutely why people are in the streets about this. People of Massachusetts, a lot of them seem pretty unsatisfied with it too. So maybe this is gonna ring in some new change. We'll see. Fighting Usyk. Zero chance he doesn't know evidence plotting. Accident reconstruction requires object placement within 2 feet. Basic state trooper stuff. See, this may just be a limit on your ability to fully prep for something like this. I would expect one of the things I mentioned before that Michael Easter has done, he has gone and he's acquired everything. He's gotten all the policies, he's gotten the training manuals, he's gotten them from MSP, from CPD, and he should get them from Academy, the basic Academy training materials, so that he can show If there's an inconsistency here, here's what you were taught in the academy about how to do this. And now you're up here pretending like you've never heard of such a thing. That's what I would have expected Michael Easter to do. And so that would then be available to Mr. Jackson to potentially be able to use that in this cross. And that just may be a limit on, your ability to prep. It's probably a lot of material, a lot of stuff to go through, a lot of time it would take. In a perfect world, that's what I would want to do. If I can't use Michael Easter, I can at least be guided by what he did and use it myself. Makes perfect sense to me. This guy's a trooper. He has responded to thousands, maybe tens of thousands of vehicle collisions. He's responded to thousands. So he knows how to do it. He knows how to do it when he wants to
make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
So they did some work over the break to make things go a little more smoothly. Is Bukhenik going to let them go more smoothly? Is it going to be clearer where the problem lies after that lunch break?
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you.
Okay, exhibit 114 is the
May
redacted.
I, with court's permission, put a side by side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
Okay.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, did they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The notes, Proctor's notes. I'm guessing that's what that was. I didn't go back to see what 111 was.
May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
No, 111
May I
was the
approach one more
evidence
time,
bag.
Your Honor?
Yes.
The 210 evidence bag. 114 is probably the redacted notes.
May I approach?
Yes. I see it now.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
Don't remember?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Gonna go ahead and put it all
This is
in.
what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With court's permission, I'd like to
Move it
ask
into
the
evidence.
witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
If it's ID only, he can't read it. But is
For identification.
but is Brennan going to object? It needs to be in evidence for him to read it.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Expecting him to read the whole document. We'll see counsel at sidebar. They did it in the first trial with Higgins, didn't they? They made him sit and go through those text messages and read every single one of them, and it was excruciating. Another with the comments. Another little comment from Bev, you're wasting our time. You're wasting our time. You're not going to have him read all of those. Certainly not. Are you? Putting your little thumb on the scale about the weight the jury should be given this evidence, Judge? Little improper suggestion about what the jury should think? That's not real impartial, is it? That's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that can be an appealable issue. Commenting on the evidence to the jury? Maybe that's why Alessi looked so pained and annoyed going back up to the bench. Now we're going to have to ask her to give another curative instruction again. She had to give that mea culpa the other day. Bet we're asking her to give another one right now. Shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have suggested that there's any weight you should give any evidence that anything that's being done here is wrong or improper or a waste of time. The attorneys are just doing their jobs. She's digging her hole deeper and deeper here. You're certainly not going to read all these. They read all of them in the first freaking trial when it was the Commonwealth's witness. Does the defense not get to present a case? Or is it just it's a different trial now? Different trial now? We gave him 30 some days last time to put on the case. We're on day 13 right now. What's your rush, Judge? Is there a rush? Thought there wasn't a rush. Keep clarifying, not rushing you, Mr. Jackson, but are you going to be done real soon? Not to rush you, but you're not going to read all these. Read every single one in the last trial. Every single one. Lot in there that should have clued him in. He wouldn't want to characterize these text messages as being, romantic. He hasn't reviewed them recently. lot in there that I would think a reasonable person reviewing these text messages would be able to get that impression from. Not a whole lot in there that's something else. Flirtatious. I wouldn't want to. So yeah, I'd say it all matters. This was his investigation. This is where the evidence led him. This is what theories he developed based on the information that came in. He had this information. He reviewed it. And then did what? Ignored it? Discounted it? I don't know. I'm sure he'll have some explanation. We thought it was nothing. Oh, you thought it was nothing, but then you used it as part of your theory of Karen's motive in the first trial. Now, of course, he personally didn't do that. Maybe that was Lally's strike of genius. Lally's stroke of genius. Let's just bury the jury in high tops and snow being shoveled from the apron, and who was playing in that high school basketball game, and do you remember the final score? Oh, and by the way, about those text messages. Bury them in everything. Taking a little time, isn't it? Having to think about how she's going to correct that statement she just made to the jury, perhaps. Certainly not going to show all these. Yes, I am. They're relevant. They're relevant. He had them. It goes to his characterization of them. It goes to his credibility when he says on the stand, I flirtatious, romantic, I wouldn't want to. The jury gets to evaluate that independently. And the defense gets to confront him with it. You get to confront him with the information that he had, that he developed in the course of his investigation, and what he did with it. She just can't stop causing problems for herself. She just can't stop causing problems for herself. Well, if you'd taken the 11 on the the under on the 11 over under, if we had reset that after we came back from the break, you guys definitely won. Definitely would have won that one. So if Exhibit 114 is the, sorry, just accidentally threw my pen on the floor, is the redacted copy of Trooper Proctor's notes, which I expect that it is, his notes of the witness interviews. Exhibit 111 that he was trying to use is the evidence bag, the one that they were talking about. It's the 210 bag. He doesn't recognize the handwriting, but it's got Yuri's name on it. The same word, and they appear very similar. We know it's Trooper Proctor's freaking handwriting, dude. We know it is. You can see it. It's that block all caps handwriting. Although there was that weird cursive on that, was it the February 18th bag? Almost like they're kind of pre-filled out. All it said is several pieces of plastic. Nice and general and unspecific. So, he's just establishing that it's Trooper Proctor's handwriting, but he's not allowed to get in 114 yet. He's going to need Proctor on the stand to do that, is going to be my guess. So, because it hasn't been authenticated at this point. Now, it should be I mean, I think that given that authentication is a low bar, Bukhenik already agreed. Yeah, given who the subjects of the interview were, it's likely Proctor's. That should be enough to clear it, frankly. But, probably going to have to get Proctor on the stand to say, yes, these are his notes and this is the redacted copy. And then we can get it into evidence. And then we can show the side-by-side in closing, or we can recall Bukhenik if we want to do that. But he's already got the fact in. Yes, it appears to be very similar handwriting. So long chat, isn't it? Long chat. See Mr. Alessi get pretty fired up about this judge and her rulings. He was pretty fired up in that argument about is he going to be allowed to cross-examine Jessica Hyde on her methods being found unreliable in another case, and his right to do that. He's pretty fired up about that. I wonder if he's pretty fired up there on that bench. Getting a little bemused and befuddled about what on earth is going on in here. What is up in this courtroom? You wouldn't be alone. What's going on, and why can't she keep herself in check? It's Friday. It's Friday, Judge. All you got to do is make it through today. You got a whole weekend. Maybe it's a good weekend to go to the beach, get some R&R. You're almost there. You just got to hold it in check one more day. Not make a bunch of little inappropriate comments about the case that the defense is presenting. How they're choosing to do it. It's all you need to do is just act like an impartial, unbiased decision maker, and not like a mommy chastising a naughty child. Maybe try not to do that. It's really all you have to do. It's not that high a bar. Really not that high a bar. Tick tock, tick tock. Tick tock. Remember, jury, this was going to make it all easier. Having him do the stuff over the break, it was going to make it all easier. Was it now? How did that age? Hey. See this coming up. Amanda Lang, our sidebar arguments limited to the crossing lawyer? No, the entire team is going up for all the sidebars, and Karen has the right to be up at the sidebar too. So whether she requires all of the arguments to just be presented by the one lawyer is going to be up to her. That is fairly common. I think we saw that in Det v. Heard, where you could kind of visualize the sidebars, and then later on, and it was the same thing, the whole group would go up, but then later on we got those transcripts, and she chastised them a couple of times for like double teaming. You just don't generally get to double team when you're dealing with a witness or emotion or whatever. It's one person, one attorney on the team handles it, but the others can all sit there and tell him what he needs to do and what he needs to say. I'm just going to work backwards through some of these while we have the time. Some of these ones that have been coming in. While we're waiting on this sidebar, the words. So with all of Bev and Brennan can this call into question all their past
jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
115.
And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian HIggins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian HIggins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation.
Yep.
Those are the instructions. All
Not
right,
hearsay.
with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Of course.
Thank you.
No curative, not this time.
Thank you. Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian HIggins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian HIggins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Dance, monkey.
Yes, sir.
Dance.
The text messages begin
He's gonna hate
Wednesday,
this.
January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, we want you to continue. Dance, little circus monkey.
Going back to the
He hates this.
Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one
Do
was
it
from
the way
Karen
I
Reed.
want you to,
She
Marky.
stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Bev's interrupted. Why don't we put him on the screen while he's reading them? Why don't we do that? That's what we did during the last trial when Brian Higgins read them. Do you think that might make it easier to follow? Yeah, this is great, even though I don't really care about the whole lack of game and so forth. You know, it's super cringe, super cringe. This will be time consuming to go through all of them. I don't really care about any of that. But the fact that the defense is getting these in, that's you know, that's remarkable to me. It was treated as something, you know, bad, very negative to Karen. And certainly if you're conducting a smear type of case, doesn't necessarily make Karen look all that good to be playing these games with Higgins while she's still in a relationship with John. But we don't know the nature of their relationship. Hey, they're both single. They're not married. It's true. That's true. I don't know what they understood between each other. Don't know the state of their relationship at this time. All that. So there was definitely a way that you could pitch these to support a smear of Karen, but it appears the defense is not afraid of that. Defense isn't afraid of that. They're going ahead and leaning into it. I like that. That's ballsy. I like it. Lean into it. Last time we had these whole things, the whole
We're trying to make this
shown on the screen.
easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray,
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
okay.
Let's agree, Thor.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to
Gonna
start at the
put it on
beginning
the
or
screen.
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game.
Right now.
You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Oh, sounds like a great time for your guy that got shot in the head.
So
What
you
the
claim
hell?
advertisement? Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, AKA Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. It sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down, haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you, haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote, haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression? Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh, leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes, excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currans went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha, I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha, what does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work, unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy, wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat, how old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually hands come in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh God, you avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. Excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry, I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comms at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No, it at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like One nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the tuck rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass, no problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John, and John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home. Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
And it's time for lunch now.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we're going.
We made it, guys. We made it.
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Oh, man. I don't know, guys. I found that to be pretty fun. Really better the second time. The skill, we found a hidden talent in our dancing monkey here, didn't we? Really put his feeling into it. I could almost picture myself there. If I closed my eyes, I could imagine it was happening in real time, and then I promptly wanted to stab out my eyeballs and brain. Are they doing something or just scrolling around? I think they're just going out for lunch. Just in case they have a chat, I'll keep it on. This is why we watch trials, guys. Isn't this why we watch trials? So that we can get entertainment like that. Oh my good Lord. He's got all lunch now to think of the follow-up question. Remember why we asked you to do this in the first place? Oh, you guys, she'd be blushing. She'd be blushing. That was a lot. That was a lot. Pretend this is all caps. We did it, guys. Hey, this chat, we are troopers, man. We are here for it all. The good, bad, the ugly, the cringe, but definitely the commentary from the chat. You guys made it about a billion more times funner than it was the first time we sat and listened to it. So kudos to all of you. Well, if you just joined up in the last hour or so, and if you're wondering what on earth is going on and why are we doing that, it's because Mr. Jackson simply asked Sergeant Bukhenik, having reviewed these messages that were provided to him by Brian Higgins, was he aware of, or did he develop any sort of opinion about whether there was some kind of romantic or flirtatious relationship going on? Hey, so I don't know. I'd have to see the whole thing. I would hesitate to characterize it. Flirtatious in nature without having reviewed them recently in detail. I don't want to label them. All right, then. Oh, did she just say something that I missed? I don't know. I think we're just coming back for lunch, and typical our 45 minutes. Then we have that. We had that preview of Doom from Bev. That comment: "You're not going to read all of these, Council. You're certainly not going to read all of the." Oh yes, we are. Oh yes, we are. And she called a sidebar, and we came back. And indeed we did. We had to read them all because, Bukhenik hasn't reviewed them recently, and he would hate to characterize them without reviewing them recently. Oh, man. Well, Has motive just entered the trial? Have we just gotten a little hint of motive in the Karen Read trial? This all started, 2 hours ago. Just trying to get into the waterfall video. And if it hadn't been made so difficult, if Trooper Bukhenik had just conceded the context, yes, there appeared to be a flirtation. Appeared that Brian Higgins had some romantic interest in Karen Read. We wouldn't have had to go through any of this. But here we are, all to set up the waterfall video that we're going to see, the Brian Higgins call out moment. So took a little sideline, but I guess that also means we're probably going to have Trooper Bukhenik for the rest of the day because we've only got 2 hours after lunch, approximately 2 hours after lunch, and they still got a lot to get through. So, oh, guys, I did run through, some of your questions and comments while we were there waiting in the chat. Seriously, inquiring minds need to know. Yep. This is way before high school. It's a lot of secondhand embarrassment. Higgins is why Andrew Tate is relevant. Oh Lord. No, it can't be that bad, can it? Can't be that bad. So hopefully I just answered that for you, l'enfant. He's reading them out because Yuri was struggling. He was resisting. He was not allowing the work to be done that needed to be done, that's clearly going to happen, the easy way or the hard way. He was offered the easy way. Would you say there was flirtation, romantic interest? That was the easy way. He refused it. Now, not having reviewed all the text messages, well, then we're going to have to review all the text messages, aren't we? We did it the hard way. I know this doesn't make Karen look awesome. Is it the worst thing I've ever seen? No, no. Does this look like motive to murder John? No. This looks like, somebody who may be a little bit immature, terrible taste in men, eager to set up her exit. She's got the next one on the line before she gets out of the relationship with the other. These are not necessarily super flattering things, but you know what? I mean, I represent far worse people than that. Being a bad person doesn't mean you hit somebody with a car. We still got a problem needing to prove. John O'Keefe was hit by a car. But we've got motive now entering the trial because, they just followed the evidence. The evidence spoke to them, but I guess those text messages didn't say anything at all. Didn't communicate anything. But motive has now entered the trial. Oh, guys, that was a bit much. Might take me a minute to recover from that. My trees may not be the only thing needing to be cooled off. No, I'm kidding. It was so cringe. It was like not the least bit sexy. It's like trying to watch watch Wild at Heart with your mom or something. Like, don't do that. I don't recommend it. I never did it, and I would never. But I think I might need to take my little pause, check on everybody, make sure the trees and the chickens and the dog and everything survived that. The dog, bless her, she's the luckiest one, was able to sleep through all of that. Didn't bother her at all. So I'm going to take my little break right now, guys. I will be back shortly, and then we'll get into some of your comments and questions. But for now, yeah, let's all pause. Let's maybe walk around, take a few steps, stretch a little, rediscover our joy of living. May do us some good. All right, guys, I will be back in a moment. All right, guys, easing back in. Took me a minute there. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, the trees were drier than chat listening to Higgins's text game. Took a little time to get moisture back into those regions. Yep, a lot of flushing needed. Everyone to deal with that. We're on the break and Jeff comes up to me. He's like, are you really saying that all of that could have been avoided if Trooper Bukhenik had just said yes? The texts appeared to be flirtatious. Higgins appeared to have a romantic interest in Karen Reed. Yeah. I think all that could have been avoided. And if Mr. Jackson is on his game, he's had the whole lunch to think about it. His first question is going to hammer that home. Sergeant Bukhenik, having now reviewed the entire text exchange so that you can feel comfortable characterizing it, would you now agree that Mr. Higgins appeared to have a romantic interest in Karen Reed? Would you now agree that those texts appear to be flirtatious? Something like that. Just hammer it home. You're the one who made us do this. You're like, no, I couldn't say. Good Lord, dude. Like, there's nothing else to get from these texts. What else are you going to get from these texts? I don't want a character. They were friendly. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, what a train wreck. Yeah, just highlight for him, you made us do this. We can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Perhaps next time you won't struggle so thoroughly. Well, guys, you really entertained me during that whole process with the chat. You guys are sharp and clever and made it highly entertaining. Let's go back and take in some of your comments and questions now. Back from the top, fighting Usyk. Oh, yeah. We had this on when we were just coming back. Zero chance he doesn't know evidence plotting. Accident reconstruction requires object placement within 2 feet, basic state trooper stuff. He should have the state trooper training. He should, whatever their basic academy training is. Troopers investigate traffic accidents. It's like, you're on your patrol. You're like the lowest of the low level in the state trooper. You're hanging out on the highway and you're responding to car accidents and you're pulling over trucks and giving them, very expensive tickets for a variety of equipment, weight, etc. issues. That's basically what your job is as a trooper. So they're all taught it. They're all taught how to do it at the basic training. Get those materials and ask about it. You should know. You should know. The Dallas fan 1982, with John's body blocking the taillight pieces, how then did they just explode all over the yard? If John was hit, the pieces should have just fallen into the road, right? I think there's a momentum argument that's being made, like the car is in motion and then it suddenly stops, but there's this collision, and so the taillight pieces are gonna continue. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an accident reconstructionist. I'm expecting somebody to be able to tell me, certainly somebody from the Commonwealth, how does this accident work where it deposits a small amount of plastic in a 1 foot square area on the road and then a large scattering of plastic all over the rest of the yard? Just how does that work? Show me the mechanism for that. Don't know that we're going to see it, but all they have is the general area anyway. So I did happen to notice when I went back and was looking at some of the information from the last trial. Shout out once again to Sleuthy Goosey. It's got all that stuff all locked up. So easy to find. They introduced a map in the last trial, and I'm just gonna share it with you guys real quickly. They introduced this map. This is for the CERT search. This is ostensibly showing where the CERT team searched. I'm going to see if I can blow it up a little bit more. Look at that. Look at that. Does it appear to you that anything has been identified as having been in the road? Sure doesn't look like that to me. Check that out. Kind of looks like it's, right over there next to the hydrant. Those are the plastic pieces, according to CERT. That's what they found, but now they're in the road. We didn't get crossed on this. So I don't know if it's just going to get dropped or what. Maybe it'll come up with the reconstruction and what did you guys actually rely on and stuff anyway. But the problem is just the evidence is so sloppily handled in all of this that there's no way to recreate it. And that's where the question arises. Well, wow, that's a remarkable convergence of incompetence by a lot of different people who know better. We still need to do some work to establish they actually know better. We have a common sense intuition. They should know better. Of course, they should know better. This is not the standard for how accidents are investigated. But it would be nice if they could, get it established. They in fact did know better because they've been trained differently. Because their own policies established that it should be done differently. Sandra, rewatch the video of Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe's car. It looks like they used a green filter on the vid. Green mutes red. Commonwealth messed with the videos from the last trial. Wouldn't surprise me at all. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Playing with the different color levels and filters and things like that can make a significant difference in the appearance of the image. And I know that because that's what I do with my thumbnails. I play with all that stuff. Bring in color, bring in, different highlights, lowlights, and things like that. It's very, very easy to mess with. We're probably going to see the video of Karen Reed hitting John's car again with Trooper Bukhenik. They did that in the last trial. It was part of the impeachment because he acknowledged he saw the car move based on the snow. Snow moved. He could see the car move. They zoomed in on it. And yes, you can see John's truck move when Karen's SUV hits it. So it's pretty clear that there was contact. So we might see that again. TCP, can evidence be tossed due to his testimony not establishing the legitimacy? So the evidence has to be authenticated to be admitted into evidence, but authentication is a low bar. All it really requires is a witness who is willing to say, yes, that's it. So even if it isn't the right shoe, for example, if somebody on the stand is saying that's the right shoe, that's going to be enough to get the shoe into evidence. And then any issue about whether it's the right shoe or not is something you develop through cross-examination, and it goes to the weight for the jury to decide, do I believe this person's testimony? Are they credible? Do I think this is really the right shoe? So if you don't really develop it in cross, then you're, kind of stuck with it's in evidence. He said it is what it's supposed to be. So I think the general answer to this is no. Evidence is not going to get tossed because it's not the judge's business to decide, is this witness telling the truth or not? That kind of thing is for the jury. He clears the bar if he said the magic words. Greg, 37 minutes in and the jury is already reportedly laughing at Bukhenik. Yikes. Yikes. I know Jess Machado has been in this week and she's been live streaming the jury. I haven't watched any of her recaps. I think maybe one of the early days this week is like the only chance I had to like have time to sit down and actually read some of it. But I am looking very much forward to seeing what her recap is today. How did the jury just take this? Was the jury beat red? Love to know. Jennifer Devine, do you think he has problems reading and writing? Not being mean, but it would explain why he didn't write on the bag. Well, I don't know, chat. What do you think? Does he have a hard time reading? I didn't think he had a hard time reading. Thought he seemed like he could write perfectly well. If he could read that well, he can probably write it. So no, I don't think he has a reading and writing problem. I think he's just playing difficult. JT000 back with you all in real time after 2 days on replay. Andrea's your mom jokes were not on my bingo card. The craziness of this case is affecting us all. It's a roller coaster ride. It is a roller coaster. Yeah, we gotta try to keep it light, keep it amusing where we can. It's like I keep saying, some of this stuff is just so absurd. Your jaw drops. You might cry if you don't find the humor in the absurdity in life sometimes. And that's a big part of what we're about here. Earbuds in the kitchen. Can MP, if called by defendant, will state he plans to 5A, i.e. DOJ, and then avoid testifying? Just a negative inference instruction. How could that play out? So I have been going over this in my mind a few times because my first thought about can he plead the fifth is like, well, he testified to this stuff before, so is there a waiver there? But then I thought about it, and like each time you make a false statement under oath, it's potentially a different charge of perjury. So he would still potentially be exposed independently of whatever he said last time if he testifies untruthfully in this particular case. So I don't think there is a waiver. I think that he could probably invoke the fifth to protect himself from a charge arising out of testimony in this particular case. What would happen if he did that? Well, chaos potentially. I mean, it depends. Typically, you do everything possible to not do that in front of the jury. Because yes, the jury has to get some kind of instruction about what to do with that and the significance of that and what does it mean. The judge has to evaluate, is this a valid invocation? If it's not, then he's going to be compelled to answer. We're going to order him to answer. If he's not, he's going to be in contempt. It can just get very complicated and very messy. So in a normal courtroom, you would expect the judge would expect the attorney whose witness this is to be on notice of if something like that is going to happen so that we can all know there's a potential or likelihood of the fifth being invoked. And then that way we can deal with it, figure all this stuff out, not do it in front of the jury. If it happens in front of the jury, there would be chaos. There would be chaos. So, it's a big it depends. It's a big it depends. I do think, yeah, he probably does still have a Fifth Amendment right, but you also don't get to selectively use it. You don't get to just come in and testify to the stuff that you want to testify to and then not answer the questions you don't want to answer. And so often what happens, your Fifth Amendment right is not general. It's not, I'm going to testify or not testify. It depends on the question that you're asked, whether the answer would place you in jeopardy. So you don't get to invoke it broadly to the whole testimony. It's considered question by question. But because you don't get to cherry pick your testimony, it's often the case if you invoke the Fifth at all, you don't get to testify to anything. We're just not going to consider you. You're not, you're not. Your testimony is stricken if it's already in, or you're not allowed to go into it. If he were to invoke the Fifth, the other implication of that is that it means he is unavailable for testimony in this trial. And if he is unavailable for testimony in his trial, then they can use his prior sworn testimony. That would mean at the grand jury, I would expect the defense could offer it. It's normally prior sworn testimony where the opposing party had an opportunity to cross-examine. The grand jury, the defense isn't there. I don't know that you would be able to use that against the defense if the defense called him, but the prosecutor was there at the grand jury, at least at the state grand jury. Federal grand jury is probably off limits, but definitely the last trial as well. And he was questioned, quite extensively in the last trial. So bottom line, I think his worst case scenario, his testimony from the prior trial comes in. Sandy B, why isn't all of this non-chain of custody evidence not thrown out? He said the magic words. That's all that's required. Everything else with the failings now just goes to the weight of it. He says, this is the plastic we collected. The reason why you normally have evidence logs and things like that is so that you can be sure about it. And so that you can be sure it's in the same condition that it was in when you collected it. It's all properly accounted for and so forth. But ultimately, that's not a legal requirement. That's an aid for these guys coming in years later, being able to say, yes, those are the same pieces of plastic. So because he said the magic words, they're in. The rest of this just goes to the weight that the jury gives it. Alex, I would be so annoyed if I was a juror. This witness sucks. He's very obnoxious. I mean, he just redeemed himself a lot in my eyes with the passion he brought to reading these text messages. Like the most enthusiastic he's been so far in providing testimony in this case. See, he was really feeling it. Sentient Dreamer, any bets Yuri Bukhenik is going to get promoted after this? Eye roll. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me, would it? He's playing his part, doing his job. Dan Greenwood, let's go at Andrea Burkhart, creeping up to that 10K viewer mark. Love to see the growth. Well, thanks, Dan. We're just we're happy to be sharing this experience with anybody who wants to join in. Endure it with us. Doing it together really does make it better sometimes. We can lift each other up. We can support each other. We can hold the vomit bags for your neighbors, guys. Hold your neighbor's hair. It's just the right thing to do. Mike, cover up worse than the crime. Proctor couldn't help himself from planting a dinner plate sized taillight piece after there were already over 5 searches of the yard. Why did he not just bust it up into a lot more pieces? Make it more realistic. I mean, I think the problem was because they had to get the rest of the taillight that they'd already busted. They had to collect it. Once they had it, they had to collect it. They started piecemealing it out. Nobody else in the department is playing the game, right? Nobody else is going to take accountability, take responsibility for finding any of this stuff, even though, of course, everybody drove by on their way to work. That's what they were ordered to do. But weirdly, nobody finds anything besides Bukhenik, Proctor, and Chief Berkowitz gets in on the fun. Chief Berkowitz, that guy who's the one you'd like to help you hide a body, according to Mr. Higgins, something like that. So he can't divvy out the plastic to be collected fast enough. You know, time is passing and he's still got all this plastic. Like, he could have busted it up into small pieces, but no, he's still got a lot. He's still got a lot that they need to find. So yeah, he got lazy, just did it all in these big pieces, and they thought she was going to plead out anyway. That's why they got lazy and why they got sloppy. Thought she was going to just plead out anyway. Shayna Autumn Poland, do you think there could be a NAPOE issue if they don't call Proctor or Tolley? Failure to cure, false testimony of Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, Yuri Bukhenik, etc. They have to prove the prosecutor knew it was false. And typically when you're getting into witnesses giving testimony, it's hard because the prosecutor wasn't there. So the cases where it happens are typically situations where it's not like an interpretation. There's no wiggle room around, well, I forgot, or, it could have been interpreted a different way or something like that. The one that just came out recently, the Glossip decision, that involved the prosecutor calling his witness. The witness testifies, I don't have any mental health history. The prosecutor personally knows that this is false because the prosecutor is personally in possession of his mental health records. So the prosecutor knows that this is false, but doesn't correct it, doesn't do anything with it. That's typically the kind of situation it's going to take. But if it was something like, I don't know, that goes to the facts of the case. You know, I didn't see John leaving the waterfall. And you previously made a statement that you saw John leaving the waterfall. Does the prosecutor know which one of those is true? They don't. So they don't know if you lied before or if you're lying right now. They just know there's a conflict in your testimony, but conflicts in testimony are fairly common. Doesn't necessarily mean perjury. It can be lack of memory. It can just be, you forgot. So it comes down to what the prosecutor knows. And unless the prosecutor, you can, show the prosecutor personally knew that something that they said is untrue. It conflicts with something that's like undeniable, and it's not just a which of my versions of events is right or wrong. Then I don't think you get to NAPOE. It's a pretty challenging standard. Roy Handy, nobody could see John lying on the lawn either. Whole town should have their eyes checked. Massive pieces of taillight plastic just out there. Nobody saw it. This dinner plate size thing out there on the lawn with almost no snow. Nobody saw any of it. I don't know about the whole town, but certainly everybody in the house. EB has gifted some memberships. Thank you so much for that, EB. 5 of them. Very generous of you. Marie V. Sands, with the amount of plastic pieces that reveal themselves, how many taillights can you construct? Has someone measured them all? This was something I wondered about last trial. I wonder about this trial too. I would love it if somebody has like full on nerded out on all this plastic, because I want to know, is there extra plastic? Or did they just happen to find every single piece of plastic that they needed to reconstruct Karen's taillight, with the exception of that one little triangle piece at the top? That could possibly be the piece that went missing in John's driveway. They found it all. Minus that one little area, with nothing extra. I don't know. I would love to know. The testimony in the last trial on this, it was a nightmare. It often is when you're dealing with lab analysis, because they have their own numbers and you have exhibit numbers and you have law enforcement item numbers. And so you have all these different numbers, and trying to coordinate and keep track of what you're talking about. It's just rarely very clean. So at the time, it was like there's like no way we were going to be able to go in and reconstruct that. But I don't know if anybody has geeked out on that one ever since. I don't know. Jarigon. Sergeant Russified Ukrainian testimony is going as well as the Monty Python and the Holy Grail skit. Get on with it. OMFG, what is this crap? And that's why I hope Alan Jackson comes back right after lunch and makes it crystal clear. The only reason we had to listen to all of these text messages is because you would not concede the very simple point that Brian Higgins had a romantic interest in Karen Reed. And you knew that because you had these text messages. And anybody reading these text messages can see that. So that's the only reason we had to go through this entire exercise. It's because of you, Trooper Bukhenik. We can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Earbuds in the kitchen. Oh, I see. Michael Proctor thought it would be more believable if the dates of finding snail light as snow melting and having different people to ensure believable. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Get as many people to put their hands on it as possible, because then, not all those people. Surely all these people can't be involved in a conspiracy, could they? DeChico? How could he be involved? How could he be involved? Wait until we get to that note about the ring camera footage. Yeah, and over time, it's not like we went there and recovered it all in one fell swoop. It had to be consistent with our story, which is, well, it's just buried there under all this snow. And so as the snow receded, we went and recovered it. Problem, I guess, is he didn't watch the weather and didn't divvy it out fast enough. If you wanted to make this real plausible, you're getting all the tail light the day that all the snow is melted off the grass. And by the testimony so far, it sounds like that's probably February the 4th. But that was the idea. Somehow it's more believable if it just appears over time and in more people's hands. Brian McCarthy, I may have missed this part, but how fast did Karen Reed back into John O'Keefe? Did they find any blood and or clothing particles on the mini tail light pieces? The Commonwealth is claiming 24 miles an hour in reverse. We haven't heard any of their theory yet. That's what they gave us last trial. Did he say an opening? 24 miles an hour in reverse? I mean, could change the theory. It certainly won't be the first thing that they've changed since last time. But that's what it was before. And funny you should ask. No, there's not a speck of hair or skin or blood on any of the taillight pieces. There is touch DNA trace. There's no sign of any kind of bodily fluid or biological material other than protein pieces that constitute DNA. So it may come from a skin cell, but there may not even, like, there can be trace DNA without skin cell, like literally just the DNA. So that's all they have from a car that lived in his garage and in his driveway and that he rode in frequently. They've got some trace DNA on some of the taillight, but no blood from where it cut his arm, no skin from where it cut his arm, nothing like that. TDS 3681. Imagine having the assignment to look like a fool in front of the world to show that a disgraced trooper doesn't need to testify for the prosecution. Is that why he's going to get a promotion? We're going to watch. We're going to watch and see. Because he's doing his bit, right? Being a good soldier. He knows his mission. Being a good soldier. He's there to rehabilitate and provide as much cover for Proctor as he possibly can. Is anybody going to be shocked if he gets some kind of reward out of all of this? I'm certainly not going to be shocked. Isabel Park, that idiot won't commit to any question asked. Now he's arguing everything. And then the gaslighting. The gaslighting started in the last trial with the drink count. I think that's where I started calling this the gaslighting trial of the century. But he's going to argue semantics and then sit there and say with his whole chest, I don't want to argue about semantics. You asked for a dictionary to define the word theory because English is your second or third language. But you're not here to argue semantics. They think we're stupid, guys. They think we're stupid. Melinder, could the defense be trying to get ahead of Proctor attempting to plead the fifth when he is called with this cross of Sergeant Bukhenik? Possibly. I mean, I imagine they had that same strategy the first trial too. Proctor got called after Bukhenik, and so you don't know. You don't know what the prosecution is going to do. You don't know if he's going to plead. You don't know what's going to happen. So you get as much out of him as you possibly can, and it would make sense for that strategy to be the same this time around as well. Now, having said that, you have more freedom because you got his testimony from the first trial. And if he pleads, he's unavailable, it's coming in. So by and large, they're really tracking the first trial very closely so far. Although we did take this massive left turn into the text messages. Didn't go into this with Bukhenik last time, but they didn't have that clip from the waterfall last time that this is going to be leading into. The part where we can see Brian Higgins looking like he might be a little mad at somebody. Right there towards the end of the night. My Mini 67 butt dials. Sergeant Bukhenik couldn't reconstruct a straight line with a ruler, nor could his mama. His mama. Ruler's probably too big for his mama to manage. Yeah, I mean, Massachusetts, this ain't making your state look good, man. What is the there's a thing to Google. Net population gain or loss in Massachusetts by year. So interesting. In 2024, Massachusetts saw a net population gain of 69,603. 70,000 more people moving into Massachusetts than in the year before. It's generally growing. Generally growing. Do you want to put a stop to that? Maybe publicize more of this. Maybe publicize more of this. Maybe people are going to be having second thoughts. Lucentile, I thought Karen Reed was not guilty, but I didn't believe the conspiracy theory angle. After hearing this guy's testimony, I'm open to the idea. For me, it was never particularly hard to believe the conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory angle, the frame job angle, largely because of these guys themselves. But the issue had always been, well, that cert search, the timing of the cert search, how do you deal with that? At this point, it feels like that might be the only thing that's like holding any of this taillight stuff together. And I'm still not convinced. We certainly haven't seen in this trial that those pieces that you found during the cert search came from Karen's taillight. And they weren't just pieces that were put there for you to find. And part of the reason too now that I'm thinking down this road is because, look, if this was a conspiracy, and part of the conspiracy is to plant the taillight pieces on January 29th so that we can pin down Karen's car hasn't been there before or since. It was, since 6 o'clock or since 12:30 the morning before. When she last hit John. It's the only way the taillight pieces could get there. Such a short time frame. They didn't even have her car in their possession yet. Wouldn't you book those into evidence like immediately? You would get them into evidence immediately so that it's clean and it's clear and there's absolutely no question that everything is legit. You wouldn't give her the opportunity to be like, how do I know this is the same taillight? But you can't do that if it's not the right taillight. If it's just some taillight, then we're going to be able to track that. Oops, I need to get the screen on.
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Good job, Alan. Now
I'm
you.
going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages, as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins, as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know,
Babe.
Talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account is somehow suddenly know that it's synced with what Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your
Why?
mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
I like you too.
Suggestions.
Do you like me?
Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
What did that, how do you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
Maybe.
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message from the first time
First
I saw
time
you?
I saw you?
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's okay.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
Like an Irish goodbye
He
in
indicated that
text?
2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, There was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, question mark, no, period, correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No.
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you
Well,
tell the jurors what that text is?
well,
And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that in front of you.
you don't have to guess what I'm asking.
Here, that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th.
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, so to be had, when Brian Higgins sends, well, and Ms. Reed responds.
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that
Where were they?
Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Existing.
And where were they? They were at the waterfall. And what kind of mood was he in at
You
the
also
waterfall?
received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged, was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
Let's refresh it then.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, no worries.
Funny how he doesn't remember anything that he looked at that doesn't point at Karen Reed. Having a hard time reading now? Nicola.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's blow it up on the screen.
Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m.
Thanks, Hank.
May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
And you knew that
Thank you,
at some
Sergeant.
point.
So
You'd be
you were
interested in his
aware
last communications.
of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She had just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that he sent, he sent, she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins, then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's look at the waterfall video.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm not sure what the problem with this is. I guess because it's getting into hearsay. Did your investigation reveal? We don't have Brian Higgins or Brian Albert's phone calls or any of that in evidence at this point because Brian Albert hasn't been called. And as I recall, that's where they got it from. The FBI. FBI got a hold of their phone records. That's how we learned about it last time. And they were then asked about it at the grand jury. And that's why they all went with the butt dials. They just must have been butt dials. So I suspect this one is probably a lack of foundation at this point in time. And I don't know that they're going to be able to cure that unless we get another stipulation from Hank. But he probably wouldn't be objecting if he's going to stipulate. I don't want to jump to 220. I want to finish up the waterfall. I want you to put that "you coming here" text in context by showing me how is he behaving at the waterfall. Did he appear to have any antagonism towards John O'Keefe at the waterfall? Because surely, as a trained investigator who's investigated hundreds of homicides, you would be keenly interested in his final moments, John's final moments, his final communications, and who he was interacting with and what the tone and tenor of that was. That would be of great interest to you. And you had these phone messages, you had these waterfall videos. But you didn't pay any attention to it, did you? Didn't pay any attention to that. I am kind of getting this impression too. Like, it's unfortunate that this has to be like pulling teeth, but I really can't blame AJ for this. I think sometimes you can, but right now I think he's keeping it pretty clean. And he just has a very difficult, very uncooperative witness who will argue about anything and everything and pretend he knows nothing, feign ignorance, rely on "I can't read the document." He's dealing with a will not give an inch type of opponent, so it's going to take a while, and that's not his fault. Judge better let it go. I think at this rate, yeah, there is a decent chance we're not going to get done in 2 hours. We just spent almost half an hour trying to get him to acknowledge what we had previously spent like an hour plus doing, going over these text messages to establish, yeah, he had a romantic interest in her. Do you like me? I'm just confused. I mean, everybody in the chat got it right away. He wants to put a ring on it after a few chats. And that's not what she was interested in. So she was looking for emotional revenge on John O'Keefe for what happened on New Year's. She wanted to emotionally hurt him by cheating on him. That's Bukhenik's theory. I don't know that that really helps him out. If John did know about this, doesn't that kind of make it even more likely there might be some conflict between these guys? John didn't know about it and it was just in the dark behind his back. John's got no beef. But Higgins does. Higgins still does. I don't know. I'm not sure if getting that Karen wanted revenge theory out there is particularly helpful. So what if she did? That's supposed to translate into therefore she hit him with her car? Still got to prove he was hit by a car. Otherwise, Karen played with another guy, wanted to get revenge. Well, it looks like that other guy might have a motive.
Sure.
Let's just wrap up the waterfall, Alan. It's all good. You can get to Brian Albert later. Give us the waterfall video.
Sergeant Bukhenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
He's
I realize
getting the
that,
time
Judge. That's
frame.
why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Come over to sidebar, please.
Brian is the one who, remember, he upgraded his phone. He just upgraded it. Didn't destroy it. He just traded it in. It had just so happened that the day before the order ordering him to preserve his phone, the day before that order was signed, just so happened, his birthday was a month before, and he decided, I need a new phone for my birthday a month ago. Remember that? That was his explanation. It was my birthday. Upgraded my phone. Your birthday was a month ago, dude. This was the day before the judge is going to hear and decide if an order directing you to preserve your phone should be signed. You upgraded your phone the day before. Now, Brian HIggins certainly destroyed his and admitted as much. But Brian Albert, no, he just upgraded it. Handed that personal phone with all that personal information right over to the sales rep at, the Apple store. Here you go, fam. Help yourself. Of course he did. Of course he did. He testified to that under oath, so it's certainly 100% true. Yep, they both. Indeed. Both got rid of their phones shortly before the preservation order was going to be signed. HIggins with the broken SIM card into the separate bag, and the cell phone drove onto the military base, threw into a dumpster. Brian Albert with the 1 month after his birthday upgrade. Those were the explanations. I'm not sure. I want to see where he's going because I'm not sure why we're kind of struggling through this with Bukhenik. I guess it's because if he's going to be the surrogate for Proctor, for the lead investigator, then what you became aware of over the course of the investigation, we're going to try to get in through him. And he's going to play dumb and he doesn't know anything. A lot of this stuff, though, it didn't come out through their investigation, and that's kind of the whole point. AJ is trying to establish there was all this stuff. You never became aware of it. I think the issue here is characterization. He needs to be very careful of how he characterizes things. He doesn't get to say became aware of it because it's not a fact and evidence yet. He doesn't get to say destroyed it because there isn't evidence Brian HIggins destroyed it. We know it's gone, and we know his explanation is I upgraded it. So you might be able to argue that's what he did. But in terms of your questioning now, it's just that he got rid of it. No longer had his phone as of whatever date. So he's doing all this to show all this stuff came out from the FBI, and it came out through the first grand jury proceeding, the federal grand jury proceeding. So what he's doing is he's showing everything they didn't look at. The investigation didn't find all this stuff. Well, when the FBI went looking at all this other stuff, your investigation didn't. But he's just got to be very careful about how he characterizes it. Because none of it's in evidence yet.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins
Didn't have his
in
phone.
our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you
and Karen's.
correct,
Okay.
if there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating,
Objection.
supporting facts spoke for themselves.
Honesty.
So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, the side door, and the garage door. Right?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face? Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking.
yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, that big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
If two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Tiny,
You see
minimize
a
it.
Small laceration. Nostril on his nose.
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull.
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm not,
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the sallyport in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talk to when you talk to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, right? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Refresh him or impeach him. Do you deny he said that? Do you deny he said that?
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, he's going to refresh him.
Take a look at page 3, with the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that we were dusting of snow.
There was no
There is
snowbank.
Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts before when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how
A
much
line.
snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
So it's like an inch high. It would be the berm is behind it.
Yes, I can.
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how you said it.
He said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area. Right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
Yes, please do. There's a
And I'm
timestamp.
asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian HIggins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian HIggins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian HIggins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds?
tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know as Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Yeah, that's Brian Albert there in the vest.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian HIggins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
Wrestling. They're doing wrestling stuff.
Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Now we're in that long Irish boxing stance, long jab.
Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
She's back there at the bar with John.
Go ahead and
And
pause it.
Jen.
Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left. Top right corner of the frame, talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
She's got her back to him. He's full on blocked off. Shut out. Not interested. Back to you.
Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen
Even
McKay,
Bev
Matt
rolled her eyes a
McKay,
little
John
bit at that
O'Keefe,
one.
Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
Orthodox. Both Orthodox. He had that long. He was doing that long Irish thing. See that?
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both the military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
So 7 minutes later, and they're still grabbing all over each other.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Abdominal
Brian Albert's
thrust.
got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
And that's the most action Brian Higgins has gotten in a decade.
Thank you.
Wait, Brian,
Please
do you
take
like
that
me?
During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
That's what bros do, isn't it?
Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
If you could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Let's
to
play-
identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this
Yes.
point, go ahead and pause
Brian
it. At
Albert,
this point,
Brian
can you make
Higgins.
out any individuals?
Yes,
Okay.
at this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
That skull hoodie.
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video. And let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're not looking for John O'Keefe over there. No, you're not fooling anybody.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
the TV?
right there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
And Jen's also telling him to go.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
He's not going to give it to you.
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We can take that down.
That's the most generous Yuri has been this whole time. Might have
I
been.
wanna
He's
change
slipping.
gears
He's getting
for a
worn.
second.
He's tired.
Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then
The McCabe's. Go through everybody. Name
Mr.
everybody.
O'Keefe
no.
also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears if I could
I think he is getting tired. His thumb is starting to show.
to another video. Did you review certain ring videos specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor,
He's getting tired. Doesn't have a lot of fight left in him. He doesn't have much endurance.
this has previously been
The guy with
marked
no gas
as
tank.
12A.
Wear him down, AJ. That's how you do it. Just outwork him. Outwork him.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
5 in the morning, this is how much snow there
Pause
is. Where's the
Just go ahead and
snowbank?
zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's try that one more time.
You went through this last trial, Yuri. This is no surprise to you.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some.
Right in your eyes.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay.
So
You
it's
had
rough.
this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and pushed that certainty level up, I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake.
It's not the
Could be
question.
someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move
They had to have collided, correct?
at a slow speed, yes.
Like the
Which
tiny
area
cut, minimize it.
of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Now he remembers he doesn't need a document.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Quite a felicity with facts
I
when
want to
he
change
wants to.
gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog.
Yeah, let's talk about a
You're
dog.
aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Got rid of? Got rid of? Is there a problem with that characterization? I don't know. She does seem to be letting him generally go down this road. Asking him about stuff that isn't in evidence yet, but asking him if he's become aware of it. He didn't go back to the phone being destroyed. Of course, that was all after Karen was charged and stuff like that. So maybe it was too long down the road. I'm not sure. Maybe getting rid of Chloe was too far down the road. That was like a year and a couple months after this incident, if I recall from the last trial. They testified it was after the bite incident. Chloe, they say she attacked another dog, but apparently a couple of people got bit, and that's when Chloe got rehomed. Which I do have to say does make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, aggressive dog. Aggressive dog might be a good idea to find it a home where it's not going to run into other dogs or people, if possible. Or just will be better controlled so that it's not able to get into that type of conflict. I had a reactive dog. It's tough, but you're the owner, you're responsible. You got to control the dog. So He's having to think so hard about how to answer very basic questions. Was I aware? He's trying to do his thing to buy himself time, work through it. Get to the end of the round. He's like, this is his back pedal. He's on his bicycle. This is Trooper Bukhenik on his back bicycle, trying to keep Mr. Jackson from being able to land anything. But the problem is it starts to be real obvious in a fight like that you're on your bicycle, you're running. You're running. Why are you running, man? Why are you running? Why are you running? Aren't you here to fight? He looks like he's getting tired. It's been a long day. A long day for Bukhenik. So suddenly he remembers exactly 507. He doesn't need to be shown something. Did that just give away a lot? Did that just give away a lot about what he's doing up here on the stand? I don't remember. I'd have to be sure. I don't want to guess. You'd have to check. It was at 507. The ring video just happens to know that. Why? It's not relevant to anything, right? It's just a tiny low speed movement. Determined there was no, of all things to remember like that, you happen to have the time of the ring camera where Karen backs into John's SUV. You just happen to have that fact right there at your fingertips. Remarkable. Remarkable. All the facts you studied, and make sure you had them down pat so that you didn't look like an enormous asshole on the stand who doesn't know anything about your own investigation and who won't concede the most basic points and who demands verification of any and every single piece of information and yet won't actually provide that verification for anybody else. You need to see a report, but you won't write one. But you got 507 right there at your fingertips. How remarkable. Almost like 507 was relevant to something. Huh. You just give away the game. You been sandbagging us, Sergeant Bukhenik? You been sandbagging us all? What a remarkable piece of information to just have available right there at your fingertips. He had to sit there and start and try to talk his way through. Oh, Brian Albert and Brian HIggins left to go to 34 Fairview, and oh yeah, and John went. Yeah, no shit. That's a fact you shouldn't have any trouble with. That's a fact from your investigation you should have like that. And you know what? You should probably know the times too. What time did John leave the waterfall? What time right now? Do you even remember that? I know it's 12:11. I know it's 12:11 because I paid attention to that video and I've heard it over the last couple days. I know it's 12:11. Does this guy even know 12:11? And 9 minutes later, he's getting that text from Brian HIggins. You coming here? Does he know any of those times? But 5:07, the time that doesn't matter at all. Has nothing to do with anything. Really minimizing John's injuries, isn't he? I don't know that is a good look. It's just a tiny, tiny cut over his eye. It's just a tiny, tiny cut by his nose. He didn't have them the night before, though, did he? You didn't get any information from your investigation. He had them the night before, so this is new. he acquired those injuries at some point between the time all your very honest and cooperative and trustworthy witnesses told you that they saw him, and when you found him in the hospital the next morning. Just a tiny thing. Tiny thing that's really inconsistent with a car crash, isn't it? Car crash doesn't tend to cut your eyelid. Not saying it's never happened, but you're not going to look at a cut eyelid and be like, gosh, the first thing that jumps to my mind when I think of somebody having a cut on their eyelid is a car crash. No, Mr. Hand-to-hand combat. Of course, that's not the first thing you think of. The first thing anybody thinks of with an eyelid cut is boxing. It's the first thing anybody thinks of. Cut over the eye. How many fights get stopped because of cut over the eye? Bleeds in their eye. It's like in a bad spot. Sometimes you can keep going, like if it's off to the side or it's high enough on the eyebrow or something like that. They can keep it from bleeding too badly. Or the blood is running past the eye, but if it's like right in the crease, terrible, because it's just going to flow blood right in your eye, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse as the fight goes on, because now as soon as you're cracked, now it's a target or rubbing my glove and everything all over that as much as I can. That's the first thing everybody thinks of with an eyelid cut. Not a car crash.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Not getting rid of it?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it.
You don't
It's like
have
you
to
get rid of
argue
a car.
semantics, Alan.
Right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating
You
that
did.
animal.
Okay.
You made sure it was Chloe.
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'll stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
The
Separate
middleman.
person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
The dog wasn't microchipped. The dog wasn't tattooed.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
You're going to have to show me. Do you deny it? Do you deny it, Trooper Bukhenik? Try a good old do you deny it with him, Alan. You're probably going to get a chance tomorrow. Try a good old do you deny it with him. So it's possible you could have said that. Possible you could have omitted it. Possible you didn't think it was important enough to put in your report.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
This, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you getting uncomfortable?
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Dog's name Cora.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's taking quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
A bill of sale?
I don't know.
Okay.
You don't know what a bill of sale is?
records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
Would you? But
It is
not when it's
important, but
snowing.
we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times,
So you're
but the
telling me
official
you wrote
reports
this
might take
report
some time to write.
long
So
after
obviously,
this
if you're,
visit?
like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
More than a year.
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
Not
You became
ideal, huh?
aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
Yes. You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, he's got a document. That's good. Do you deny that you instructed him to do it?
Thank you.
When you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically. Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will
it doesn't?
take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Do you deny that you sent
Also,
them?
my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that.
Thanks.
Interesting.
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that, anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses.
He's
in a
going to
timely
know if
manner.
they saw John? I don't think
in
so.
some instances, yes, yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
Of what year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report?
No, don't argue with him,
Or
Alan.
a
No,
timely
no, no,
interview
no.
For an eyewitness?
Unless we're laying
which
foundation
is
for Easter,
described in the report?
maybe have to.
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
No, may we approach with them?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Interesting. Interesting. He actually told you. Hank Brennan's objecting because that maybe isn't what the report says, but Ricky D'Antano, what did he testify to last year? Do I have him? Do I have him in here anywhere? Obviously, we know he testified. Just don't know if I have it right here handy. Did they misnote that in their report? And that's why we're having to sidebar? What's his basis for asking this question? I don't know. I don't know. Let's try to find Ricky D'Antano. I somehow misplaced my sheet. There it is. Got my witness sheet every day. The witness that testified. I don't think you guys can see that. It's not showing up for whatever reason. But anyway, just sharing you some of the note magic. Day 12, Ricky D'Antano. Here's day 12. Here's Ricky D'Antano. Vehicle was running. There was a vehicle parked out front when they arrived, going up Cedar Crest. Didn't see anyone get out. Had the conversation with Julie, maybe 2 minutes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antano, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he said, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you.
I wrote it, yes. Oh, dang. It's already parked there.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from?
Sure.
He's not done yet. He's going to switch gears to something else, but he's not done yet. So it's a good time to break and come back on Monday. Take the whole weekend off. Trooper Bukhenik, get some rest. Get some rest and recover. Anything else good in there that Ricky D'Antano had to say? Mr. Yannetti crossed Ricky D'Antano last year. The SUV was parked directly in front. His first statement was to the MSP just about a year ago. Didn't remember coming face to face with any other vehicle. It was already parked outside, facing the same direction. Parked properly, nothing unusual. Nothing obstructing the views. He doesn't know if the brakes or the tail lights were on. Didn't notice any broken tail light. Didn't care who was in it. And that was it. Interesting. Interesting. So what exactly did Bukhenik say? that Ricky D'Antoni's version of events was that he saw it creep forward, park in front of the driveway, and then creep forward. Totally not watching any testimony. Or Heather Maxson. Was he describing Heather Maxson? Well, what did Heather Maxson say? Right here in this trial. This time around. Let's just find it. Let's just find it. Heather Maxson. When was she? Heather Maxson is here on day 9. How exactly did she describe it? Ricky was driving, remember making the turn. Another car came from the other way, let them turn in front. They had yielded. It was a big SUV, turned first, saw the male and female inside, doesn't know who they were. They were maybe 100 feet ahead, didn't see them the entire time. It stopped in front, didn't notice anything, didn't see the dome.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're
Right
not
on
behind
schedule.
schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for anything happens. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start with 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week, give you a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do
Sleeping
any
in Monday.
independent research or investigation into this case.
Music to my
If you happen
ears.
to see, hear, or read anything about this case,
Mother's
please
Day is going to be
disregard it.
lit.
No, be very careful with your social media use, and you will not be able to Monday at 10. So I believe that.
More Bukhenik on Monday. Oh, he really thought he was going to be done, huh? Really thought he was going to be done. Once again, of course, don't know if they're going to be doing argument now that court's over. So I'll just take the fan off the screen. But if anything happens, we'll just go ahead and bring it back up. So yeah, Maxson didn't say anything about it stopping and moving up. I don't think Ryan Nagel did either, did he? Oh, they are moving.
So Monday, we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Ryan.
Thank you.
All right. That should be it. And I think they will be out of session. We will just be 100% sure until they kill the stream. But looks like that's our wrap for the week, guys. That's our wrap for the week. So, boy, yeah, I didn't see that Heather Maxson said anything about the car creeping up. What about Ryan Nagel? What about Ryan Nagel? Don't recall he did. He's the one that talked about the flashing lights. Had all kinds of people contact me. Hey, Andrea, in some parts of the world, people flash their lights to let you know it's okay to go ahead. Driving culture is different everywhere. I totally buy there's a different driving culture in Massachusetts. We're probably excessively polite up in the state of Washington. Like, people will err on the side of being too polite. It can be really aggravating sometimes. Like when you pull up at a four-way stop. One of my pet peeves, you pull up at a four-way stop and you and that guy on the right, they pull up at exactly the same time. It's his turn to go. but he doesn't go. And he's over there waving at you. Oh no, go ahead. Trying to be polite. Don't be fucking polite. Just follow the damn rules, because then everybody gets confused. And if there's a guy that's come in, from the cross side of the intersection, he's expecting that person to go too. So maybe he starts to go, but now I start to go because you waved at me. And now our intersection is all clogged. Just follow the freaking rules of the road, people. They might err on the side of being a little excessively polite here. So that's why, like, flashing your lights to signal that you can exercise your own right of way, it would never occur to me. But clearly different driving cultures, definitely aware of that. Even in California, where I went to law school and, lived for a few years. Very different driving culture than we have up here. So he said he doesn't recall if it stopped at the house, the SUV. It was right in front of Fairview. And they were always behind it. Ricky stopped right in front of the driveway. The SUV was a car length in front. Don't recall if it stopped at the house, saw the brake lights on and released, and then stopped again and probably moved a car length up. Huh? No kidding. No kidding. That's what Ryan Nagel had to say in this trial. Did he say something, Trooper Bukhenik, that he wasn't supposed to know? Sure did get called out for it. Well, my notes are so much thinner today because no, I did not sit and take down all those texts. Hell no. That will not be necessary. We know where to find it in the video. If we need to go back and relive any of that, we'll know where to find it. Don't need to have the note by note breakdown. But he seemed a little tired after lunch, didn't he? I love AJ did exactly. He did exactly. I'm like, this is how you do it. Make sure the jury knows. Remind them. The only reason we went through all that is because you're fighting. You're fighting the significance of these text messages. No, not romantic, not flirtatious. Oh, well, at parts they were. There's things in it. You're hot. And she ghosted him. You're going to fight the obvious implication of what these text messages mean. They were flirting. She ghosted him. He got panties in a bunch, how she would characterize it. I would characterize it as butthurt. He got butthurt at the waterfall when she had her back to him that whole time. Could not give two shits that he was there. Well, and then that gesturing back and forth, and then you come in here, question mark, question mark, question mark. Nothing to see here, just some of the final communications leading up to John's demise, John last being seen. Nothing to see there. So, I mean, he still had some of his fight right after lunch because, boy, he kept continuing to fight the romantic and or flirtatious. But they kept it, Alan kept it, I think, pretty well in line, making his points. Yes, this is what happened. She ghosted him. Well, I wouldn't use that term. Well, they used the term, didn't they? And as you understand it, that's what happened. Stopped responding. And then he double texted. Oh, the shame. The shame, Higgins. The didn't get you what you want. You had to follow with the you sure. Had to double text with the old you sure. See if you're going to get a reaction. Yeah, bud, she sure. Indeed, she is. So yes, then at some point he learned about this later stuff with Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Didn't get Brian Albert's cell phone. Didn't get Brian Higgins' cell phone. Just got what Brian Higgins gave him. As he sits here right now, he's not aware of that 2:22 a.m. phone calls between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, those butt dials, the butt dial, the butt answer, the butt call back, and the butt answer, and the butt hang-ups. Can't forget the butt hang-ups and all that too. Wasn't aware of any of that. He's never heard it before. Never became aware Brian Higgins making the phone call at 1:15 a.m. at the Canton Police Department. Never sought to get his phone. Why? Because he wasn't looked at as an individual that they needed to look at even after he saw the messages with Karen and even after the timeline. Knowing this timeline of how this evening unfolded, the flirting, etc. All that. Nope, nothing to see here. The evidence just wasn't speaking up. I'm a little hard of hearing. Sorry, you might have to repeat things sometimes. I didn't catch what that evidence said. Needs to raise its voice. Then he had that he's trying to give this explanation about why, it wouldn't matter because we verified what he gave us against the other two phones, but he's saying we had all three devices. No, you didn't. You didn't have all three devices. That's literally the point that the defendant is making, or that Mr. Jackson is making. You had John's device, you had Karen's device, you had two devices. You didn't have the other devices. That's the whole point. The honesty and the cooperation of the witnesses and the supporting documentation, they could have objected to that and gotten that stricken. I've mentioned that many times before. This detective is very well aware of that. You don't get to offer an opinion about the honesty, truthfulness, credibility of other witnesses. Not allowed, but they let it go. They let it go. I mean, and maybe why not? If the honesty of Jen McCabe is what drove your investigation, then the jury can probably make their own conclusions about that. The honesty and cooperation of Jen McCabe really does speak for itself. No, there was no contusion, no egg over his right eye, just his eyelids were swollen. Yes, he spoke to the paramedics. Nuttall described an egg. Nuttall, he described it to us, to the jury, in front of us, an egg over his right eye. He saw nothing like that. He'd have to see a report. Oh, except the paramedics don't write reports either. Just tiny, tiny laceration over the right eye and tiny, tiny laceration on the side of the nose. Nothing to see here because that clearly screams. The evidence is shrieking. Car accident. Why? Because his eye is cut. And that's the first thing anybody thinks of when they see a cut eyelid, is they think it's a car accident. Tiny. We got to minimize it because, we know the problem. He didn't know if there were broken bones or fractures because he doesn't do x-rays. He's there to look at John. He's not actually there to get information about John's medical condition. Don't think the doctor said anything about whether he had broken bones. Really? You think they just went through all that and didn't bother to ascertain if John had any broken bones while they're providing emergency stabilizing treatment to him? And, it's not stabilizing. He's not trying to resuscitate him. They're trying to figure out if this is viable. And you're telling me they didn't happen to notice if parts of his body were displaced or something, for example? No, doctors didn't bother to do any of that. They didn't report it. All he cared about was he learned there was damage to her right rear tail light. He didn't care about the fact that no tail light was found in spite of the leaf blower search, and that none of it was found until after The SUV was in the Canton Police Department sallyport. And this is where he started to get worn down, I think. This is where he started to show that he was getting tired. Started to show he was getting tired. He's been demanding reports. I need a report. I need a report to be able to say that. He won't provide one to us. We may not apply the same standard that Bukhenik does. We must take his word because he does not write reports, but he demands reports to know anything. I wonder if there's a way to be able to use this in my closing. Just imagine if the Massachusetts State Police treated you, the jury, with the same respect and with the same consideration as they treat their own interest in accuracy and getting information correct. They understand that to get it right, it needs to be documented in a report. You need to be able to refer back to it. You need to be able to refresh yourself. Nobody can be expected to remember all of these details, so it needs to be documented. Imagine if they had applied that standard to what you might need to see to make decisions about what happened in this case. For him to know anything, it needs to be in a report, and yet he's provided no reports to you. He didn't report his discovery of this evidence, the details, what happened to it, who he gave it to. You're just to take him on faith, the same faith he would not show us. You're just to take him on faith that all of that is fine and proper, and nothing to see there. Might be something they can make out of that in closing. Brian Higgins said he didn't see John's body because he wasn't looking at the grass. He didn't look over the snowbank. He's focused on his plow. Okay, so we know Brian Higgins in his interview is claiming he's got the Jeep and the plow. It's been this whole issue of, the Jeep and the plow. Brian Higgins says that he was driving it, insisted he drove it, parked it in a specific place. Jen McCabe placed it there, same spot, right next to the driveway out front in front of the mailbox. The problem with it is that we now have Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson who drove up, parked behind the SUV. There's no Jeep. There's no Jeep. And one of the coincidences in all of this is that who drives a white Jeep with a snowplow attachment? Caitlin Albert does. Don't know what all that means, but just one of those inconsistencies that's always kind of been lurking in the back of this case. Why are you putting a plow where the third party have no dog in the fight? People never saw one. Why is this important? It's not clear, but seems to be that early on, Brian Higgins is claiming it. He's claiming the Jeep, claiming the plow, and it's in part his excuse for why he didn't see John. He was just laser focused on that plow, so he never looked over the snowbank. Nobody's plowing 2/10 of an inch, a cat's track. Nobody's plowing the cat's track. And if you are plowing the cat's track, it's not creating a snowbank. Okay, your snowbank, an inch maybe. The berm is 6 inches. This Cape Cod berm that we keep hearing about, that little asphalt curb, is significantly higher than the snowbank you're going to create if you're plowing cat's track amount of snow. Nothing to see there. No suspicion. No suspicion. Didn't raise any suspicion at all in his mind that perhaps Brian Higgins was being less than truthful. Nope. No concern at all. Then we went through the waterfall stuff. We ID'd everybody. We saw the play fighting. I don't know what that is. Is that peacocking? Was that peacocking? You know, ooh, look at me, Karen. What a tough man I am. Is that just the kind of bros these guys are? Like to touch. Might be the only human contact Brian Higgins has had. Might be his only human contact. Did look like wrestling. Looked more like wrestling, at least that initial one. In fact, most of it, you know, you're not supposed to hug in boxing. Just use your fists. Just use your fists. No hugging. Then, of course, Brian Albert giving Brian Higgins those abdominal thrusts. As off-duty cops do when they're drinking on a Friday night after concluding a long, busy day of drinking in other places. Abdominal thrusts entered the timeline. And then we saw that back and forth. We didn't get to see the whole thing in relationship to each other. That might have been, if I don't know if Judge Cannoni would have allowed it, but it might have been the helpful tie-in for all of it. Okay, we looked at the Brian Higgins side. We looked at the John O'Keefe side. Now we know what we're looking at. So now if we look at the whole thing full screen, we might have a little bit better of a visual on, are these guys talking to each other or what's going on? Because Jen McCabe's kind of in the middle of it there too. Jen McCabe is up there at the bar with John initially, but then she kind of moves over towards the middle of the screen, like over towards the direction. Looks like she's about halfway between where John and then Brian are standing. So she's kind of in the middle of it, but then she's not. So being able to see everybody in relationship to each other might have helped just spell out real clearly. Let us see for ourselves. Are these guys gesturing to each other? Don't know. Then the ring video. There may have been movement. Trying to focus on, there may have been movement. Took a long time to try to get him to, there was, logically, the two vehicles had to come into contact. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And so you didn't need to explain your assessment based on the totalities that there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that time. Not what you were asked, was it? Trying to jump to why you thought it didn't matter. Minimizing, just like the tiny cuts. It's okay that he didn't have them before. They're tiny. Doesn't matter. Finally concedes, yes, there's contact at a slow speed. He's getting tired now. Starting to give it up. And what time is that video? Oh, it's at 5:07. Huh. Remarkable thing to remember, given how vague you've been and how unable to remember significant dates and times and other details of this investigation so far in the course of your cross-examination. What a remarkable one to have right there at your fingertips. The one that, according to you, means nothing at all. 5:07 means nothing at all. Interesting to learn he's the one that went and hunted down Chloe? How do we know this is Chloe? And that's what everybody wants to know. Soon as we heard that, oh, the dog expert that the Commonwealth wants to call did himself a little canine forensic odontology. Went and did some bite molds of this dog. What do we know about this dog? Well, we know that Trooper Bukhenik went and found this dog. And so far, that seems to be all that we know. There were some vet records that were with the vet that's caring for the dog now and owns the dog, and they were dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts. I don't know what that means. I know when you change care, it's routine to contact the vets. Or, I mean, I don't know about a vet. I would assume it's just like with a person. You go to a new doctor, your new doctor will go and get all of your medical records from your old doctor. But I don't know how they do that with a dog if they haven't identified a dog. We would just be taking your word for it. Okay, that's where Chloe is now. Send them the records. That's not proof that this is Chloe. That's just proof that somebody, some vet requested the records. And maybe that it was okay with the Alberts for those records to be provided. But the dog is Cora. The dog is Cora. And whoever owns the dog now, it's not named anywhere. And they got the dog from somebody with the last name of Riley. And that's about all we know. Who told him how to find Chloe there? How did he chase down Chloe at this location? He had to be told by somebody. Wonder who told him. Wonder who told him. 20 reports that were not recorded for more than 100 days after the event in question. 4 that were more than 300 days beyond the event in question. 4 that were more, 3 that were more than 400 days, 4 that were more than 500 days, and the longest delay of all of them was 581 days, a year and a half after the event in question that the report was written. And where we ended it here was getting into the eyewitnesses, because they ran and interviewed Ryan Nagel right away, but they did not speak to Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson for over a year and a half. Why not? Well, according to Trooper Proctor, or the surrogate, according to surrogate Trooper Proctor, which is Trooper Bukhenik, we're hearing from here today, that's because they already had an eyewitness. He told them what they saw, and he told them, no, the other people wouldn't have seen anything differently. Oh, really? Aren't we looking to see if anyone saw John in the house, in the yard, get out of the car? Anybody see John at any point? We're like right at John's last known whereabouts right now. I don't think one guy is going to be able to speak for the other people and what they saw. And I don't think you're going to take their word for that, if you care about getting the information. So they waited a year and a half to identify them, and neither of them saw John. Nope, he's not there. I don't know. He's not in the car. Didn't see him in the yard. Saw him on the drive up, though, according to Heather Maxson. And then just starting to walk him through that little slip when he's describing the prior testimony. He's not supposed to, certainly doesn't know anything about the testimony in this case, about whether the brake lights went on and the car moved up or anything like that. Doesn't know anything about that because Ricky D'Antano said in his interview that the SUV was parked when he arrived. And Heather Maxson said the same thing. Ryan Nagel, however, testified, saw the brake lights move, the car move up about a length. He's not supposed to know that. So we're right on schedule, but we still get to sleep in on Monday, guys. Guys, buy your mom an extra one if that's what you do, if that's your thing. You don't have to take it easy Sunday. Oh, we got fights this weekend. I'm excited. We have a Junior Olympic. It's not really a qualifier because you don't have to qualify for the Junior Olympics. You can just enter the Junior Olympics. But it's basically you get an invitation. So the registration's closed at this point. It often closes real fast. So you get an invitation, you get like a pass in, you get discounted rate, all that stuff for Junior Olympics in Las Vegas in June. We got two fighters that have some pretty good matchups. That'll be tomorrow. If any of you guys happen to be in the Post Falls area, Post Falls, Idaho, want to stop by the armory, hey, pull up. Bang, bang. We'll be there having a good old time, working the corner and watching some good fights. So that's going to be my Saturday. And Sunday we'll take some time for mom. I'm not always the best about taking some time for mom. Not always the best about, calling mom and all that. It's the nice thing about moms is that they tend to be forgiving of your shortcomings. So gonna do my best to spend some time with mom and, make sure she knows she was a good one. She was a good mom. She still is a good mom, still around. So with that, guys, boy, we got a big old queue for the afternoon. Friday afternoon. Hey, nobody's in a hurry. Let's see what you got. Lucentile, I thought, we were on this. We were on this when they came back. I thought Karen Read was not guilty, but I didn't believe the conspiracy theory angle. After hearing this guy's testimony, I'm open to the idea. Yeah, I was talking about how the weak part to me had always been the timing of the search, but now I'm just, I think they're doing a better job this trial of highlighting the problems with the chain of custody. So I don't really trust any of this taillight plastic. None of it was properly handled. None of it was booked in. So I don't know what's what. And if all of this is just sitting somewhere where Michael Proctor can have access to it, I'm not taking it on faith that somebody didn't just go sprinkle a little bit of taillight of any kind out there in that 1 square foot area over there on the edge of the road. Perhaps earlier in the day during the 8 hours or so that this entire crime scene was unattended. And then snow falls on it and CERT can come in and dig it up. And it can be anything at all because Michael Proctor is going to make sure that the parts from Karen's taillight end up in the evidence bags one way or another. Haven't seen that ruled out at this point. So, 'tis madness. Has all of the blood John lost been accounted for? Not to my satisfaction. We don't know at this point how much blood did John lose. Seems like that would be something that you could tell us from the autopsy. How much blood was still in John's body? Should give you an idea of how much was missing from John's body. To my satisfaction, it hasn't been explained just because the nature of the injury, the head wound, it's massive. And head wounds are, they bleed a lot. You got a lot of little tiny blood vessels and stuff up in there. They bleed a lot. So should be there on that impenetrable ground that we heard about from the weathermen. But, we watched the leaf blower video. It's not there. There's no puddle of blood from John's head like there should be. Southern Mom, how do attorneys keep up with all of the witness testimony segments they want to follow up on? Thanks for your excellent coverage. Everybody's going to have a different method. For me, as you can see, I am an obsessive note taker, and trial is part of that. And so my practice is I just, try to take down as much as I can. If there's something that I catch in real time, like I'm going to be coming back to this, then I'll put a star in the margin, come back to this. I'll try to maybe get it verbatim, have it in quotes so I can read it back. But the rest of it is just to kind of give me the gist, give me the general idea of what they're saying and what's transpired and the order of it and stuff like that. Everybody's going to have a different system. But you learn as you go. You learn through practice. You figure out what works, and it's very common when you first start doing trials. You've got your plan and your script, and you're going to stick with it. because deviating from the script could get you into trouble. You don't necessarily know what you're going to get. You don't necessarily have the ability to gauge, this witness. What sort of answer am I going to get? How do I block them in? How do I move them back to where I want them if they start to go afield? You just haven't developed those skills yet. So common to start pretty scripted, and then as you get more trial experience, you can be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more responsive to what happens on direct, what happens in the early part of cross, and then go ahead and throw that back at them. Use it to your advantage. But notes are pretty key, I think, for probably most people. Take a lot of notes. James Casatelli, there's got to be more to the Proctor story that we don't know. Why else would they be going so hard to protect him instead of throwing him under the bus? Should be easy to just blame him and be done. Well, they're still trying to save the case and the conviction, so I think that's part of it. If they throw Michael Proctor under the bus, they're essentially giving up the case. And if they're giving up the case, that might be a problem for any cover-up conspirators. It's not helpful for them. It's not the result they want. So I think that might be part of it. They still just have to go all in trying to get the conviction, to the extent that they will even sit there with a straight face and say that Michael Proctor conducted his investigation with integrity. Could be, they're worried. Hey, he's been fired. He may not have the incentive to, protect everybody anymore. So we're going to just suck up to him as much as we can so he knows we're not the bad guy. It wasn't our fault. We're trying. Did what we can. We still got your back, bro. I'm a little bit more skeptical of that interpretation, because I don't think Michael Proctor is going to admit to major felonies just to out of spite, planting evidence and falsifying reports and things like that, the cover-up stuff. He's not going to admit to it. Very unlikely. 1 second here. No licking allowed. So, I mean, my guess is just that, it's the case. They still need the conviction. They still want the conviction. They have to keep Michael Proctor as clean as possible for that to be viable, just because his hands are, too far on everything in this case. So I think that's really what it's about. Still going after that conviction. Rosemarie Attardo. Hi, Andrea. I'm getting tired of this testimony with Sergeant Bukhenik and frustrated with how Jackson's crossing him. He's allowing Bukhenik to put in long answers. He has fallen back, I think, a little bit into some of his old habits. He may have, opportunity again over the weekend. Think about it, adjust, perhaps not do this the same. He may think that Bukhenik is just hurting himself by refusing to answer the question he's asked, needing to explain everything that, isn't being asked of him. Maybe he thinks that that's helpful and that's why he's allowing it to go on. But he probably could cut it off. And, he's got to have the judge on side. If the judge is on side, she'll tell the witness, just answer the question. He got her to do that yesterday. Give him that advisement. Just answer the question that you're asked. He's continuing to be unresponsive, but Mr. Jackson isn't really pushing that. So he could shift strategy, push that. Your Honor, we just want to keep this targeted, and we're, having to chase him around because he's not answering the question. We don't like that any more than you do. Please direct him to just answer the question. And then if Mr. Brennan wants to redirect him so he can explain, that's how the trial process is supposed to work, as a sergeant of his experience certainly knows. So he could do more like that. He could also do, just remember the do you deny it? Do you deny it's a good way to cut him off from the I don't remember, I don't recall. And then he reads the document and then he comes up with a long explanation for why that's what it says. You can just cut him off flat. Do you deny it? If you don't deny it, then you're saying it's possible that you said that. And so if it's possible that you said that, here's what it means. Possible you wrote that in your report? Yeah, you're not ruling that out? Okay. I mean, by and large, I think that's going to get them most of where they need to go. He's either going to concede it which he is very reluctant to do, or he is going to deny it. And now you're going to get to impeach him. Read his statement from his report right back to him. Read it right back. If it's a statement that is, reported in somebody else's report, read it to him in that. There was that interesting moment where, so he's being shown a text message for purposes of, does that refresh your recollection about whether you instructed Michael Proctor to go and interview Ricky D'Antano? He said, no, it doesn't refresh my recollection because I'm going to try to find it where it is exactly in my notes. But I'll take the document at face value if it's an authentic copy and it's true and accurate and so forth. He knows. See, he knows the game. He knows that's the foundation to get a document into evidence. You have to have a witness that's able to do that. And then he referred to it as an extraction. My name is misspelled in the extraction. Huh. And Mr. Jackson said, well, it's not mine. And they had that little chuckle. Yeah, we know. We know it's somebody else's extraction. How interesting. Whose extraction has something about text communications between Proctor and Bukhenik? Did they extract Proctor's phone? That would be new. That would certainly be new. That might get back to James Casatelli's point about, is there something different here? I don't know. I don't know about that. Well, anyway, that was a little bit of a sideline, but that caught my attention. There's some extraction here. So part of the issue is if this is, say, an FBI extraction, which is probably what it is, or maybe it's from the IA, could be from the Internal Affairs investigation. I don't know. But if Alan Jackson's going to get that in evidence, he's got to have a witness come in and do it. And so Bukhenik knows that, and that's why he's playing this. Well, I'm not going to be refreshed because I don't accept it as face value or whatever. Not knowing what the text message says, it's hard to know what his options are for dealing with it. But that's where a do you deny it might have been helpful. Might have been helpful because you can't get it in. But he doesn't necessarily know what you have. So if, for example, this is text communications between Michael Proctor and Yuri Bukhenik, if it's their own text communications and Bukhenik is in the text message saying, I instruct you to go interview Ricky D'Antano, it's obviously very hypothetical. Then when he says, I don't remember that, you'd be like, do you deny it? I mean, doesn't sound like anything I have a memory of. Did you text Michael Proctor on whatever date? I instruct you to go and interview Ricky D'Antano. Well, if that what you're looking at says I did, I take your word for it. So it's possible that you did. Yeah, I guess it's possible if that's what it says on the document. Okay, that's all I need. I don't need to get into the document. I don't care if the jury never sees the document. If you've conceded that conversation and that's possible, that's where maybe you might be able to make a little bit more headway with the do you deny and so is it possible than with the refreshing. So just another possible little tweak. It worked so well with Jen McCabe, the slippery witness. It will probably work well with the slippery witness too. Trisha the Traveler, has prosecution proved John was run over by a car yet? Spoiler alert, it's going to be a long wait. You're going to be waiting a long time. It's going to take a minute. No, they haven't even approached it yet. Next week, perhaps. I guess we'll see. Ethan Morgan, is it possible to bring up old Yuri Bukhenik investigations to compare? Possibly, if they had done that work, if they had researched it. gotten some of his prior reports or something like that. Yeah, that could have been a theory, possibly strategy to pursue. It would take a lot of prep, to accomplish that. But yeah, you could. It's just a question of priorities, and is it necessary? Do you already have enough? I would say it looks like they were trying to go this way with Michael Easter, in terms of establishing this is what you know perfectly well. This is how you're supposed to do things. You just didn't do it that way in this case. They didn't find out that Michael Easter wasn't going to be able to testify until relatively recently. So if they had to shift strategies at that point, it's probably not going to be enough time to do what is essentially a lot of oppo research on Trooper Bukhenik. But yeah, in theory, that's possible. Skippy one, how big are those fragment on a shovel? Easy to miss. Yeah. How did Cert miss these? Oh wait, Cert missed them because Cert was only in the street now, only in that 1 foot by 1 foot area out in the street. They went a whole another 7-8 feet and didn't find anything, so they stopped. But they couldn't actually shovel in the yard. It was too hard, even though their map from the last trial shows that they found everything in the yard. We with all this so far? If it's clear as mud, it's not your fault. But how do you miss the snowblower? How do you snow blow away a few inches worth of snow all the way down to bare grass, and you don't find a 6-inch by 6-inch piece of red taillight plastic? Inquiring minds want to know. Perhaps it was the aliens. In Mongi 1967, sorry, I don't remember my lies. Hello, Andrea. Love your input. On Melanie's stream, somebody is reporting from court that the jurors are being very reactionary to Yuri's testimony. Oh, I can't wait to get the jurors' reactions. I'm going to be seeing what Jess Machado has to say. She's been a good resource from inside the courtroom this week. Yeah, any other resources? I'd love to know. Love to know how the jury is taking all that in. Bella's mom, Andrea, do you think AJ should move along? I don't mind working him over. AJ could have been tighter, but I feel like it's pretty clear where the problem was. The problem is the witness being unreasonably resistant. To me, that message seemed clear. Maybe others have a different opinion. Maybe somehow this made AJ look bad for him to have to keep asking the question to get an answer. There are some points where it's like, look, we don't need to argue about the word. Okay, we don't need to argue about whether so she did ghost him then. We don't need to argue about that. That's the conclusion. The jury gets it. Here's what ghosting means. Here's what the behavior was. You don't have to do the equals part of the equation. It's very that kind of reasoning is very simple. The jury can do it for themselves. They know what you're getting at. So there's like a few points there where it's like, sure, you don't necessarily need to argue about that stuff, but by and large, to make his points, it was the witness that necessitated this approach. So love that he reminded him after lunch. Now that you've reviewed all the text messages, does that refresh your recollection about whether you perceived any kind of romantic interest there? Yeah, he did that very well. I enjoyed it. Texas Sister 2. My husband is retired deputy accident reconstruction. He says no way on earth that is a vehicle strike, and the evidence collection is a nightmare. I feel like most of the people that have experience in this area are pretty uniform in their opinions. Juror Ronnie talked about everybody on the jury that had a medical type of background. They were all like, no, of course not. The injuries don't fit. Talked earlier about Duty Ron and Ed Wallace, NYPD, former NYPD. Ed is like the CSI guy, and they were just on stream a couple nights ago. I don't remember. I lose track of time when we're in the middle of trial. So I don't remember exactly when it was, but definitely go check out their channel. They're some of the good guys, I think. I've been on their channel before, talk some Koberger stuff. Not happy with this investigation. Not happy whatsoever. This is an embarrassment to the people that are trying to do a good job. And I've said many times, I don't hate cops at all. Far from it. Good cops are some of the best people that we can hope to have in our communities. Good cops are helpers. Good cops are brave. Good cops are honest. Good cops are protecting us. Good cops give us justice. Good cops are some of the best people out there. It's just unfortunate that, these bad cops get tolerated perhaps a little too much. And the problem is bad cops have a tendency to bring down the rest of a department. It's unfortunate. Andrea McBurnett, Code of Silence, 100%. 100%. Andrew Hansen, about the inverted video, ask Yuri, your job is to give a fair and accurate representation of events and facts, correct? We could turn that around on his own words that he's been using. If I knew it was authentic and a true and accurate representation, you mentioned that just the other day in your testimony when you were concerned about some of this documentation, and very important for that to be the case so that we don't accidentally get false impressions of something. If something were modified in some way or something was not as it appears, the jury could get the wrong impression from it. And so knowing that, of course, would go to great care to make sure that you only present true and accurate representations in court, and that if what you were showing the jury was not true and accurate, you would immediately call their attention to how it differs from reality, to what they need to know to make sure they're not misunderstanding what they're saying. Of course, you would do all that based on your own testimony in this court. Something like that. M. Mongi, 1967. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your username, but what thoughts about the sneaker snafu presented by Baby Hanky? What can defense do about it? TB reported HB will not call HIggins, Proctor, or McAlberts. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's not calling HIggins or the McAlberts. Proctor is a little bit more, bold move. Bold move to not call the lead investigator, because it's a free gift to the defense no matter what they do with it. Whether they call Proctor or not, we get to highlight the fact that the prosecution didn't call the lead investigator. And there's just no way that doesn't hurt. There's no way that doesn't call into question what the lead investigator has done. There's a reason why they're not calling him. As far as the sneaker snafu, I don't know what it means. I'd love it. One of the reasons why occasionally, it's better to be in the courtroom than sitting at home watching the stream is you can go actually inspect the evidence. Now, some nut jobs like, certain judges in Indiana think that the public doesn't have the right to do that, but that certain credentialed members of the press get to do it. But in normal judicial environments, you get to inspect the exhibits. I'd like to go see the evidence bag, because my suspicion of all of this, the confusion, is that both evidence bags may identify the shoe as being recovered from 34 Fairview, and neither of the bags identify it as coming from the hospital. That would be my guess. That's why he got confused, because he's reading the bag saying it's coming from 34 Fairview. I think they mislabeled the bag. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Whatever confusion they have, they sorted through, and I don't know. We'll see if it gets followed up on in any additional part of cross-examination. In PD 0911, how does Bukhenik stay off Brady Giglio lists after this? So, guys, Brady Giglio lists are not like necessarily a thing. There are like websites out there that purport to be like Brady Giglio lists, but what they really are is just a compilation of publicly available information about. I mean, sometimes it can just be like allegations have been made in a motion that accuses a law enforcement officer of doing something. Sometimes it's more specific to like there's been a disciplinary finding or something like that. There's been an appellate opinion where an officer was found to have engaged in some kind of misconduct. So you can't really necessarily put a lot of faith in these public kind of source databases because unless you dig deep into what is this based on, because sometimes it is just allegation. And hate to break it to you, but defendants accuse the cops of misconduct all the time, whether it's true or not. It's just extremely common. It's blame shifting strategy. So if it's a situation where a place is just reporting allegation, that's not really reliable. Those are not Brady issues because these are not established facts or anything like that. So when you have an actual Brady Giglio list, like something that's meaningful, it's because typically the prosecutor that you're dealing with has chosen to maintain a list because they need to disclose impeachment information about their witnesses. And so if there are impeachable issues that go to an officer's primarily honesty, then anytime that officer appears in a case, we need to point that out. That needs to be disclosed. And so the list tends to just be sometimes it's all internal. They may not even disclose the whole list. Sometimes they will, but it's largely something that's done by the prosecutor's office for purposes of making sure that they satisfy their discovery obligation. It's not a required thing. It's really a matter of policy, whether they do it, what they do with it. So having said all that, there's been no finding. There's been no finding. Disputed evidence is normal. There's been no finding is really the answer to your question. And there wouldn't be unless he's subject to some kind of discipline. Now, lack of accuracy in his performance review of his subordinate, that I'm wondering if we're going to hear more about on Monday. That's the kind of thing, lack of accuracy, that can potentially be implicate Brady Giglio. If it's impeachable kind of lack of accuracy, like the intentional kind, then that's gonna, if Norfolk County DA maintains a Brady Giglio list, that's gonna put you on it. But otherwise, it's up to the jury to decide. The jury doesn't make specific findings. We found that Sergeant Bukhenik lied through his. They're not going to make a finding like that. So it's just kind of out there in this nebulous world of there was conflicting evidence and the jury resolved it, but we don't know exactly how and we don't ask because their internal processes of their deliberations, those stay confidential. So this was maybe a long answer, but yeah, unless he gets disciplined or has some other type of consequence that relates to being dishonest. No, this is normal. This is normal. Lots of cops out there like this that behave like this in court. There's a lot of them. Alyssa Ramirez, have you ever provided information during a legal proceeding that was later shown to be inaccurate or misleading? Boom, market for evidence. That would be argumentative. It's good. You're definitely on the right track. Definitely on the right track. but later shown to be inaccurate or misleading. He argued with that the first time. It's perfectly accurate. It's just inverted. It's the point is he didn't call that out. And so that's where I think you have to set him up for the impeachment side. Like that's where the conflict is. It should have been called out immediately for the jury to properly understand it. You didn't do that. Also, you narrated it to suggest it said something that wasn't happening, as if it were a true and accurate, non-inverted depiction of what was going on. Like those are the key issues with that prior testimony about the inverted sallyport video. So that's, try to focus in on that as much as possible and set that up. It's just going to give him less opportunity to be able to wiggle, and it's going to be cleaner for the judge because he is going to wiggle. And if you need to be like, judge, please make him answer the question, you need to be on the high road. You need to be clean. You need to have been not argumentative. So inaccurate or misleading, she might take issue with that. I don't know. We know he would for sure. Gladys Kravitz, how did they know how many taillight pieces they were looking for? It's almost like they knew how many times they needed to go look and how many pieces they needed. Shake my fucking head. Yep. Almost like they did. Almost like they had a little stash that they needed to sprinkle out, and then once they had it all, they were done. They were done. I'd love to know about this gap between February, what was it, 11th and February, or was it the 10th? February 11th and February the 18th, I think is the last time Proctor went out and collected taillight glass or taillight plastic, and he got those great big pieces. So what was the weather like in that week? Nobody saw that? Brian Albert? Nicole Albert? Nobody in the house was like, hey, I know you're looking for taillight plastic. It's been weeks since the snow melted. There's a bunch of plastic out there you might want to come get. Nothing like that. Yeah, that little week gap could be a hole to exploit, but we'll see. K, YB doesn't care about convicting KR. His main focus is keeping himself safe, and to do that, he needs to protect Proctor. His motivation is self-interest. This is another way to look at it, certainly. There are certain types of people. I want to go back to the Amber Heard example. Okay. I know. I don't like to take everything back to Depp v. Heard, but it really is the case that gave us everything. And so one of the things that you would see Amber Heard do is that she would be able to draw people in, like Kevin Murphy, for example. You get them to just sort of bend their rules a little bit, violate their conscience a little bit. With Kevin Murphy, she got him to submit a false statement to the Australia court. I don't know if it's a high court. Sorry, guys. I don't remember the name of the courts in Australia. But anyway, she had been charged with smuggling the dog in, not declaring the dog. She got Kevin Murphy to submit a false declaration that basically says, it was me. It was my job. She didn't know anything about it. I just didn't complete the paperwork. She's totally innocent. She did nothing wrong other than just not check a box that she didn't realize she needed to check. And so because of that, she got off with good behavior, probationary type of sentence that ended up resulting in no conviction. And so that is the kind of technique that manipulative, malicious people can use to get people in line, to keep them under control. Because once they've gotten you to bend your morals a little bit, now they can hold that over your head. They can use that to keep you in line. Hate for anyone to find out about that time you did that thing I got you to do. That would be so embarrassing if anybody knew about it. That's why people videotape, get you roll loaded and then videotape stuff like that. It's for control, little blackmail, little implicit blackmail. We don't necessarily have to come right out and say it, but that's how the control works. Once you've given up something like that to that person, they can use it to control you. So I think about that type of dynamic a lot with these types of scenarios, in part because, I think that's how good cops get corrupted. And I think that's how departments get corrupted by bad cops. If you imagine a bad cop using that kind of Amber Heard technique, they can even sell it to you as you're doing the right thing. We know this is a bad guy. We just want to be absolutely sure he doesn't get off. So we're just going to sprinkle a little glass here on the bumper. That's all. We already know he's guilty. Minimize it. Get him to do it. Now they bought in, and now they have that over you. As soon as you're like, oh no, we can't plant the gun. Well, but you planted the bumper sprinkles before. And I'm going to do it. And if you blow the whistle now, they're going to find out about all that other stuff you did. And that's how departments can get corrupted. So I think about that type of dynamic a lot. And I think this comment is speaking to that kind of dynamic. I don't know who is the, chief bad guy here. And at some point, it really doesn't even matter. They're all as bad as each other. They've all bought in. But I can see his self-interest. If he's willing to do this for Proctor, what does Proctor have on him? What would Proctor do for him? Gotta wonder. Give me 1 second, guys. I've been sucking on my tea here, and we've got a lot of chats in the queue. I'm gonna need to make sure I stay hydrated. So I am going to pause for just a minute here to go get my tea refilled, and I'll be back real quickly. Oh, thank you for that, everybody. This is going to be much better. I already feel the life flowing back. Skippy 1. John left Waterfall Bar with a glass. You can see it as he walks out to the car. No straw. Was he punched while holding it and used that hand to block the blow? Would cut his hand. See, this is the problem I have with him holding the glass when anything happened. If the glass broke in his hand, it's hard for me to imagine that happening in a way that wouldn't cut his hand. And his hand isn't cut. And glass cuts, very sharp, very slicing, can be very, very serious cuts. There's just nothing like that. So to me, it looks like a glass dropped, perhaps, maybe a glass thrown. Don't know. But I did see, except I don't think I have it available now. Let me see if by chance I can find it real fast. There were some screenshots, I think, of the waterfall. I think I might know what, here it is. Let me just go ahead and pull this up, and then I can share it. We saw Hank Brennan present that one little screenshot from some of the exterior video surveillance from the waterfall, and he paused it and like, look, there's a little thing that's a straw. Well, here we have potentially a much better view of John O'Keefe walking out of the waterfall and whatever is in his hand. And I certainly don't see a straw. I don't see anything that looks like a straw here. Anybody see a straw? I don't see a straw. So agree with you on that observation. I'm not convinced. Oops. Just stop sharing. I don't know that I'm convinced that there was a straw in the glass, but we'll see if we get some. We'll see if we get some cross on that too. Maybe we will. Go ahead and use the Commonwealth's own evidence from the last trial against them. That's always a fun thing to do. Andrea McBurnett, 1041 is when it was noted Yuri contacted ME. Okay, 1041, where does that fit in our timeline? The problem is, okay, so that would have been before. That would have been while he is at the police department. This is going to be while he's at the police department. He's talked to Sergeant Good. He's, talked to anyone else he's talked to at CPD. It's before he's gone and done the interviews at Jen McCabe's house and before he's gone to Good Samaritan. So it's what he learned there that led him to, we're looking for a car. Had to have been what he learned there. Because if they're thinking about that, we still have this issue of when did you become aware of the dash cam that shows the quote unquote broken taillight? And Jen McCabe had that callback to Lank. Forget exactly what time that was too. Be so nice. Wouldn't it be nice if law enforcement did something like document their activities so that if you needed to have a timeline of their investigation and what information they had when, you'd be able to just look at that documentation and make sense of it? Wouldn't that be nice? It's somewhere in the middle of all that. So yeah, we know Jen told him, and he said, okay, that's the marching orders, and they went with it. But how it all fits together, that would be interesting to know. So at some time before he did those interviews on Country Road. Bird, Jessica Machado is reporting jurors are openly reacting for first time today. Sounds like Yuri Bukhenik is not coming across well. Supposed smirks, smiles, and laughs at some exchanges and Yuri Bukhenik responses. I can't wait to read it. I can't wait to read it. It sounds very dramatic, and it sounds like, much like a visual representation of how many of us were reacting here and in the chat. It's a very frustrating type of witness. Shouldn't be like pulling teeth. This isn't a dentist. This is a courtroom. You're here to provide information. Why are you being so difficult about it? And in such a just transparently obvious way. Norman Corey, seems like the best way to deal with Yuri is to keep pointing out to the jury how he is really not answering the question asked. The jury can see that. That's a possibility too. And he's done that quite a bit. Alan's done that quite a bit. That's not the question I'm asking. The question I asked is, it's a yes or no question. And the jury can see that. The judge can too. Definitely one way for him to keep working on it. Hey, I think I learned, is it Dejan Lujic? Something like that? Dejan Lujic is a YouTube member. Welcome to the channel. I hope I got it close. Thanks so much for joining us. Track worker, first rule of Fight Club is we don't write shit down. Nope. We just write down the official story. But we, if possible, maybe even don't write that down because we might need to shift it. And if it's written down, then we're pinned down to it. So really better to just not write anything down. If you got to write it down, try to wait almost 2 years. It just is going to work out better that way. The words. So with all of Bev's comments and nods between Bev and Brennan, can this call into question all their past cases into review disciplinary action? I am not seeing anything that indicates to me there is like some kind of improper communication happening. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing it. We don't have a very good perspective from this camera because we can't see everybody in the courtroom. And so like I've seen comments sometimes like somebody is saying, the witness is saying something to Brennan or, you know, somebody's saying something to somebody else. You can't tell who they're looking at. I can't tell anyway. I can't tell. You can't see from the angle of the camera where everybody is oriented. So I'm not seeing anything that looks to me like there's you know, some nefarious thing going on behind the scenes with Judge Bev and Hank Brennan, not based on their courtroom conduct. And frankly, that would be stupid. You know, the way to do that would be through burner email accounts, and then stay perfectly on the up and up in the courtroom where everybody is watching. So I think it's likely just, you know, perhaps a little eagerness to see something there, possibly. Jason Sorensen, Bev is the poster child for why judges shouldn't rule on their own recusal motions. Also, why you should be able to remove a judge mid-trial for bias. Well, you can. I mean, you could. There's nothing preventing them from re-raising the motion. Just that it's, you know, extremely unlikely to get granted. You'd have a whole issue of communicating that with the jury. You can sanitize it. Things come up. Judge had to be elsewhere. New judge, pay no attention, playing the same role as the old judge. Continue as you were. But yeah, I mean, people don't tend to have very good insight into their own biases. It's true. And people don't always have good insight. When the standard is something like the appearance of impropriety, you don't necessarily have good insight into how things look to other people. Especially if you've gotten accustomed to this perspective that you have from up here on the bench. Might be a little bit more difficult to view it from the perspective of a unattached outsider and what it looks like to them. Like, for example, one of these jurors and how they might take it when you're like, we're not reading all of these. Oh, yes, we are. Guess what? We're having a sidebar and you're letting me do it. Did the fact that they got to do it, was that enough to cure that comment? I don't know. Had to do the mea culpa the other day. I shouldn't snap. I shouldn't get frustrated. No, that's right. You shouldn't. And you definitely shouldn't get frustrated only in one direction. You shouldn't get frustrated when this side is doing stuff that you're freely allowing the other side to do. Shouldn't need to have to call that out. It's not rocket science, but yeah. Pro gamer, Youpie, cringe for cringe, praying the jury cringes with us all. I cannot wait to see what Jessica says about how are they taking in these texts. Are they head in hands? Are they turning red? Are they, you know, trying to look away, not make eye contact with anybody? Are they shifting in their seats because they're as dry as my bonsai trees? Ugh. L'Enfant, do you think filibusters to break AJ's otherwise powerful cross flow? I'm invested and familiar with case, but even I'm lost and bored. To me, all AJ's points get lost because of his evasiveness and rambling. Yeah, it's to throw him off. It's to take control of the rhythm and timing of the cross-examination. You saw Alessi's cross-examination of Hyde. It's rapid fire. He's in control the whole time and it shows. So yeah, if you can take the center stage and you can control the pace of it, you're not allowing him that advantage. And it just visually, intuitively kind of looks different. So I could definitely be part of it. Breaking up the flow. I would buy that. And also just buying him time, dragging it out. He thinks maybe if he drags it out, like it's got to be done by a particular time. And so maybe, and I think maybe he started to regret that by the end of the afternoon because he was getting tired. Maybe he dragged it on too long. So then he started being a little more responsive, a little more direct, a little more yes, no, listening to and answering the actual question, not putting so much energy into how can I answer this in a way that answers the question I wish was asked and lets me deliver my talking point. He started having to think way too long about how to answer very easy questions. And then he just kind of gave up and started being responsive. So could be part of just a strategic approach. Interesting news coming in here. Let me go ahead and pull this up and share it. See what we got. You guys, oops. Guys able to see this? It's a little small. I don't know. There we go. There, it's bigger. Major victory for the First Amendment today. The U.S. Let me get this. Nothing against your super chat. We'll just clear the screen. Major victory for the First Amendment today. The U.S. First Circuit Court of Appeals has overruled a federal judge who wouldn't amend Judge Cannoni's buffer zone. They have sent it back to the judge and basically told him to consider a way to modify the buffer zone so that it doesn't infringe on the First Amendment. The recommendation was to narrowly tailor the order to allow quiet support for Karen Reed that doesn't disrupt the trial proceedings or threaten the safety of jurors, kind of like last time. They also gave Cannoni a chance to amend it herself before a federal court does that for her. Thanks to Marco Randazza for this hard, if I said his name wrong too, sorry about that, for this hard work with this very important legal battle. That is a victory. That is a victory. Let's take a look. Here's the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. Looks like it's just pieces of it. Order lacks a mens rea requirement. It applies equally to speech directed towards random passerby and speech directed towards trial participant. They seek only to engage in quiet off-site demonstrations on public property in areas and at times that do not interfere with trial participants' entrance into and exit from the courthouse, that do not interfere with the administration of justice, and that will not influence any trial participants in the discharge of their duties. With the plaintiff's position now clarified, we think it prudent to vacate but not reverse the district court's denial of a preliminary injunction and remand this case for further proceedings to determine how the order has been interpreted and applied and whether the lack of a mens rea requirement renders the order insufficiently tailored. So a mens rea requirement is a mental state. You're intending to do something, perhaps intending to disrupt the proceedings, intending to interfere with jurors, and so forth. The order is just applying to making noise, being present within a buffer zone. Of course, the state could entirely of its own volition further simplify any potential First Amendment issues by amending the order to introduce a mens rea requirement, as in Cox. i.e. by limiting the order to demonstrations directed toward interfering with the administration of justice or influencing trial participants. Based on plaintiffs' representations at oral argument, such an amendment would allow plaintiffs to engage in their desired quiet, off-site, non-obstructive demonstrations while minimizing the risk that demonstrators will improperly interfere with the judicial process. No costs are awarded. Well, that's about as clear as you usually get from the court. Here's what you need to do. Somebody go ahead and make it say this. We're not going to do it ourselves because that's not our job. It's not really our role. We're not the ones that know all the ins and outs of the facts and what the issues are on site and so forth. So we're not going to issue the order ourselves. But we're going to tell you pretty much what it needs to say. And if it doesn't say that, it's going to need to have a really good justification for it. So quite some big news for the buffer zone and the First Amendment. And Mark Randazza, that's a big win. That's very impressive. So good bit of news coming in this afternoon. L'Enfant, I feel like I'm watching a bad 1940s cops and gangsters movie noir. Is this real life? Oh, the dramatic reading. The dramatic reading took us all a little bit over the edge. It did go a little film noir, didn't it? Melissa Garcia, our favorite Eagle Scout, Alessi, is a teacher. He teaches judges on how to be judges. So watching Kim John Canoni must be why he's in pain. Love ya, A. He did. He just got, I caught him when they were, getting ready to go up to the bench for that sidebar after she said, "You're not playing all these. You're certainly not going to read all these." Oh, yes, we are. Let's see, had a kind of pained, scrunched look on his face. Yeah, he probably is getting frustrated with this. Getting a little tired of dealing with it. Got to keep dealing with it over and over and over again. Gets frustrating, doesn't it? A cool breeze. Bukhenik is starting his audiobook career. Well, he may need another career if we're lucky, but something tells me he's going to be just fine retiring with his fat pension. L'Enfant, I see 2026 Oscar in his future. It's probably going to be an Emmy. This would be daytime television, so he could get an Emmy. Somebody nominate him for an Emmy. That would be hilarious. He would totally win. The Rural Juror. We got to get another kill me this time from Yuri Bukhenik. We might. We didn't. He got into it. He got got to give him credit. He leaned into that role. Gave it his best. Greg, AJ, sir, if I could, I'm going to ask that you keep your hands above the witness stand. Was he still leaning on the podium the whole time? Maybe show us your other hand, Trooper. Gross. L'Enfant, what does this have anything to do with she hit John O'Keefe? Of course it doesn't. She didn't. It goes to what they should have investigated and never did, which is Brian Higgins' obvious motive and behavior in the last moments where we know anything about what John is up to. Never paid any attention to that, never explored it, never investigated at all. They went, "Oh, Karen has a broken taillight. Don't pay any attention to that angry, spurned man in the corner." The Rural Juror, AJ, -5 vacation days was not enough punishment. You get to read Higgins's text this time. Yep. Hey, karma. Sometimes karma is a beautiful thing. See it unfold in real time. L'Enfant, at least the chat is fire and funny. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat, indeed. You guys made it. You made it way more fun this time. I had more fun watching the chat react to the text messages than the text messages themselves. I mean, the text messages, they're fun. They're fun. It's just like, oh, the drama. But chat's takes on the text messages really made the day for me. Ducks in a better row. Andrea, I'm screaming into the void. If there's an appeal, the transcript won't have identifiers. Judge Bev with her whole hand pushing down on the scale under the guise of expediency. We have the text identified. AJ has been doing much better with making sure that stuff is marked, stuff is identified, so we at least know generally what we're dealing with. If there was one where he caught, I got to tell you, it happens a lot. Messy records, unfortunately, are just a thing. And yeah, you do get what you get. It would be good if they could maybe tighten it up a little bit. There's a certain formality that you can use to go along with it, drawing your attention to what's been marked as identification, EE, and still, discussing that document, do you see whatever. You can keep it real focused on that. And you get the cleanest record that way. Some of it just depends on how likely is any of this to be an appeal issue, so there's a little bit of flexibility with some of that. But yeah, I agree. Record could pretty much always be cleaner by the standard of an appellate attorney. The rural juror, yes, we all know you like to utilize Army bases. What is this guy even saying? Ducks in a better row, make it stop. The rural juror, YB's inflection is killing me. He got into it. He was feeling those roles. Why? Because he was really leaning into that. Oh, Karen's trying to get revenge. Boy, she's just trying to land him. He got into it. Really made it come to life. That Southern blonde lawyer, first time on in days, makes my whole life Bukhenik reading these. It's going to be a special moment of this trial, isn't it? He did such a better job than HIggins himself reading them at the last trial. I like Bukhenik's reading better. Track worker, if I never hear this mindless gag fest again, it'll be too soon. Probably we won't have to hear it again. Jurors, take note. Okay, we already know there's been a prior proceeding. Are you sitting there in horror thinking about the fact that, oh my God, a previous jury had to listen to all of this? Let's make that not have to happen again. William Hughes, Bev's part of the prosecution team now, not a judge. That's nothing new. She's been putting her finger on the scale for the prosecution for quite some time, largely in the pretrial process. A lot of significant decisions there. It just doesn't want Karen to be able to put on a defense. She's certainly not the only prosecutor in a robe, but that she is becoming ever more clear all the time. Brian Bryson, if this idiot would have just answered, yes, they were flirtatious texts when he was asked, would we have had to listen to all this cringe? No, we wouldn't. If he had just been reasonable and not fought it, we wouldn't have had to listen to all that. But he's the one who said, haven't reviewed them lately and I haven't reviewed them all and I wouldn't want to characterize it. Well, then I guess we're going to have to go through it all. And then we're going to revisit it so that the jury can evaluate, is that a fair characterization? What I asked you to concede? Does that seem fair? Nope, we wouldn't have had to do any of it. Beach Rando, talk alcohol to me, baby. Ooh. Pour some Jamesons on me. What, if anything? Remember, everyone texts like your messages might be read in court by Yuri. Well, geez, I might make mine a little more spicy then. Get him to really lean into that role. How far can we push it? Let's test your limits, Yuri. Violet Energy, make pagers great again. Just call, guys, and talk. This whole I'm so glad I don't have to date in the modern era. It looks miserable, guys. Honestly, it looks miserable. This whole texting thing, isn't the first thing you learn about written communications how easy it is to misinterpret them? You read tone into them. There's this whole issue with texting about timing, and the double text thing. I'm giving Higgins shit for double texting. I mean, imagine just pick up the phone and have a conversation. Why do you have to do this oblique thing? It just seems very off-putting to me. It would be major turnoff. KZ, your way of going over what is happening in this trial, an incredible gift for remembering past facts and testimony, has me hooked. I was going to pass this retrial until I clicked on your stream. Well, what a nice thing to say. What a great review. Really appreciate hearing that. It's nice to have the feedback. You know, I watched the first trial, can't unwatch it. It's there. Can't erase it from my mind. There was just no way that that was not going to color my perception of what's happening in this trial. Yeah, I can't pretend it didn't happen. So I'm glad that you're finding that valuable. 4 Knots to Nowhere. Should have hired Michael Kramer and Kate Reading to read this epic. I don't think I know who those people are. I probably should. But unfortunately, too many cultural references are missed on me. But I'll take your word for it that would be a good, those would be good dramatic readers. Nasir Puto. Thanks, Judge, for preventing this being longer. She didn't. I don't think she did. They just ended and we went to lunch. John's dead. That's how we ended. John's dead. Amelia Walsh. YB is like my boy, has 0 game. I don't know. YB seemed like he was giving Higgins a little bit more game than Higgins had in those texts. Boy, if texts could read, could express themselves in tone and inflection and stuff like that. Do you think they had as much game as YB was giving them? Montana Lil, to be fair, that would be hard to characterize, LOL. I can see that. You can. Romantic. What the hell was that we just read? No, we all know that was they were in the talking stage. They were in the talking stage. Is that that's what they call it, right? Steph sells stuff by the seashore. First question when they get back: has your memory been refreshed? 100 billion%. Remember now, Trooper Bukhenik. Remember now. The Traveler, start a GoFundMe for Bob Clinton's breath. Lol, poor Bob Clinton got outed as having rank breath. The Rural Juror, this is the AB comedy I live for. Well, we got to keep it light, man. We got to keep it light. We could have all quietly vomited to ourselves, or we could just laugh at what we're seeing. Bino, doubt if Commonwealth will call Higgins, but hope so. I doubt they will too. They're going to leave it for the defense to do if they see fit. The Commonwealth is putting all of their eggs in the basket of John. John never went in the house. The whole, Commonwealth theory of John's final moments, they're hanging all of that on Jen McCabe. We'll see how that bet pays off. The Rural Juror. I wish the jurors could ask questions only so that when the sidebars are released, we could hear their snark, because they wouldn't be allowed. What the hell did we just listen to? Why didn't you just concede that these are flirtatious in nature? Be good, be safe, be happy. If prosecution claimed John's cuts on his arm were caused on the taillight or car, where's the blood evidence on the car or pieces of evidence? Great question. Great question. Yeah, because if you cut yourself on a piece of taillight and it creates a big gash in your arm and your arm bleeds on it, there should be blood on that taillight. And of course, it's, very forensically stable. Mike 67C is gifted 20 memberships. Holy cow, Mike. Super generous of you. Thank you so much for doing that. Thanks for everybody who got one of those. Enough to track a cat. Gay Jeff would like to be yeeted from the text and excluded from this trial. Justice for Gay Jeff. Poor Gay Jeff. What did he ever do to you? What did Gay Jeff ever do to you? Hospice Jess. So did they hook up or not? I zoned out. I'm pretty sure he fumbled the entire way. Shauna Coles, how did the Alberts not see those big pieces? Yeah. How did the Alberts not see them? These sat on your set on your lawn for like a week after the February 11th, and the February 11th is the week after the snow is already pretty much all gone. So we've had 2 weeks that it's just sitting out there. Nobody's like, hey, pick up the phone. You guys might want to come get all this tail light. Great question. Enough to track a cat. I love this discomfort for Trooper Bukhenik. I think that might be part of why he played it up. He's pretending it didn't hurt him. When he first had to do it and he's trying to resist, he's trying to not read it clearly, trying to fight back. He's not doing exactly what he's instructed because he did not like having to be that performing monkey. Oh no, not for the defense. He did not like that one bit. But once he accepted the inevitable, this is how it's going to go. And if you don't want to do it right, then we'll just put it on the screen. And then the jury can follow with their own eyes. Then I think he was getting into it in part to be like this, don't ever show your hurt. Don't ever show. Even if they punch you, don't show them that it hurt you. That's going to make it worse. I think it's maybe a little bit of that. Stacy LeBruno, Be in Trouble 31, posted a video last night showing how taillight was too clean inside and would have had salt spots all over it if Karen Reed had driven around with it missing that much plastic. Be in Trouble 31 has he's the taillight expert. How is this guy not on the witness list as the taillight expert? I mean, this is exactly the kind of stuff that would just be very, very helpful, I think, from a reconstruction standpoint and helping the jury understand what to make of this evidence that's being presented to them. I buy it. Yeah, it seems to me like I know they use salt. I know they use salt to control the snow over there on the East Coast. We use sand over here on the West Coast for the most part. That's why, we know out here on the West that you never buy a used car that comes from the East Coast because you guys have rust problems. You got to check that frame real carefully. If your used car is coming from the East Coast, we know that out here. We don't use the salt. You guys use the salt. Gets everything all corroded. So yeah, you would think there would be spotting, stuff like that. Feral AF, what angle will AJ take on how BH text equals motive? Well, he was interested in Karen. Brian was interested in Karen, and she was ignoring him. And he was pissed, and he's trying to peacock, and he's not getting her attention. So maybe beating up her boyfriend will do it. Would she think that's hot? Would that be hot? Leanne, I think John was in on these texts and maybe Higgins found out they were messing with him for some reason. Can't buy Karen just thought he was hot. I mean, we can't say no, but I don't think there's any proof of that. Bukhenik admitted he has no proof that John ever saw these texts. So it, clearly never came up in any kind of text communication between John and Karen that this was going on. No, I see it. I see it. I think the way a lot of people in the chat saw it. Karen's trying to line up her exit. She's the relationship with John is very bad. The New Year's thing happened. It was some bullshit. She's there being the glorified babysitter. He's using her. She's starting to see, oh, this guy's kind of a loser. She doesn't want to admit it. There's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to, but she's starting to see it. It's getting harder and harder to deny. So she's lining up her exit. Maybe this guy will give me the excuse I need to finally just close up that door, lock it up tight. Maybe he's what you were looking for all along. Spoiler alert, guys, he never is. That's never how you find the good one. Gwen Brandon, can they get another Arlo camera and install it in the street since they had the photo showing the position to see what the camera catches? Probably too late to do that because they need somebody to do it and to testify about it, to prepare a report about it, etc. Probably too late to do that at this point. Daniela K. For the conspiracy, not everyone involved has to know they're involved. Proctor planted the taillight pieces and then everything else fell into place. Absolutely. Not everybody needs to know they're involved. They just need to be useful and not ask too many questions. That's all they have to do. Look the other way, as Mr. Jackson put it in closing in the first trial. All they got to do is look the other way. Be good, be safe, be happy. Shakespeare to KJ's car. You can take a pound of flesh, but not one drop of blood. KJ's car, I accept the challenge. Also, don't get human-sized dents. Good one. Yeah, cut up that arm. Cut up that arm, but no blood anywhere on that car. Nowhere on that car. No dent. No dent from the impact. Nothing like that. Chastity Young, thank you, Andrea, for giving us a great community to hang out every day while watching the trial. Well, thanks for being part of the community. It's you guys that make it so awesome. If me hitting, start stream is a small piece of that, then I'm grateful I get to be a part of that. Chat is pretty awesome. I love it when I get to sit and hang out and see how you guys are taking things in. Lori Lee Annie, thank you for all your coverage, Andrea. I really love your sense of humor. Well, thank you. Got to keep it light. You can just get way too serious and too brought down by the criminal justice system. Really easy to get brought down, jaded, dark. There's a reason why cops and defense lawyers share a lot of black humor. Jeezy, isn't it true that you interpreted Karen's intentions in the worst possible light, but refused to interpret Higgins's intentions in any negative light? That's the argument for the jury. You don't ask him that. That's the end of the equation. Here's what you did. Here's what you had. Here's the obvious conclusion. You refuse to see it. That's the argument to make to the jury with it. And he will, something to that effect. Amelia Walsh, what if the unwell showed up on her car screen when she got in the car on Apple Play? John sees it, says nothing, and storms in with a mission. This is possible. Yeah, this is possible. Don't know how her phone system works. Don't know how Apple works. I'm not an Apple user, guys. But this seems possible. Fight. Fight. John goes in looking for Higgins. We already know Higgins wants John there. You come in here? You come in here? They're like a minute away at that point, maybe outside already. Not totally clear because we gotta still deal with that Waze time offset. But really close in time to when you're actually there. Higgins is pretty hot for him to be there. Yeah, I buy he could have found out. Could have found out in the meantime. That's part of what's going on. I don't know. But that is an interesting theory. And maybe would they know that from her vehicle telematics, the infotainment system? Would it show text displayed or something like that? I don't know. It might. Perhaps we'll learn. Alyssa Ramirez, I learned 1% of autopsies are ruled undetermined, and it's usually because only bones are left. The more you know. Yeah, fragments. Even when it's just bones, they can sometimes tell. It's kind of wild. They do get confused sometimes, like marks on bones. I think there have been some cases where marks on bones were inappropriately attributed to efforts to dispose of the body. It turns out that they're predators, things like that, scavenger activity. Less than 1% of autopsies are undetermined. I mean, I buy it because it's usually not that hard to figure out. It's usually not that hard to figure out if this was caused by a human, caused by an accident, caused by someone's own volition. You can just usually figure that out if they just expired of natural causes. It's not usually that complicated. What I think is interesting in this case is that it seems to me like no matter how you looked at the situation, it was a homicide because it certainly wasn't natural causes. Natural causes didn't cause a skull fracture. I guess the issue is she didn't know if it was an accident. Could he have accidentally caused that skull fracture? I don't know. And all those other injuries, that seems a bit hard to explain. I don't know if there's a hypothetical that could put that together, especially given where he was found in the yard and the condition that he was in. So that's part of it that's interesting to me. Is it seems like really it should have been a homicide no matter what, because whether it was Karen or whether it was somebody else, somebody beat him up and threw him in the lawn as a possible hypothetical competing alternative scenario, either one would be a homicide. So it seems like maybe she couldn't rule out accident. I don't know. Duncan, Idaho. I always dispose of my incriminating garbage and phones on military bases. Does everyone not do that? You need a military friend for that. You need a military friend to be able to get you on base. Those of us peons out here with no military access, we're stuck with the Walmart dumpster. CLW, is it a problem that John's sneakers were tied in the evidence photos and untied on the stand? It is only a problem if the defense makes it one. If they use it to make a point, draw the jury's attention to it. Otherwise, no, it's not a problem like from an admissibility standpoint. But they could draw the jury's attention to it and raise the question, why and how did it get like this? This is why maintaining the chain of custody of items is so important, so that you can see, who handled this item in between the time that it was, photographed and when we're seeing it right now. And then we can ask all those people, did you untie the shoes? When did you untie the shoes? Why did you untie the shoes? How did you touch the shoes when you untied them? And then we can better understand the evidence. That's what chain of custody is for. So they could use it, but it's really only a problem if they choose to make something out of it. Trump him. I get the feeling that AJ is not into this trial and appears to be throwing it. Oh, I don't get that at all. I don't get that at all. I think he's into it. I have raised some questions about the scope and extent of his preparation. The reality is you never have enough time to prepare. There's always more that you would do. And the problem with being a lawyer is you got other things you have to work on. The problem with being a lawyer with your own practice, with your own large and successful practice, is that you have a lot of responsibility. You have employees that you have to pay. You have rent you have to keep covered. You have, all your overhead that has to be paid for. So you have supervision that needs to be done. You have to manage your other cases that you have. It's just constant major demands on your time and on your attention. And that can make it hard if you're not getting paid for something, even if you're doing it for the best intentions because you care so much about the case. That's why you're not getting paid. But it can still be difficult because you have so many other responsibilities that require you to spend time on your paid work. It can be difficult to devote the time to the pro bono one. So I've kind of raised that as just a possibility that, he may be, I don't know. There's been some points where I thought maybe he's underprepared. Seems like he's like with Jen McCabe. Really, it was when we started with Jen McCabe and it's like, God, we're doing the same thing we did in trial one. We're following the same script. It's not working. That concern for me is resolved right now with Bukhenik. He's prepared for Bukhenik significantly because a lot of what we're dealing with Bukhenik today, that they did not deal with this with Bukhenik in trial one. So he didn't get to just go back to that transcript and be like, oh, here's the topics we covered. Here's how we did it. remind himself, and then just go do it again. This is a new symphony. This is a new symphony that is being composed in front of our eyes. And so he's prepared for this substantially. That has resolved a lot of my concerns about that possibly if he wasn't doing so well at the beginning, maybe it was because of time. He's got probably all the time he needs now. I mean, they're living there in Massachusetts. You get done with the trial, you eat a bite, you go back to the hotel, and guess what? You're back doing prep. You don't get a lot of time off in the middle of trial. So I respect this opinion. You know, everybody gets a read on the situation. I don't personally share it. And to the extent I was concerned about his preparation before, definitely not concerned about his preparation today. Duncan, Idaho, watching Bucky BS his way out of every straightforward yes/no question is absolutely maddening. How does Jackson not rip his head out? I don't know how to say that. Yeah, it is very frustrating. Frustrating for everybody, and empathetic members of the jury will feel that frustration. They will share it. Willow's Angel, by putting these text messages out here, does it look bad for the defense, i.e. KR? They have clearly made a strategic decision that whatever, you know, negative perception you might get about Karen based on it, they think it's not that bad. The upside is worth it. Being able to prove that Higgins had a motive and exactly what his motive was is more valuable than, you know, keeping Karen, you know, trying to make her look like an angel, I guess. She doesn't have to be an angel. Non-angels can and do win trials. Because bad people, even like awful people, are not guilty sometimes. So seems like maybe they're just leaning into that. It doesn't matter if you don't like her. Same thing kind of with the interviews, and the decision to do those interviews has been very criticized, high risk, not conventional at all. Most lawyers not going to be advising that to be done. But what, you know, what's the worst thing that has come out of it so far? Has she said anything like super bad? I don't know. Maybe people probably have different takes about that. But I think the biggest concern is just, well, she looks unlikable. I mean, that's the whole reason you put that one of her doing that mimicking of Peggy O'Keefe. It's just to make her look bad, you know. They've leaned into that maybe. Okay. Karen doesn't have to be likable. That's okay. It doesn't mean she hit John with a car. Dan Greenwood, Ben Affleck already writing this script. It does. God, it comes off as a Chasing Amy or some bullshit. What a terrible movie that was. Oh my God. Dayon Luyich, justice for Gay Jeff. Indeed. Gay Jeff has captured all of our hearts and minds today. Cannon fodder. Higgins Arlo could show him go home. Recorded audio. Does Higgins have an Arlo? That would be interesting if he does. Don't know. Jason Bites, if there are any guys out there who are like Higgins and don't know how to close with women, hit me up and I'll help you out for a small fee, $150 per hour. Don't be like Higgins. Thank you. Higgins is a real good illustration of what not to do. It's pretty easy. Listen, pay attention, show interest. It's pretty much what most women are looking for. If you actually show that you're interested in what I'm saying, that you're actually interested in having some kind of connection, then that will be intriguing, particularly if I am interested in you and I get that feedback. So really not that hard to do. But maybe from a practical standpoint, it's more difficult than just that principle. Ray Bay. Now I'm wondering if Karen said something to John about Higgins before he got out of the car. She didn't want to go there, so maybe she said it to piss him off or make him jelly. Maybe, we saw this last exchange between between Higgins and John at the bar, the call out. Maybe John's like, what the hell is all that about? Karen has to fess up, you know? I don't know. I don't know what Higgins said in any of this, but, you know, does kind of seem like a possibility, isn't it? It explains a lot of the different pieces, why Higgins wants him over so badly, who's got a motive to beat up John, why the last kind of communications between John and Karen were a fight. Certainly, if, for example, hypothetically, John did in fact throw the glass at Karen's car and hit the car, maybe caused that little dent that we saw, the little paint chip up high. Maybe he did do something like that. Maybe people inside saw that. Maybe this is why Arca's thinking we better test out what throwing a cocktail glass could do to that taillight, kind of damage it could cause. Something like that. Would that make sense? John's pissed at her. Throw the cocktail glass. Oh, I can definitely see it. So it does seem like a very possible explanation for how things got weird and bad so quickly. Is it just, it all came to a head at this point in time. He's pissed at Karen. Higgins is pissed at him. They're pissed at each other. Karen's like, fuck you, drive off. I can see it. Makes a lot of sense. Ray Bay, funny how everyone leaving the house were all looking somewhere else than the yard. Higgins was messing with his plow, not looking at road. Okay. Yeah, the snowbank. The snowbank when there's no snow. Nobody buys that. Although looking at your plow, I would grant it seems a little bit a better excuse to me than we were looking at the peanut butter and the bread. We were all busy looking at the bread. Ray Bay, Yuri alone is killing the case. He might be. Not coming across well. And after Jen, you know, didn't come across very well either. I gotta wonder what the jury's thinking about all this. Lyda Randolph, Andrea, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your commentary during this trial. Well, thanks so much for being here with us while we watch. This group watch thing makes it fun. You know, makes it a little more of a good time, I think, for everybody. And I think it helps us all understand it better, being able to share each other's perspectives and bounce our ideas off each other and things like that. Lots of times people have raised stuff I've never even thought of. It's a great source of brainstorming, this chat. The rural juror, you can tell this is new info by how AJ is questioning. This is the Chloe stuff, the dog stuff, definitely new information. He seemed perhaps a little maybe tentative with those questions, or learned that when. Don't know exactly. Tell me about it. He was being very open. He was being very open, like inviting the open-ended questions. You don't normally do that on cross-examination. It can be risky to do that on cross-examination. You have the ability to ask the closed question, so you often do that, but you have to ask an open-ended question if you don't actually know what's going to be elicited by asking it. So I think I agree with this. It did look like he's information gathering in that part of it. He's clearly got some information, but not all of it. Ray Bay, who can testify to the taillight having red lights and there's no way it would show up white even if it was damaged? Possibly ARCA. You know, the reconstruction people. That's some of their job to know the car and what the damage effect on the car is going to be. So it really seems squarely in their alley to me. And it's just all the more helpful if they can do some of the same kind of stuff that Be in Trouble 31 has done. God, make it visual for us. Make it visual for this jury. Do a little demonstrative. That'd be fantastic. Just light up that busted up taillight right there in the courtroom for everybody. would be, I think, very powerful. I found it powerful when Be in Trouble 31 did it. A cool breeze, longest day of Bucky's life. Guy has aged a lifetime over 6 hours. He did seem to be ready for his nap by the end, didn't he? Ready to just go ahead and sit back in the rocker and pull up his blanket. Yeah. Duncan, Idaho, being a cop for so long and speaking only the language of CYA, it now physically pains him to answer a simple question directly with a yes or no. He had to get real tired before he'd do it, didn't he? Had to get real worn out before that whole instinct to take control, be the one in charge, say only what you want to say it how you want to say it. Try to be the boss of the cross-examination before all those instincts faded. He had to be pretty tired. Stacy LeBruno, why doesn't AJ ask him why he investigated the dog at all? Did he think John O'Keefe's injuries looked like a dog attack? Well, Yuri will blame him. You know, you guys made us have to do this, you know, because you guys, you know, something along those lines. I do wonder if maybe there was a way they could have approached this. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's a way they can do that doesn't throw it back on, but might have previewed the jury to this dog bite issue, the arm injury issue. Maybe they could have opened that door a little bit and just clued the jury into what's happening, what's coming. Q Revere, how are these cops not in jail? This trial is crazy. Maybe we're just waiting. I don't know. I'd like to think we're just waiting, but dirty cops are nothing new. Nothing new. Lucy Fair, taillight would have been all around John. First responders would have felt crunching under their shoes and cut their knees when kneeling. Taillight would have tracked away from the scene on shoes, etc. Excellent points. Excellent points. If that's the theory, right? The taillight shattered, momentum carries the pieces, you know, same general area that John is. They have different masses, so I don't know. I would, you know, we need accident reconstructionists that we can rely on to tell us these things, not just Trooper Paul telling us, well, it exploded. But you know, lay out for me what we could expect. But if that's the general theory, that the taillight, you know, traveled with that 24-mile-an-hour motion of the car that came to a sudden stop, taillight's going to continue under the law of momentum, law of inertia, really the same thing. Then, yeah, you would think it would have been hard to miss that over there in that very little bit of snow. Somebody would have stepped on something, especially if there's big dinner-sized pieces, you know, dinner plate-sized pieces out there. Seems hard to believe. Law Kong Express, I guess the defense will now call Chloe. Woof, woof. Well, they'll probably call Cora. Call Cora to the stand. Cora, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Buzzcat, Andrea, now is it time for Easter? I just don't know. I really don't. I don't know what standard Judge Canoni is going to apply. Like I said, I would be extremely conservative with this, and I would do my best to try to get anything Michael Easter is going to testify to in through these witnesses. So if he's going to say, here's what the Massachusetts state policy number, you know, A36 sub B sub 3 says about report writing, and that's part of his analysis for how they fell short, I would be asking every single one of these MSP witnesses, what can you tell me about MSP policy number A, whatever it was that I said? That's to be very conservative, to be able to make my record for the judge. Hey, if I can't get this in through these people because they're not cooperating, they don't know, they won't authenticate it. Look at Yuri. Yuri would never authenticate it. I don't know what this is. I've never seen it. If it's a true and correct, accurate copy, I would accept it, but I don't know what this is. Then you've made your record that you need somebody to be able to get it in. So I'm not sure. That's me being super conservative and trying to cover every base. Is that what she's going to require? I don't know. Law and Order. If Buke authored the report, he can attest. If it's his report, he can be impeached directly with it. And he can be held to answer for what he knew and what he wrote and basically anything that's in it. So because all of this is going to the investigation, what you knew, when you knew it, when you based what action you took based on it. It's his report. It limits his ability to wiggle out. You know, I didn't know that, or we learned it at some point. Well, it's here in your report, so you knew it at least by then. Just helps them narrow things a little bit. Inquiring Mind. Any idea why Alessi keeps moving chairs? No idea. I know it makes me a little bit. It makes me a little queasy, a little seasick. You know, I don't know. Just maybe doing different things, performing different roles. I don't have an answer for that. Jennifer Devine, the young guy with bloody knuckles in a picture. Colin Albert. Yuri Bukhenik is Colin Albert all grown up. He might be. Yuri Bukhenik seems like he's still the kind of douche that would go punch the heavy bag without his wraps on because he thinks it looks cool. Jacqueline, RDHM are two of the only eyewitnesses the Commonwealth wants to call, but Yuri Bukhenik didn't call them important witnesses. Seems sketchy to me if I'm a juror. Ricky D'Antano, they haven't called him yet. Commonwealth hasn't called him yet. They called Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson. But they're all eyewitnesses are important. He wouldn't say they were eyewitnesses. That's all he would say. They were important. They were eyewitnesses. They might have been the last person to see John. We could have hammered that point. They could have been. You didn't know what they were going to say until you interviewed them. And because of the circumstances, they could have been the last person to see John. And that would be really significant, wouldn't it, in terms of sorting out the time frame, what happened, how it happened, being able to pin down the last time somebody outside of all of this is eyes on John O'Keefe and can tell us where he is and what he's doing. Seems pretty critical. The jury would get that. Rand Maniac 10, is that Trooper Paul or Voldemort? Yeah, some folks have been saying that is this the dumbest cop ever, whatever. No, Trooper Paul, man, he will have that trophy for a long time, I suspect. Terrible. Duncan, Idaho. Washington here too. Texas drivers are excessively polite. Loved my time there. Drivers say thank you down there with 2 flashes of their emergency lights. That's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, lots of different driving cultures. California, the one that stands out in my mind, you'd be coming up like to merge on the interstate. And the interstate will be like 6 lanes and, San Diego, LA, that kind of area. You'll be coming up to merge. There'll be 1 car in the 5 lanes and they will be in the far right lane and they will be going exactly the speed. And do you think they'll get their ass out of the way to let you merge? Oh no. Oh no. That's California driving culture. There's like no acknowledgement of anything. Where I live, you might make eye contact and say hello to somebody that you're out walking with. Oh my God, Chile, especially in Cochimo. Oh my Lord, every single person you passed on that trail in Cochimo, they're in a great mood. They're smiling. Everybody says, hola, buenas. Hola, hola. Hola, buenas. Everybody is just so happy to acknowledge each other. California, if you say hi to somebody you pass on the sidewalk, they're going to look at you like you're a sex offender or something. Some kind of creep. Different cultures everywhere. Summertime, was the first trial better or worse? As far as the text messages go, define better or worse. This was far more entertaining, I think. There was probably more of the cringe factor the first time. One, because it's the first time we're hearing it, but also two, because Higgins had to read them himself. So it's just like, oh God, where do I look? Where do I look while this is happening? I also agree with those of you who are commenting. It does seem like we heard more this time. Like there may have been some curation of what was read out last time. I don't remember hearing about Gay Jeff last time, for example. So definitely different. Turned up the drama with Yuri Bukhenik's reading. Edie Purdy, at 11:48 on the waterfall video, Higgins was pushing Karen's bar stool with his foot. She ignores him. I didn't see that. Good catch. Good catch. The 11:48 is like right before they're doing the square up. Right? Does he want her to look? Look at how tough I am. Look at what a man I am. I'm so hot. I can wrestle and abdominal thrust. I can be abdominal thrusted by my buddy Brian Albert. Aren't you turned on, Karen? Don't you want to talk some more over text? A cool breeze. Yuri and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Once AJ defeated his nemesis, Jen, he's been riding high. Thanks for all the insight, Andrea. I do feel like he's been riding high. It was a big shot in the arm for him. I think it probably gave him some confidence that you can handle these people. You know the assignment. You can do it. Might have lost his way a little bit today, but it also could have just been strategic, and he could very well have the opportunity to take the weekend and reflect on what worked so well during that Jen McCabe cross-examination. Maybe bring some of that back on Monday. Finish off Yuri Bukhenik with a little, do you deny it? So it's possible then. See how that works. He won't be ready for it. That'll be new for him. At least with AJ. Buttercup 203. Andrea, thanks for another great week. Yuri was tough. Have you ever had to cross a witness that bad? Go Nola, go Phils. I don't think I've ever had to cross anybody that bad. No. I mean, most people have some shame. The ones I can think of that were difficult to cross were the ones that were lying. And when you know they're lying, but you can't prove that they're lying, that can be tricky. Fortunately, when I had that situation, we got to come back later. It wasn't trial. It was in pretrial evidentiary hearings. This cop is lying to me. I know he is, but I can't prove it. But I'm able to go get the evidence I need to be able to submit it and show the court. I'm going to be able to show this guy's lying. So what did they do? Prosecutor dismissed the case. So we didn't get to that point. I have never dealt with a witness this slippery. No. Most cops understand how you come off to other people. They understand some people might not like cops, and so you may not want to feed into that stereotype. You generally want to look like you're being forthcoming, like you're being helpful, like you're being honest. Again, maybe just a different culture. Go Nola, go Phils. Nola gives me heartburn. I've never had heartburn. I said that before, and someone was like, "You've never had heartburn?" I don't think I have. Even Jeff was like, "Never? I don't think I have." I'm not even sure I would know what that sounds like, but I imagine it's what I feel sometimes. When Aaron Nola's on the mound, he's such a great pitcher, but God, he'll have that one inning. It's like every game, he's got that one inning where things just collapse and get really uncomfortable. And hopefully it's like a 1-run, 2-run kind of collapse and not like a 7-8 run kind of collapse, but you just never know. You just never know what it's going to be. I'm always pulling for Nola. The rural juror, they never investigated the Bryans, and then when it was forced, they didn't want to bring that info into you. We, the defense, had to tell you about their suspicious calls and destruction of phones, etc. if the Commonwealth doesn't bring them. 100%. 100%. They didn't want you to consider anything else. Why? Because they had already decided what they wanted the answer to be. Why? Because they need to protect the cop. The cop whose home this was, whose friend this was, whose house this took place at. They need to protect him. Great way to tie it all in together. Yeah. All the things they didn't do and they didn't tell you about. We had to tell you about that. Can be a very powerful way to structure a closing argument. Duncan, Idaho, the May Grand Sumo Tournament also starts tonight. Hey, I didn't know that. Write that down because I know you were telling me, hey, check out sumo sometime. I watched, I think I mentioned, I watched a documentary that was about, it was about sumo wrestlers. It was like this house where all of these like upcoming sumo wrestlers are trying to, they live together, they train together, compete together, and they're trying to like raise in the rankings and stuff like that. It was quite an interesting documentary, but that it's pretty much all I know about sumo. So might be worth checking in, see what that's all about. Lyda Randolph, how did we find out that the Alberts had their basement floor redone before selling their house? I believe there are photos of it, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know for sure that this is known or that it's rumor. So if somebody knows, let us know. But I have a vague recollection that it's because there's photos. They know what the basement looked like before it was listed for sale. And then it was listed for sale and the basement floor is different. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong about that. Michelle B., I did not watch the first trial, but is this the best MSP has to offer? No chain of custody, interviews years later, and selective memory. Oy vey. He's the second one they've offered so far, right? We got O'Hara first. O'Hara with the cert search. He didn't come across nearly as bad as Bukhenik did. But Bukhenik, I love how they're able to pin it on him through his supervisory role. It's actually your job to monitor how Proctor is doing with this case, with his work, because you're his supervisor. That was a very clever way to be able to turn it and to make Bukhenik the surrogate. If you want to cover for Proctor, then have everything you asked for. Josh H., I'm not going to be critical of Jackson. He can see how the jury is reacting to his line of questioning. We can't. They are the only ones who matter. I agree. He knows if it's working, making the points that he's making or not. He can get that read on him and see. All I'm saying is that there's trade-offs. You can play to the jury if it's working. It's just that's going to cost you a little bit with the judge. And we've seen that. When you shift the strategy, you don't play so much to the emotional side or the argumentative side, whatever, the commentary, you'll get further with the judge. It's a trade-off. And yes, he's a professional. He can make that decision for himself about what he thinks the best decision is. Grandma Cranky, Proctor, Brian Walsh trial this fall. No Bev. Are they going to not call him too? Are they going to have to? I don't know. Wonder if Celebrite is going to suddenly work again and be super reliable in Brian Walsh's trial. Is Guarino going to have the in-depth understanding of what's in that Celebrite report and what the artifacts mean to be able to go into court and testify? Gotta wonder. John Beattybot, thanks for the great coverage as my favorite stream. Am I crazy or has AJ made a huge dent on Cross and the defense case is all to look forward to? Should AJ circle back to Jen call to 34 at 5:07? I bet him. Woof. I bet him. Yeah. Circling back to the 507 call. Maybe. Did you become aware of it? You had Jen McCabe's phone, and that's part of why you found her so credible and honest and cooperative. And it didn't raise any questions that there were some inconsistencies in those phone records with the events that she described unfolding? Yeah, he could. I think that there is very little that the Commonwealth has been able to land that the defense hasn't been able to neutralize. From my perspective, the strongest things so far are that dash cam video that makes it look like the back tail light, something's wrong with it. But we just saw the bump into John's car, so we know how the defense is going to neutralize that. It just hasn't quite happened. The jury may have already connected those dots, but it hasn't been really explicitly done. And yeah, the cert search. Back to the cert search and the timing of it. Those to me seem like the only real things that have landed. The story, I don't think Jen McCabe's story has landed. I don't think Jen was able to sell her testimony. Thought AJ just masterfully unmasked her. Oh, by the way, that lying to the FBI, that hurt. That hurt. And yeah, Bukhenik was really the Commonwealth's next big chance to kind of lay out their theory, show how all of this led to Karen Read. This is basically your chance to articulate the case you made to the grand jury. That one-sided presentation, and the problem is that they've been able to capitalize on this context, the fact that there's just so much information to work with that they had to ignore to be like, let's tunnel focus on Karen Read and that taillight. You got to ignore the sketchy phone behavior. You got to ignore the whole Higgins motive. You got to ignore the motives of the homeowners. You got to ignore their own conduct. You got to accept at face value. Of course, you didn't see the large man lying in the yard when you drove by because you were looking at the bread and the peanut butter. So, I mean, yeah, they've been able to capitalize on that, plus just drawing out. Look at this guy. This guy, he doesn't come across as credible. He doesn't come across as trying to be honest and forthcoming and thorough. Somebody who is fairly considering all of the evidence would fairly consider all of the evidence and then show me how it still points directly at Karen Read to the exclusion of everybody else. You shouldn't have to hide or not mention things in order to get me to reach that conclusion, because otherwise it doesn't look like you've got a case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's really that simple in a lot of ways. I love Kitty73. Do you think Yuri Bukhenik will talk to any of his buddies over the weekend? Dude, he's on the phone right now. He's on the phone right now. How did that go? What did I need to do? Yeah, of course they're all watching. He gave away the game. Of course they're all watching. Yeah, I think he's talking to his buddies over the weekend. Karen Spangler with the super chat. Thanks so much for that, Karen. Alec Trev 006. Melanie earlier was loving the new Chloe Cora info. She first was asking, could Commonwealth even prove for sure that it's the same Albert's dog? Also, multiple apparent owners post Albert could equal more bite incidents, etc. Possibly. We'd love to fill in the gaps. Let's follow the trail of Chloe, of Cora. Let's backpedal. Okay, we got to a Riley. Where did Riley get the dog from? Just trace it back, and that might give us a little bit more information about yeah, exactly why are we to believe this is the same dog? If the dog was microchipped, I'd buy it. Isn't it pretty common? I thought I remembered from the last trial that Chloe had been one of those dogs, prospective police dog, but didn't make the cut. Very common. Very common. They need real specific traits for a good police canine. So you test out a lot of different puppies. Some of them won't have the attention. Some of them won't have the drive. Some of them don't have the, just the reward kind of system doesn't work well enough. They're too interested in their self rewards, stuff like that. Not every German Shepherd or similar type of breed is going to make a good police dog. So a lot of them wash out, early on. That's kind of what I remembered from Chloe. I would expect that dog to be microchipped. I mean, you get the pups microchipped pretty early. If you're, I mean, I guess at least that's kind of my culture that I'm familiar with. I have purebred dogs. They've been, they come from show lines. I am not myself one to show dog, but the breeder of my dog has showed my dog. The brother of my oldest dog, Wally, my first Vizsla, he went to Westminster, I think. No, it wasn't Westminster. That's the UK. The one in New York, the one in Madison Square Garden. He went there. He was like a very, very high performing dog in the ring. And so I'm kind of familiar with these sorts of circles and those types of breeding philosophies, where we're not these people take it very seriously. Okay. You research all the line, make sure you know what traits you're getting, make sure you do all the health checks, all this stuff. I mean, the amount of health care that these mother dogs, these mother Vizslas went through to produce these litters, like these breeders are not making money off of the dogs. Okay. It's very exhaustive, very expensive. It's not a profitable thing when you're doing it like that. So that's kind of the culture I'm used to. Those puppies get microchipped very early. I would think that if you're trying to breed and train high quality police dogs, you'd have the same similar type of philosophy. You're not going to breed with lines that have high rates of dysplasia. You're not going to breed with lines that have aggression, other types of health disorders and stuff like that. You're going to be trying to breed the best police dogs. And yeah, you microchip early on. That's what I would have expected based on what I remember about Chloe, but what do I know? John Beattybot, AJ should ask Yuri Bukhenik if call reports or butt dial claims have more investigative weight. Which did your investigation believe? How many times and why? Well, remember, they didn't find out about the butt dials until after the federal grand jury. So this is later on in the investigation. The whole point with this stuff is that they never bothered to find out. Had they gone and gotten Brian Higgins's phone, had they gone and gotten Brian Albert's phone, they would have found all this. And then they would have been able to evaluate the explanations, the phone calls back and forth and so forth. And then if they got a butt dial explanation, they'd be able to weigh that. I wouldn't ask Yuri this just because I would expect him to say shamelessly, oh yeah, butt dials, they happen. That's a reasonable explanation. It happens. Dippity doo, you don't have to read this to the class, but I'm going to. I live in Post Falls. If you see a 40-something chick in Doc Martens with a big top bun in the wild, low-key fangirling, hi, it's me. Come say hi. I'm a 40-something chick. I'll probably have boots on too. I might not. I'm not sure yet, actually, if I'm how exactly I'm making it to Post Falls. I probably won't have a top bun. Might have a ponytail. Come say hi. I would love to see you. It's at the Armory. I haven't been to the Post Falls Armory. Should be cool. It's usually fun, like the armories. We have these like old school armories, 19th century. I guess It's not that old school relative to the East Coast. You have older settlement and architecture and stuff than we do. But, for us, an 1800s building is, impressive. We didn't even really get into this part of the world, the white people anyway, until like the 1850s. So, we have what we have. Anyway, a lot of these armory buildings are often cool old buildings, a lot of fun. So love to see you there. Come say hi. I'd love it. Michelle B, if they were innovative enough to use a snowblower, then why not follow that up in a couple days with a heat gun to melt the snow 10 feet area around the area? Thanks, Andrea, for the coverage. Yeah, a lot of things they could have done. So boxing gyms are often kind of notorious for being maybe a little bit run down, not necessarily in the best part of town. Like, it's not a rich people sport by and large. So it's not a huge moneymaker. It's gotten maybe a little bit more popular in the last, 5 or 10 years or so because of like box fit stuff, and people got more interested in striking because UFC got so big and things like that. So it might be a little bit more popular now, but for a long time, the garage gym is like a real thing. Like, that's a stereotype for a reason. I'm bringing this up because I remember the first location that my gym that I still go to, same gym, Contenders Boxing, but it had a different location when I first started going there. It's like 10 years ago now, and it didn't have heat. And so we'd go in the winter, and it's this massive building, freezing cold. And so somebody had this enormous propane, like a blower. I mean, this thing was massive. It's like a blowtorch that has a flame that's, 16 inches wide or something. It was huge. And it'd fire that up before class, like have all the doors and windows open and stuff so that we hopefully don't all like die of carbon monoxide or whatever, but basically just blast that thing enough to get the heat kind of started in the gym so you don't pull something as soon as you walk in and try to start moving. It's really just for the warm up, because then once you get moving, you get warm, you sweat up the room, and you do a lot of work in boxing. It gets real warm in there. So, but just to give us that boost at the beginning while everybody's still cold. So I envisioned that when I read this comment. There are like some massive big propane heater type things that it's like a jet. It was like a massive jet engine of heat. It would absolutely work to melt the snow. Good idea. Yeah, why not? Weren't thinking very innovatively at that point, I guess. Lucy Fair, do you deny it? Bukhenik, I need a dictionary, please. What does deny mean? Yeah, he might. Brent Pringer. Any reason for Yuri to fear repercussions for how he has comported himself while on the stand? If you mean professional, like from his his employer or something like that, I doubt it. He's not really behaving substantially different than he did last time. He's still the same. I'm not going to give you any ground kind of guy. I mean, we haven't caught him in an overt misrepresentation this time like we did last time over that inverted sallyport video that actually doesn't show Proctor nowhere near the passenger taillight. It actually shows him right at the passenger taillight when you put it in the right orientation. He didn't suffer any consequences from that at all. So I don't see any reason why he would be worried. This is the game. This is what's expected of him. Fids, read Turtle Boy's tweet that deserves so just took action on this buffer zone. Yeah, we saw it. We pulled that up. The First Circuit has vacated but not reversed the decision to have a buffer zone entirely, but they have vacated it and sent it back for reconsideration. You're going to want to modify this, and here's how you're probably going to want to do it. You're going to want to let people quietly and peacefully and without any intention of interfering with the court process, exercise their right to political speech in a public space. You're going to probably want to do that. Fids, a federal judge. Sorry, I understood. I understood it. Thank you for that. Epic. For those of us who just found you, is there a place you go through this timeline? This is awesome. This is awesome. I can't believe I just found you. So where I send everybody, and the mods might be able to drop the link in the chat. Sleuthy Goosey. Sleuthy Goosey, man. She is the queen of the spreadsheets. Like everything is there. There's timelines there. There's court documents there. There's evidence there. There's breakdowns of the data. It's just a fantastic resource. I'm going to just go ahead and put it in myself if it comes up. Highly recommend her. Great follow. Great source of information. Brandy Churchwell, another one who is just got great skill at being able to organize information and cross-reference it and things like that, show how things fit together and how they don't. She's following this trial as well. She's streaming the trial. She's doing a lot of commentary on it. Got a lot of good insights. I just saw something she did. I think maybe it was just yesterday. Boy, and now I'm going to space. I'm going to have to think this thought through before I finish it. Something to do with one of the timelines. Which timeline was it that maybe it got busted? Oh, yeah, the John's phone. The John's phone timeline. We know from the health data when John's phone was moving. And so she went and looked at that and compared that to what we know of the timeline of kind of who's where and doing what. And so when does it make sense for that phone to be moving if it was provided by Jen McCabe to a first responder who gave it to Bukhenik? Well, they left, right? Bukhenik and Proctor, they left the Canton Police Department 11-ish, maybe a little bit after. That's when they went to Country Road to do the interviews. But the phone is moving after that. And it's not necessarily clear that the movement of the phone correlates real well with this explanation of where the phone is supposed to be. So that's the kind of thing that Brandy Churchwell does amazingly well. So lots of good resources, guys. I don't invent the wheel. There's amazing people out there to rely on. But glad you found me. Glad you're here. And hope you stick around for a little bit. AK Robbie, since Benzo Buki is stating the investigation is great, does this allow a reconsideration of the defense police expert testifying? I don't know. I would like to see, in an ideal world, more effort to tie him to what the actual policy is so that we can establish this deviates from it. We already know, okay? We see how he is on the stand, and just if you're a person with kind of any experience in cross-examining cops at all, they're not going to give that to you. They're never going to say, yes, of course, our investigation fell short of our policies and the best practices for investigation. The best you're going to get is, in an ideal world, you'd write your report sooner than almost 2 years after the events in question. That's the best you're going to get from this guy. So they may not cooperate, and they may not let you get it in, but it would be helpful to try, just so that you can show the judge, look, you said I'd be able to do this through cross, and I can't. He's not cooperating. It's not reasonable. He's not cooperating. It's his job to know the policy as a supervisor. He's pretending he doesn't know it. So let me bring in Michael Easter to establish what the policy is. Doesn't seem that out of line. 3 Damon, Higgins being pranked idea only had to be imagined in Higgins' own drunken rat maze of a brain between love the starry night blouse Clarice, dark humor. What do you think about Trump's recent executive orders. I don't know what they are. I pay little to no attention to politics in general. So I don't know what this is referring to. News these days doesn't come across my radar all that much unless it's involving, one of these cases or something like that. Sorry, I can't be more helpful, but I don't know what executive orders they are. Darth Mack, Lieutenant Frank Drebin is rolling in his grave, isn't he? Isn't he? I miss Lieutenant Frank Drebin. He was a gift to the world. James Cassatelli, maybe Higgins threw the glass at John. Maybe John threw the glass at Higgins. Yeah. These are all possible. I like these ideas. Very possible explanation. North Wings. I don't get the advantage for Commonwealth to not call Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins if they know the defense is going to call them anyway. And now defense can close saying Commonwealth hid these witnesses. What am I missing? They may just be gambling on whether the defense does it or not. Put the burden of making the strategic decision on the defense. Are you better off going with what the Commonwealth hasn't done, hasn't shown? Lean into the doubt side. They didn't even present testimony from everybody in the house. They presented you testimony from one person in the house. You don't know if other people would have seen different things, would have testified to different things, would have been in other areas. Do you lean into that, or do you get them on the stand so that you can point out how shady that they acted? I think the defense is maybe kind of pot committed, if that makes sense, to bringing them in, because they're already leaning into what the troopers didn't discover during their investigation. And so a lot of that stuff, like the Brian Albert, Brian Higgins butt dials, that's going to have to come in through one of them. So I think they're kind of putting themselves in a position where they may not have a lot of choice. I mean, Hank's not really doing the pre-Buttle case that Lally did. He's doing a little bit, but not nearly to the extent that Lally did it. So maybe that gives him more room with his rebuttal case, maybe, to come back and clean it up. I really don't know. I don't know, because it does seem like it gives them that opening, but it also seems like, given Hank's strategy, it wouldn't really fit to call these people. I don't know. He's hanging the case on Jen McCabe and apparently Yuri Bukhenik, and I just don't know how that's going to end up playing. Buzzcat, Andrea, I so enjoyed watching your expressions during those texts. Thanks for making me laugh and your expertise. Well, that's why we do the group watch, isn't it? We get to share the experience together. Honestly, I was having more fun reading the chat. You're watching me react, I'm watching you react, and everybody's having a good time. That's the way to do it. Rotorman Dan, what is your take on court TV being biased toward the state in this case? They sensationalized Karen Reed purportedly giving bird to Yuri today. Court TV is trash. I mean, what do you want from me? Court TV is trash. Always has been, really. I don't expect anything from them or their commentary. They were trash and that be heard. They've been trash for years. They show up and spend like 10 minutes in the courtroom and then leave and then act like they've been there all day. It's not the place you want to go to if you want thoroughness and detail and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised. It's what they do. They're sensationalizing and presenting a narrative because it's easier to do than it is to actually do the hard work of watching everything, listening to everything, paying attention, synthesizing it with what happened before. It's harder to do that. The rural juror, who changes a 7-year-old dog's name? Retraining that. Yeah, does the dog still respond to Chloe? I could see the dog, it's pretty dogs, even a 7-year-old dog is not that old. I can see a 7-year-old dog easily being trained to recognize a new name and respond to a new name. If it's a reasonably trainable dog, which a dog that bites other people and animals, I'm actually not that sure about, but a dog that may have some behavioral issues. But the question would be, I don't know how you would train the dog to forget its old name. So does the dog still respond to Chloe? I wonder. You call the dog, I would expect the dog to still know Chloe, at least get its attention, knows that means something. If the dog doesn't respond to Chloe, I don't think it's Chloe. C. LaFleur, Andrea, you look great. Want a drink? Ugh, sorry, I had a Higgins big baller text moment. Andrea, thanks for all you do. I think you just made more effort to close than Higgins ever did. So way to show him a solid effort. Duncan, Idaho, tips for guys to not be like Higgins. Build yourself an immaculate nest area, wait for a suitable female, and hop around her while flashing your plumage. It couldn't have been worse, right? This wouldn't be worse than what Higgins was doing. Certainly wouldn't be worse. There's a lot of different strategies. There's no one way. But the common thread in all of them is going to be effort. Just put a little effort into it. You might be surprised at what you get out of it. Beantown, why the prosecution not emphasizing more? She said she can't remember anything after the waterfall. In Karen Reed's mind, she left him at the bar with friends, drunk, no ride, missing 4 hours. She assumes he is dead. Odd. They could. Yeah, they could. That could be a way for them to twist it. That could be a way for them to sell it, that when she wakes up in the morning and she thinks he's dead, that this is a guilty knowledge thing. Maybe. I mean, I think they're just trying to sell it as she. I mean, my read on what they're trying to do here is that they're trying to sell it as she has this guilty knowledge because she suspects he's dead, but then she's also trying to cover up what happened. She's like, it's like she's denying that they were ever at 34 Fairview, and then Jen has to call it out. So it's not that she forgot. I think this is how the Commonwealth is pitching it. She was trying to hide it, and she didn't realize they were seen. I don't know how, if you're sitting out there for 10 minutes, it doesn't cross your mind that maybe you were seen. Those don't necessarily seem reconcilable to me. So I don't know. It's hard to make sense of what the Commonwealth's theory is, because all they really told me was I was going to get facts, science, and data supporting their theory of the case. And so far, I don't have any of that. I just have, somebody telling me Karen said I hit him, but that person also lied to the FBI. So I don't know. And so without their theory of the case being real crystal clear, that would tell me if I knew what they think happened and how they're going to prove it, that would give me a framework to evaluate what should we be doing with these early morning statements of Karen's. But I don't know, because it's just very, very unspecific, very unclear. Amy G, alpha male AJ versus narcissist YB, Batman versus Joker. I mean, he's wants to be in control, that Yuri, doesn't he? Wants to be in control. Z, Tex, Karen Reed felt gaslit, told OJO, John O'Keefe, kissed friend in New York and Aruba, didn't happen, suggested break, and John O'Keefe, jealous of Plummer and Higgins, questioned looks. She probably did feel gaslit. Yeah, told that the kiss didn't happen. You didn't see what you saw with your own eyes. He's suggesting that they take a break. He's jealous of the plumber. I see this as part 1. There's a part 2. Bad child carer, but helped get KF in prestigious school and PF in National Math Award. Karen Reed to BH. Don't get what I want. You get angry quickly. Karen Reed to John. I'm struggling physically. I'm there for everyone. Let's see. KR2BH, doing my best. Tried with John O'Keefe, direct and extended family, but it's thankless. John O'Keefe to Karen Reed. There are other guardians too. Paul, Peggy, John Sr. I mean, definitely a complicated situation that she's in. And frankly, I would expect Karen to have quite a bit of ambivalence about it. You know, my read on the situation, for whatever it's worth, and maybe it's worth nothing, and that's fine, then ignore it. But my read on the situation, for whatever it's worth, is that, you know, Karen Reed did genuinely care about John. Maybe she was just infatuated. I don't know, but she had this strong attachment to him, and it was strong enough that it kept her coming back, even though he was treating her like shit, and she knew it, and she knew better. She knew better. She kept coming back, even though Karen never wanted kids. John's got them. And there's, you know, this role that she has to fill that she didn't necessarily ask for. And it's turning out to maybe be a little bit thankless. His family doesn't like her. You know, family kind of sucks in a lot of ways. I can see Karen having a massive amount of ambivalence about this relationship in that situation, you know, because you're attached, but you just don't want to let go. You know, you should, but you just don't want to. I think that's the situation that she was in. And so, yeah, I think she was probably feeling a little gaslit. I could see that on those texts, you know, the text between her and John. She's out of line. She's unreasonable. What do you want from me anyway? She seemed to be in a no-win situation. That's how I saw it. Rotorman Dan, the defense established a potential suspect by having him read the text between Karen and Brian. I mean, they're establishing a motive. That's the purpose of what they did. Now, whether they were successful at that or not is, of course, going to be up to the jury to decide. But that's what they were trying to do. They're trying to show, look, this guy is hot for Karen, and she dropped him. And then he's got this conflict in the bar with John that we can see. And then he's texting him, like literally as they're getting to Fairview, you come in here. Seems like maybe the kind of circumstances that would be set up for a fight, and a fight might be consistent with the kinds of injuries that we see on John. I mean, that's where they're going with it. So how well they are achieving that will be up to the jury. Scorpid Black Dragon, if there was a fight, one or more male attendees may have facial injuries. No video interviews. Any observations of them in the following days? No, and not even recorded interviews. No photographs, nothing that I know of. Nothing that I know of. Certainly nothing noted in any reports that I'm aware of. Yeah, they might. If John answered any of those punches, they might be signs of it. Z, oh yes. Doing my best, tried with them, but it's thankless. And then John telling him they're the other guardians. What a just uncomfortable position, I would think, to try to be a parent figure with other people that hate you. I think that would be very unpleasant. Natalie Pirani, thank you for your brilliant insight. Yuri kept me occupied on a flight from Detroit to Vancouver. You're the best. That's a good long flight. I'm glad you had this to keep you company, keep you entertained. Thanks so much for joining us. Skippy 1, most common reason failure police dog is weak bite and low courage. It makes sense. Makes sense. Good to know. Yeah, they gotta have the right instincts and just the right basic skill, I guess. The bites probably, yeah, makes sense that that's going to be a big part of it. You don't want the dog to overbite. You don't want the dog to bite and shake, tear. You want the dog to bite, hold, release on command. At least that's what I would expect. So makes a lot of sense. Natalie VB Lightbreeze. Thank you, Andrea. Cannot stand the judge. Her bias is just getting me angry. This trial should never happen. If this finish with a guilty verdict, seems unlikely, doesn't it? It just seems so hard to believe. It seems so hard to believe watching this that a jury could watch this and be thinking, yeah, she did it. It's hard for me to imagine, and I just don't know because I can't put myself in the shoes of somebody who's hearing all this for the first time. My general impression seems like it was going better for the Commonwealth, the first trial, than it is this one. It's just my general impression, but I don't feel like they're doing anywhere near as well this time around. And there have been some adjustments. There's some new information, new stuff to work with. But just some of the decisions that Hank has made, perhaps in retrospect, hanging your case on Jen McCabe and Yuri Bukhenik might not have been the best call. Maybe it's a good call if your objective is in fact to pin the responsibility on them. Make them own the outcome one way or the other. If you don't get her convicted this time, if you're the ones that are pushing the train forward, you couldn't get it done. That's a you problem. I think that might be a possibility for why it's set up this way. I just obviously don't know. I'm not a mind reader. Don't know what's going on in Hank's mind, but it's just such a bizarre decision for me to go all in on Jen McCabe or Karen. I don't know. Julie Barnes, they killed the dog so no teeth molds could be made. Maybe. That would be sad, but I wouldn't rule it out. John Beattybot, good point. Too bad AJ can't ask only to impugn or impeach Hank. Carolyn Smith, you're the best legal commentary from an educated mindset on YouTube. So glad I found you. Well, I'm glad you found me too, Carolyn. Thank you so much. Nice thing to say. Appreciate it. Just glad that people find it helpful. People find it educational. I want people to understand the system, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We got to understand the system if we're ever going to address the problems with it. You got to be able to see what the problems are and understand where they come from. So that's a big part of my reason for doing this, why I have this channel, and why I talk about what I talk about is trying to help people understand and see that more clearly. Robin Hall, seeing the TGI McScratchy's bar footage reminded me. Hank Brennan focused on John's phone in his back pocket, in the pants with the ripped back pocket. Am I a whack job C word for thinking this could be connected? No, that's a good point. That's a good point. He did call attention to that, putting his phone in the back pocket, didn't he? And that is the back pocket that's ripped. It is the back pocket that's ripped. Maybe he's trying to get out ahead. I mean, I don't know how the explanation is for how the pocket got ripped that has something to do with his phone. A Karen did it. Somehow a Karen did it. I don't know. Jealous girlfriend tried to get his phone, go through his phone. I don't know. We just saw a bunch of text messages where Karen's like, yeah, not me. Not me. How'd you get his digits? Thought you creeped John's phone. Nah, not her game. She don't give a shit what's in John's phone. She'll do her own thing. I respect that. Gonna do what he's gonna do. Why would you look in? Why? I don't understand the whole looking in people's phones thing. Perhaps that's generational, but no, I think that's a good theory. It's makes as much sense as anything I've heard so far as what is John's phone being in the back pocket. I think the only other good explanation was explains why it was under him. If it was his habit to keep it in his back pocket, then he fell, he slipped, maybe the phone slipped out, but it would have been under him if he landed on his back. If it fell out like in the process of him landing on his back. But yeah, that could make sense. But why are those pants ripped? It's a great question. Beagle Mom, damn it, man, but do you deny it? Well, he'll get there. I trust AJ. He can, if he thinks it's going to help and it's going to work and it might help him corner this witness a little bit more. It worked very well with Jen McCabe. He can bring it back. Summer is awesome, Andrea. Last night, Ian Runkle identified probable explanation for taillight white-red issue. Brilliant. Wish list every issue on one document. I'll have to go back and check in with Ian. We got to get together sometimes. I always love getting to chat with Ian. He's one of my favorite people out there on LawTube. Very, very smart, very sharp, very knowledgeable. And if he's got an idea about the taillight, it's a good one. I have no doubt about that. So just make the note. Runkle last night, which is Thursday. Better remind myself that's Thursday. I'll go take a look at that. Thanks, Summer is, for pointing that out. Well, we can all go have our cigarette now. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody needed one. Nobody got any satisfaction out of that whatsoever. Got a lot of amusement, but no satisfaction. Not at all how I would have predicted today to go. If we rewind back to the very beginning of the stream, what might we see? Definitely did not have Yuri Bukhenik's dramatic reading of the Brian Higgins Karen Reed text messages on my list. Wasn't on my radar. Didn't think that was possible. But boy, am I glad that happened. What an addition to the trial. That was a lot of fun. Despite all of the resistance, it is like having to pull teeth. It really is. He's having to struggle to get a hold of him, to get him in position, to force him to be still, to get his mouth open, to get into there with the tools and to get the tooth out in order to get a fact established. He's getting it done. He's getting it done. He's been able to make his points. I don't think there's been really a single issue yet where he's been trying to make a point and he hasn't been able to do it. He's had his tools. He's had his tools ready. Those police reports, those photographs. He came armed and he came prepared. And I think that is the light. That is the shining hope of this cross-examination. As frustrating and excruciating and occasionally boring as it is, the light is there is a plan here and there is a method here, and we're watching him use it. We're watching it play out, and we're watching him achieve what he set out to achieve. He's kind of got that figured out. And so, yeah, you can make him do it the hard way. We can do it the hard way. If you don't want to do it the easy way, we can do it the hard way. He's taken that dare and he's getting it done. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing out of this cross-examination. They still have ground to cover on Monday, man. We still haven't even gotten to this inverted taillight. Still haven't even gotten to that. And now he's got all weekend to game plan. adjust. Might the Commonwealth, if they went in today thinking I'm not going to call Trooper Proctor, might they reconsider after this? No, I doubt it. Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor is too damaged goods, but we'll see. We'll see. Who knows what they're going to do. Guys, Friday afternoon, a whole weekend and a late start on Monday, 10 Eastern. I get to sleep in, start at the luxurious hour of 7 a.m. Pacific time on Monday. We'll get a short day, and then the rest of the week will be a full week. If we're on track, then we should be getting the Commonwealth resting their case probably sometime next week. That was the estimate that we got, and we've been getting little hints, maybe even a little ahead of schedule. We're at the very least right on track, maybe even a little ahead of schedule. And 4 weeks was Mr. Brennan's like outside estimate, 3 to 4 weeks. So should be getting it wrapped up next week. That means, oh man, we're going to get his new medical examiner. Well, wait, not a medical examiner, a brain doctor. We're going to get his brain surgeon, and we're going to get Aperture, Dr. Judd Welcher. We're going to finally get the theory of how all this happened. Next week, guys, I'm excited. I don't think this is going to live up to Trooper Paul. I think they're going to have to turn it up a little from what we got from Trooper Paul, but I am very intrigued to see how is an actual like PhD accident reconstructionist, how on earth are they going to try to convince me that this was a car accident? I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they will convince me. Not going to rule it out. Just a little skeptical. Lots to look forward to next week, guys. Very exciting. Hey, just that last reminder. Check in with your moms this weekend. This is a reminder to myself as much as to everybody else. I'm not always good at checking in with mom. I'm unfortunately often not good at checking in with people generally. It's part of the advantage of having a small circle. You know, if I forget, there's only so many birthdays to remember, I'm not in the situation of constantly forgetting everybody's birthday. Do take some time for mom this weekend. It's a good time to do that. It's still early spring. It's most places that I've been, certainly in the US, but many places around the world, it's just a wonderful, wonderful time of the year, this part of the year before summer's really set in. Some places it might get too hot. Some places it might get real dry, real dusty. Some places it might get so humid. Oh, man. I remember being in Savannah, Georgia in July. And boy, Savannah's amazing, but you couldn't see any of it until midnight because you couldn't stand to be outside. It was intolerable. And fortunately, Savannah is the kind of place that's like perfect to explore at midnight. So that was kind of cool. But it's just a great time to be enjoying life, enjoying, the patterns. The older we get, the more springs we've seen. And I don't know about you guys, but the more I'm aware that like you can't take the next one for granted. They just kind of start to recur faster and faster. It's funny how time changes. Your experience of time changes the more years go by. Josh H. says, AJ bringing up Yuri Bukhenik report of finding Chloe today. HB's dog bite expert who molded Chloe's teeth. Yeah, this is anticipating that. This is anticipating the forensic dog odontology. So it's kind of a pre-rebuttal because the defense won't get to respond to that guy. Defense won't get to respond to him, right? There's no sur rebuttal. They don't get to do sur rebuttal. So they're getting the problems with the foundation of this methodology out right now. And I think that's smart. And just logistically, it's probably the only way for them to do it. So I agree. That's exactly what that is aimed at. With that, guys, do we have some more Phillies baseball this afternoon? I bet we do. I bet we do. We're getting a NOLA start, it sounds like. Oh, yeah, they're already in the warm-up. We're at Cleveland now. We're at Cleveland. That should be fun. That should be fun. So, yeah, I got a lot to look forward to. Some good baseball. Some fights, some fun fights up in Post Falls, some time with mom, and then a late sleep in on Monday. Like, what more could I ask for? What could anybody else? What could you want out of life more than that? So grateful for all of you for this wonderful experience we get to share. Watching this trial together and taking it in, and just the fun times we have doing that. So thank you again to all of you who contributed. Thanks to all of you who just checked in and taken interest in what's going on in this case. It's important to be interested, I think, in the criminal justice system. It's one of the few places where government really does directly interact with the lives of individual people in a potentially really dramatic and significant way. Most of the time, the government's kind of remote, and you might have to do some things, or there might be an obnoxious thing you have to do, like go renew your license at the DMV or something like that. But by and large, what the government does is removed. But when they're arresting and charging you, it's very, very real. Or they're doing it to your friend, or they're doing it to your neighbor. It's very, very real. And so it's an important thing to be aware of and take an interest in, because it's something we want to be sure is functioning the way we expect it to and the way we intend it to. So I think that's the main reason why this case has gotten the attention that it had, because of the significant concerns it raises about, is this Massachusetts law enforcement operating the way y'all expect and hope that it would? I think it's the very fact that it isn't that has caught so much attention. So thank you all for your interest. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks for the wonderful, entertaining chat, all of your clever comments and quips, all of your good information, your good insights, your great ideas, your brainstorming, your willingness to share all that. It's part of what makes this place the awesome place that it is. Could not do that without you. Definitely could not do it without the mods. Keep everything running smoothly. Keep eyes on things for me. Clue me in if there's new developments and stuff like that. So just keep it a great environment for all of us. Really appreciate the mods and everything that they do. And grateful for this weekend. Really going to do my best to enjoy it, reset, come back ready for a full week minus roughly 2 hours, or roughly 1 hour, roughly 1 hour and a quarter. I don't know, with a little bit more sleep next week, but should be getting close to done with the Commonwealth. So got to be well rested for that. We're going to get into the defense case. That's something we're going to all want to be ready for, I think. So I can't wait. Hope to see you guys back next week. Enjoy yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Feed your souls. Feed your spirits. Be good to each other. All of those good things. And I'll look forward to seeing you back on Monday. Take care, everyone.